Hello, am I live? I was on a different screen. It's your collared shirted friend, robnoerr, back for another stream. Whoa, wow. I've had exactly like 5 minutes off today between doing some stuff in the background and the call-in show and then the extravaganza that Jake and Mystery are trying to get us kicked off of, the rotten bastards. And now this. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm not late. The debate's not till 8:30. I said maybe I'd come on at 8, you rotten bastards. I waited until we had one super chat. Look at this guy. Call me GL. Unbelievable. What a Chad. $5 says, Rob's like a sham. Wow. He can hold up to 20 times his weight in bullshit. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult, but I'll take it. It's pretty clever given we're talking to Vince the Sham Wow guy tomorrow on the extravaganza. That's right. I finally made it to the big time, baby. I get to do an hour show with Vince the Sham Wow guy tomorrow. Bam! Who's your celebrity growing up that you looked up to? I'll be honest, I was more of a Billy Mays guy. Billy Mays here, OxyClean. Remember him? Yeah, that's totally real. Vince the Sham Wow guy is going to do the extravaganza tomorrow. Yeah, totally real. No bullshit. So we were setting that up. Should be fun. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Anyway, let's go to debate tonight, 8:30 here, over on Speakeasy's channel. I still don't remember my opponent's name, but the specific topic is... Oh, we'll find it somewhere. Oh, pish. We should expand towards a global government. I say no. I will be on the negative of that argument. Am I 20K? No shit. Thank you guys so much. Well then, we're giving back to you all tonight through a stellar debate performance. Will this be the night that my lack of preparation bites me in the ass? You know, I don't really know. To be quite fair, I'm ill prepared for this debate, but not really, because I don't think this is the type of debate that requires a lot of research. So, like, if it's like a debate where it's like you're debating a court decision or you're debating like economics or something like that, you probably want to do some research that's current, up to date, right? Like, this is sort of like a philosophical debate. It would be similar to like a debate like, you know, should we be, you know, utilitarians or deontologists? Like, there's not a lot of research necessary, I don't think. So, I'm actually very excited for this, and I really hope that he makes a good case for globalism, because this is actually a debate that I think that I need to be stronger on. So I'm looking forward to it. And do you know the arguments for globalism? Yeah, I think I could argue the side of globalism if I wanted. I know what the most compelling arguments are, in my opinion. But I'll be damned if I'm going to say them right now so my opponent can hear them if he's listening. I hope it's fun. I hope it's a good debate. So, should be fun. Happy to be debating my first official one-on-one debate over on Speakeasy's channel. So, it should be good. Trying to line up more guests, more debates, more other stuff like that for you all in the audience. So, I hope it's stuff that you all enjoy. Vita, what's up, my friend? $2 says, I'm excited about the ShamWow guy. But why? That's a great question. Well, we found that he did this video that was like a music video where he's attacking woke, and we covered it on the extravaganza. And Mr. E just went to his website, and there was like part of his website that was like, if you're looking for appearances, you know, with the ShamWow guy, contact us here. So Mr. E contacted and was like, yeah, we have a show that 20,000 people watch live. And he was like, okay. So there you go. That's how we did it. The great Mr. E. I thought I was close to getting Employee of the Month, and he ripped it right from my jaws by grabbing the ShamWow guy. The bastard! So, I'm hoping that it's a fun. You like the formal attire? Yeah. Maybe I'll pop my collar if I'm doing well in the debate, or maybe I'll pop it if I'm doing poorly. Like sort of like you know, get the old juices flowing, pop the old collar, right? Inconceivable. Stop picking on me because I sound like that guy from The Princess Bride, who's awesome. It's not a bad comparison. That and the guy that was Snot from The Revenge of the Nerds. Yeah, he did Slap Chop too. You'll love my nuts. That's Vince, Shamwell guy. He also did a movie. I don't know if I have a Dorothy pickup here. I think I deleted it. Because I can only have so many picks on my StreamYard saved. Well, actually, I can have quite a bit, but I have so many damn whip songs that. You know. Now, you all's goal here is to get us up to that 357 dono mark. I was going to do a word of today, but I'm not going to because the one I picked and then I couldn't decide not to pick it was one I'd never heard of. And then I thought I'd screw myself trying to force it in. I stumbled upon the word anemone. Enemy, I'm sorry, anemone. Let me pronounce it. Anomie. Does anyone know that word? Anomie? And then I had it in my head. Anomie is, it's Anomie. Anomie. It's related to like the word hegemony. It comes from like the same suffix. So anomie would be a constant state of instability left basically by, how would you put it? Like an absence of social cohesion. That would be an anomie. Now, the reason it came up was me just looking a little in globalism, right? When you have a forced cohesion of all of these disparate people, Sharia law people and super progressive people, and they're all under one governance, what would happen? Well, you would have a fucked up situation. You would have constant instability, constant disconnection, because you forced all these people together that have no like interest under one system. So, anomie. But then I was like, God damn it, I'll screw it up. So I just was like, no word of the day today. So there you go. That's what's happening there. AJC, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. What an absolute legend. Really appreciate it. Naughty Germ, $5 as always, my friend. Thank you. Always appreciate it. And our good friend, maybe first time chatter, Working Bones, but I could tell he's a good friend. He sent money. Found you through Andrew amid the tomato fallout. Been binging your channel at work today. I must say you're fantastic. Keep up the good work. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I think we're going to have a good show. Let me tell you a secret about debate that maybe you didn't know. Here's a little secret. If you lose the debate, nothing that bad happens to you. Did you know that? Yeah, it's okay. If you're ever debating, remember that. I don't know who I'm debating. Nothing bad really happens. You know what the worst thing that happens is? You learn something. You're motivated to do better next time. Shit like that. It's okay. It's no problem. It's one of the reasons I love debating. Even when I lost a fucking lot of debates in college. But it was always the type of thing where for me, anytime I lost, it motivated me to get better in one way or another. So What happens if your destiny is spurred out in rage? Well, you still learn something. So I'm looking forward to tonight, though. I think I'm going to do very well. Ugh. And it's nice to do a debate. It's like easy content, and I don't mean easy in the sense that debating's necessarily easy, but it's comes natural. Sometimes it's harder to think of things to talk about every night when you're streaming multiple hours, 3 shows a day by yourself. Well, I mean, technically, I have Mystery and Jake on the extravaganza, so I might as well be by myself, So it's nice. So, Black Jaden, $2 says Sarah is streaming right now about you. That's fine. Good luck to her. I don't really care for Sarah for reasons I've already said. I've said my piece. Absolutely, she deserves to be able to say her piece. So, good luck to her. Ashes Rose, $5 says Sarah's having an entire show about you tonight titled Raw Backstab Sarah. I mean, again, perfectly reasonable. I assumed she was going to talk about it at some point. I thought she could have came up with a better title than that, though. Corey Barton, $2 says, whoa, Rob, watch out. The panel versus behind you. And Corey Barton, another $2 says, dressed up for the pro-globalist. Hey, man. His Doug Stanhope was this comedian I liked. He was a big, anti-globalist, anti-establishment guy. And I remember he had this joke. He's like, I piss and moan about this, but let's be honest. If they ever called me up and offered me a job, I'd put on my best suit and tie and be like, yes, sir. Oh, yeah, I'm focused on the debate. Did I just start your YouTube channel? I don't know how I didn't hear. No, I've been streaming since 2018 shit. But I did it as a hobby, So, yeah, so we stick to the Kool-Aid. So, what we're going to need from you all, now you're not going to believe this. You want to talk about debate victories? Again, the debate's coming up at 8:30, so we'll be starting soon. Two days ago, let's do the frequents the channel, Austin Hall. He said something you wouldn't believe. Not 2 days ago. You're gonna shit when you read this. I can't believe it. 2 days ago, Austin Hall said $357 a day is highly unreasonable. 2 days ago. I don't even know what to say. It's like a shot through the heart. Every 2 days ago, this guy goes on. So what we need to do is to get to our goal of $357 a day. So we could let this guy know he's unreasonable. Chicken porcado. Chicken porcadob. $2. Thanks, man. Says Sarah's on. I'm probably going to celebrate 15K. Thank you for the kind word, for the donations and everything. But from the bottom of my heart, I fully expect Sarah to respond. That's fine. I'm not worried about it. Onward and upward, baby. Anyways, Austin Hall, though, that I am worried about. That I am worried about. Look at this guy. Corey Barton, $10,000 a day is unreasonable. He says for $2. Thank you. Now, we're going to try to break our goal tonight at $357. And obviously, while I'm debating, I can't interact with the chat or any of that good shit. But, I expect you all will continue to donate. And I promise I'll read all the super chats by the end of the night. So, if you have any questions or points about the debate, let me know. Put them in super chat and I'll check them out. But here's the thing. I didn't miss it. I see now. $5 says, on the topic of the debate, is it not obviously no. States can barely run themselves. Countries even less so. Yeah, I think so. Thanks for the $5. It's well said. So I'm still pushing because just 2 days ago, Austin Hall said this about 357. But here's why I bring it up. Keep getting those donos in. But are you ready to have your mind blown? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him from today's show. Can you believe it? That's right. Look at that. Austin Hall 9179. See that? Austin Hall 9179. We got him. He tuned into the show today and we got him. We got him. Oh, snap. We got him. He was forced to tuck his head in shame and admit that he took the L. He took the L. We got him. Ashes Rose, $5 says, hey, what's with the fly outfit tonight? Looking spiffy. I don't know. It was just a shirt that was clean. Mystery joked at me yesterday I should wear a polo, so I figured I'd put a polo on today. We got him. Now, just to let you know, I'll give you a one-time serious background story of the Austin Hall stuff. I think Austin Hall was just a casual fan. And when I started going live, like the second week in, he just commented on one of my videos. Like, most of his comments in the chat were always positive of me. It's not like he disliked me, but he commented like, $357 a day does sound unreasonable. And so I, of course, screen capped. And now every 2 days I go. But the dude, I never saw him after that. So for fucking 4 months, I've been putting this guy's post up there every day. So he comes in today and everyone's like, oh, it's Austin Hall. And he's like, huh? The poor bastard. The poor bastard had no clue that for 4 months I'd been talking about this guy every day. Like, you think that's unreasonable? He seemed perfectly happy that the channel's doing well. But we're still going to fuck with him every day. I'm going to pretend that every 2 days ago that he said that that was unreasonable. So, all right. So here's the game. The debate's supposed to start in 10 minutes. I'm going to try to be back there within at least 5 minutes before we go. I will head to the restroom, fill up my water jug, all of that good stuff here in the immediacy. So I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes. You have a choice. I could either play a grifting song here, or I could leave you with Chair. Your choice. Whatever you guys decide. Well, people are already calling for the Chair. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Is that what it's going to be? Song, Chair, whip song. All right. Chair and griff song. Now you guys are greedy. Oh, I don't know which one to play. I'm just going to pick one at random. It'll repeat, too, if I'm not back in time. So let's hope I pick one that's more than like 3 minutes. All right. How about... This sounds like a good globalism debate song. Right back.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. cause a war.
What's this song? A banger? Got my pen.
Where there's a whip, there's
Paper.
a way.
Did this replay or is it?
There's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
All right.
Where there's a
I don't know if it replayed or not, but a couple super chats, then we'll move on. Fly Outfit, Mr. E, and our great friend Spiro, $10 says, 4 months ago I left a comment on Sarah's channel. I think working with the Crucible is unreasonable, and then went to a Buddhist monastery to meditate. Imagine my surprise when I came back. You guys are ruthless. All right. We're going to join Speakeasy's channel here. Bear with me for a moment. Speakeasy will probably bring me up soon. Zen, $5 says, Rob, do you anticipate the possible attack against you for voting for past Republicans who are now considered globalist? What will be your defense? Well, no, because I didn't. I voted for Ron Paul in 2008 and 2012, and I'm not sure I ever voted before then. I was a big anti-W. Bush person, huge. So in 2000, I didn't vote for sure. I don't even think I was 18 in 2000. 2004, I'm pretty sure I didn't vote. And so 2008, I think I voted libertarian candidates, 2008, 2012. But even still, it wouldn't matter. But I've certainly voted for people at the local level or at the, federal Congress level that would be considered old school Republicans. So it would still be an attack, an avenue for attack. But whatever. And Scabby McScabberson, $5 says, Agent Potato's about to go live with a video titled Rob Stabbing in the Back. I know. I don't begrudge her making a video, giving her side of the story. It's fun. I'm sure it's filled with me making slight interruptions or talking a lot in debates, whatever. Not concerned. I have a debate. And it would be rude not to give my opponent my undivided attention. No, not so much, probably. I don't have to bring much of that up, to be honest. I don't plan on delving into specifics of the Rothschilds or the Carnegies or the Soros. Not that much. We'll see. Perry Incorporated, $5 says, even if they say you shield for globalists, you could just say, yeah, I learned better. Yeah. But to be quite honest, I mean, I was a conspiracy theorist when I first got into politics. So I was like, what's up with Tower 7 and blah, blah, blah. So I was never really a globalist anyways. Crucible Crusado, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. So I know Speakeasy did a stream and then was going to come back. So he may be AFK right now. I don't see him in the back room. So as soon as he gets here, I'll be like, hey, I'm streaming. And I'm sure he'll bring me up. Again, I forget the name of my opponent, but hopefully it's a fun debate and it's a worthwhile business, we're hoping. A reminder, while we're waiting, get those super chats in. I promise to read them all by the end of the show. And unfortunately, tomorrow there will be no call-in show. So the first show you'll see me tomorrow is the extravaganza. And then I'll be back tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern. It'll feel like a day off because instead of coming on the morning show, then the extravaganza, then coming on at 8 o'clock, I'm just doing the extravaganza at 10 o'clock. I actually like to get to sit down and have dinner with my wife. Amazing. I can't wait. Should be fun. As we wait. Oh, I hear someone. What's up, man? How you doing? Good, good. I figured you were like in between shows, so you probably were. Do you mind if I'm streaming? They can't hear you right now. Do either of you mind if I just go ahead and stream what we're talking about here, or would you rather I wait? And excellent. And I am so sorry to my opponent. I do not know your name. I'm so sorry.
You can just call me Vigilante. Or
Okay.
you can call me Chase.
Hey,
It doesn't
thanks for
matter.
doing this, man. Appreciate it. I hope it's a good time.
No problem.
And I'll actually do this too, just so everyone knows who's on what side. So I'll put 4 for you. I'll put against for you. All right. Yeah, so when I do start, it'll be like it's a 2 minutes and 10-second intro. It's just like a little song, gets everyone pumped up, you know.
No problem. Yeah.
And then I'll introduce the show, like the format, the prompt. I'll introduce you guys, and then Vigilante, since you're on the affirmative side, you'll get the first for opening statements.
Okay.
And then the way I do, I've noticed some people were saying other people do it a different way, but I find it more fair that like one person gets the first word and the other one gets the last word. So like on the closing statements, you're gonna go first again, and then Rob will have the last word.
Yeah, I'm fine with anyway. That's fine with me. No problem at all.
Okay, perfect. And then I'll get my timer here ready.
I don't anticipate needing to share anything with the screen, but is that an option if we need to, that we could let you do speakeasy?
If you need to, no problem. Yeah.
You're fine with that too, Vigilante? I don't have any sources or anything that I plan to use, but okay.
Yeah, I mean this topic's mostly opinion based anyway.
That's
so
what I thought. It's not like I was telling my audience, I was like, I've been really busy this week, but it's the sort of thing that it's not like, oh, we're looking at economic data from this week or something. It's more of a.
I mean, like, there's economic issues that are going like for and against. So like,
right, but it's not like
you can use.
It's not like you needed to look at the S&P 500 this week. You know what I mean?
No.
By the way,
Right.
anybody ever tell you, Vigilante, you look a little like Robert Pattinson?
Oh no! You say it. I can't
Ever since
unsee it.
ever since I changed my hair to the way that it is, I've gotten so many different celebrities. So.
What's his character was what? And in Twilight, he was Edward. What was the other guy? There was Team Edward, and then Taylor Lautner played the other guy. I'll be Team whatever, the werewolf guy. That's me. I'm Team Werewolf guy, and you're Team Vampire. It's good. You know.
That's it. Yeah. Now that you said it, though, I can't unsee it. That's crazy.
That is not an insult, by the way. I really like Robert Pattinson. I think he kind of got pigeonholed for a while with those Twilight movies. I think he's actually a fantastic actor. He really is.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I mean, like I thought his Batman movie was going to be fucking terrible, and it was fucking.
It's
amazing.
good. The Lighthouse movie's brilliant. It was really good.
Yep.
I did not expect much of him coming out of Twilight, but he turned out to be actually a really good actor.
Yeah, he was.
So.
All right. So both of you are ready?
I'm good.
All righty. So I'm gonna start the intro, and then we'll get into it. And good luck to both of you, and thank you both for showing up.
Yeah,
by the
thank
way.
you.
No problem.
The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up. Yeah, we clash. We clash. We clash. We clash. Yeah. Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
All right, welcome everybody to another Sword of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show. This is where the logic meets passion. And if you're new here, the format's simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for opening statements, followed by a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. Then we open the floor for a full hour of back and forth. And then after this, we wrap it up with a 5-minute closing statement from each side. And then after that, we'll spend 30 minutes answering questions from the chat. I'll have a live Q&A up for anyone who wants to put a question in there, but super chats will get priority. And we only have 30 minutes there to do it. And then once that's done, we open the panel for anyone who wants to come up, challenge the debaters, question the prompt in general, all of this. This is optional for the debaters. They don't have to stay for this. And then today's debate prompt is we should expand towards a global government. And for today's debaters, for the affirmative, we have Vigilante TV, has a channel right here on YouTube where he focuses on politics and gaming. And then for the negative, we have robnoerr, who also has a channel here on YouTube where he's destroying the establishment corruption and is a conservative commentator and debater. So debaters, you know the rules. We'll keep it sharp. Vigilante, you're getting the opening. So whenever you're ready, we'll start the timer up, and you can go ahead.
But by the way, I mostly stream on Twitch. I'm also live on Twitch right now. So let me start by defining what I mean when we talk about a world government. The way that I would want to set it up is effectively a mix between how the United States is set up and how the EU is set up. I would want us to have a global parliament that is a multi-party democracy with equal representation per country based off of state or population. Like America and the EU, I would want us to have an executive branch and a judicial branch. That judicial branch, I would want to turn the ICC into. I would want us to turn Interpol into effectively the global police. Now, where the American side comes into it, I would want states to have shared sovereignty with the federal government. Basically, how the United States is set up now, where states have their own slight independence, but the federal government has priority and still holds the majority of power. Now, some things that we would be able to fix with the creation of a world government, a few economic issues that arise from the current status quo, currency risk being a big one. This is the exchange rate between currencies. Having multiple currencies globally creates risk for corporations and individuals who do business outside of their home country. If a foreign currency devalues faster than the American dollar when corporations bring money back to America, to the American dollar, they do lose money. Going to a single global currency solves this issue because there's no longer need to transfer currencies between countries. Another issue that arises is taxation. Corporations and individuals can keep money offshore and use that to avoid paying taxes. A global governmental system would massively simplify taxation and prevent safe havens that allow for taxes to be avoided. We can have better organized crisis response for public health crises like COVID or the Ebola crisis, things like that. There would be no need for countries to fight over how much of a medication or vaccine each country gets. We could standardize environmental protections worldwide. No need to have unenforceable treaties like the Paris Climate Agreement when we can apply the rules worldwide. Realistically, the only way we ideally have a chance to ever end idealistic things like world hunger or have world peace is via a world government. I say this because we would have the ability to rapidly industrialize non-industrialized world like most of Africa and parts of South America and then we would also be able to have a worldwide defense force which would be able to be used to shut down things like terrorist organizations in the Middle East and stop things like the current Eastern European conflicts that we have sprouting up. One of the biggest problems we currently have when striving for world peace in particular is that the ICC is effectively toothless. It can issue warrants for people like Putin, Bibi Netanyahu, Kim Jong-un, or literally anybody who violates international law, but it cannot do anything to actually enforce those warrants. Speaking of international law, we would be able to standardize the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, so it's not just a worthless PR piece put out by the UN. We could actually end slavery and child labor that is still used in certain parts of the world and stop governments that are currently violating human rights. And then immigration, which I know is the most controversial topic when it comes to global policy. We would be able to use freedom of movement, just like we do here in the United States and just like they do in the EU. I would want there to be freedom of movement, which would allow people across the globe to go to where there are better job opportunities. Like if you're in tech, Japan is obviously the tech center of the world right now. A lot of medical research is done in China. We would want people to be able to go to China who will specifically do medical research That way we can get all of the greatest minds in the same area. That way things and technology rapidly expand. And then lastly, you might be thinking, what about crime? Because crime would be an issue, obviously, with a global government. Well, there would no longer be independent governments, which means there would no longer be a diplomatic crisis for punishing criminals in certain states. A great example of this is like the issue with the leader of WikiLeaks, how he's like unable to be prosecuted. That wouldn't be an issue anymore. You wouldn't have states like Cuba that have our extradition safe havens for criminals. And with that, I cede my time.
All right. Thank you for that, Vigilante. And with this, we'll give the mic over to robnoerr. And whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up when you start going.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Speakeasy, for hosting this. Thank you, Vigilante, for coming. I think it's going to be a fun debate. It's a topic that I'm interested in, and I think that one that's increasingly important in our world today as we become more interconnected than at any time in the past through use of technology. And so there's going to be default positions as to whether or not we should have sort of a government that positions more towards sort of a globalist mindset. Of course, the topic that I will be negating is that we should advance towards a global government, and I welcome Vigilante for giving specifically what that means to him. So I will choose to negate the specific proposition that he gave and his definition of what globalism will do. And hopefully that gets us out of the semantic argument that much as to what we mean exactly by globalism. So I accept sort of the exact plan that you put forth through globalism, and will argue why I think that would be a bad thing. There are three areas that I would like to start with my opening statement as to why I think that an advance towards globalism would be something that we should reject. Now, the first argument is going to be that that this would lead to a lack of cohesion. And the problem is that the world is a vast, vast place with far different values. And the truth is, even though I think that I'm not a cultural relativist, and my value system, one of being a Christian, one of being someone who prioritizes the founding fathers in this country and the Bill of Rights and our Constitution, although I think that is the culture that we should all strive to be, the truth is the rest of the world is not ready to have that enforced upon them. There are often countries around the world that have such a different, vast culture, and that they're happy with that culture, that if we were to try to enforce our way of life upon them, it would lead to a lack of cohesion because we have so much of a cultural divide that there would be nothing that would be able to effectively have cohesion. This means because there would be no commonality between us, what in the world would be the collective that we would have under one government, the same government and representation, if we said we are against female genital mutilation, but for whatever reason, 51% of the world says, no, we're for it. We would then have to accept that as the law of the world, because there are people with have a vastly different culture than us that would say that we have to do that. And you may say, fine, that may be the case with countries that are the third world, but we would outnumber them. Okay, well, how will we enforce our values on these countries? Through the sword? Are we really going to send world military people into countries that don't share our values, even if it's against overwhelmingly what the domestic population believes? Presumably, the way my opponent outlines this was it would be similar to the United States government, that we have state laws, but you would also have federal laws. Well, these things, most of them would be enshrined in federal law. For example, in the United States, the federal law would say that mutilating women in a manner such like that is something that we would never find acceptable. So there's no way that a state, or in this case, a country that's now just in effect the state of the world government, would be able to say, no, we want to do that at the state level. No, these things would be enshrined by federal law, which would mean that this would default lead to military incursions in many countries around the world that were unwilling to accept the values of the West. And that's just if you accept the West would win out, would it? Or would values of places like China, India, and other populous countries that maybe have far different effects on what they think should happen in many of what we consider a liberal society are actually moral failings? Perhaps they wouldn't be so generous to women's rights, or to LGBT rights, or to rights that many people in the West think are important, such as free speech rights, the right to self-defense, etc. And even if you would say that somehow a coalition of the Western values would be able to win out, the real question remains, what are those coalition of values? For example, over 12,000 people last year alone were locked up in the UK for speech that they had on social media. The values that make the United States great are largely unique to the United States. The First and Second Amendment are 1 and 2 for a reason. The right to free speech and free association, the right to self-defense, these aren't characteristics that are common amongst much of the countries around the world. And I'm not too sure that we should be so readily giving those up and say that we accept world masters from people that have never been to our country and don't share our values. The second problem with the transition to globalism would be as follows. The people that would be leading that transition are not moral, benevolent people. Hell, they're not even competent people. The truth is we are marching inexorably towards globalism. People in positions of power across the world in economic industries, cultural industries, and political places absolutely want an end to the nation state. They see as the biggest impediment to their goal of sort of a one world government, self-sufficient people that don't rely on the government in the middle class in the Western world. These people are a stumbling block. What big corporations want is to have one set of laws and rules so that they can become mini countries and on their own. We already see that many corporations in the United States, for example, such as Microsoft, if you just took how much money they're worth, would be 14th, 15th in GDP across the world if they were their own country. These companies do not want to operate under individual countries' laws. What better way to entrench power within them and with the money and with the haves to just have a one world system, which means that the domestic population's concerns would never be addressed. Instead, the exceedingly wealthy would entrench a neo-feudalist society, which would mean the will of the people back home would not matter. All that would matter would be what people in these government bodies, probably centralized somewhere like Europe, had to say. We can see a mini example of this in the EU. Oftentimes, countries that make up the EU have non-votes from people in Brussels that tell them how they have to live their life. This has led to all sorts of things like migration coming into countries, even when the majority of the domestic population doesn't want it. But the will of the people is no longer heard. One of the greatest things about the United States system is that our federalist system, which is capable at a national level but not a world level, means that we can have local governments that's closer to us. And it's cliche but true that your local government probably has more of effect on your life than the federal government. However, if we make all of these decisions federally, and instead of the United States, which certainly there's a problem with social cohesion, but nowhere near what it would be if the entire world's under one government, if we can see that the more localized government's more effective here, that certainly would be the truth when it has localized governments around the world with disparate populations. However, if we're under one federal system and the federal government in a place like Brussels is able to control what you do both in the United States, China, South Africa, Somalia, Japan, and the United Kingdom, then the average will of the people in these very disparate places with disparate cultures will no longer be heard. It'll be corruption on steroids. It'll be the haves and the have-nots. It'll be neo-feudalism. Only those with money and influence will have a voice, and the rest of us will be plebes that will dine at the scrap table, hoping that the lords throw us something as we further and further become not individuals, but cogs in a machine that could be thrown around the world to be told. And as you heard my opponent say, oh, we think you'd be better in this industry over here in Brazil, then we'll uproot you. Who cares about your culture? Who cares about your connection to the land? The third reason that this would be bad is that the transition itself would lead to World War III. Even if in theory you can say in a utopian mindset, would it be good to approach a globalist system or not? And I've given the arguments as to why that wouldn't be the case. Even if it was possible, there is zero chance that a country like China or many other countries around the world would accept a coalition of Western values coming together and saying that they have to join, or that China has to join with them to have a one world government. This would inexorably lead to power factions that would separate, and we would have almost sort of like an Axis and Allies type situation, which would lead to World War III. Unlike what we saw in World War II, there are so many countries with nuclear weapons at this point that this would probably be the final war. This means we would never get to a utopia where people could freely move where they wanted around the world, crime is solved by a one world police, and that we would have all of these things like the ability to fight climate change, etc. These tyrants that run things are greedy. They're not going to allow this to occur and say that, nope, we're willing to cede power. Us people in China are willing to cede to folks in Brussels. This will ensure that there will be perpetual conflict that would never be able to be solved. The last thing that I'll say that goes with the 3 points that I was making here is all of the solvency that you would see from my opponent saying he would be able to solve all of these harms, we'd solve crime, we'd solve sort of the differences of people, etc., would be impossible. All you're doing is replacing the conflicts that you would have between nation states, the conflicts you would have between state states. You would still have vast differences. We can see historically examples when we've had similar types of experiences where you've had countries come together to form broad alliances, that there's been all sorts of strife. Look at the human rights abuses under the Soviet Union. Look what the Bolsheviks did. Look at the tyranny that exemplified there within. Even if we can have some sort of no more wars between states, what would the cost be? 1984? Brave New World? Think of the rights that would be trampled on in the name of, you can't be an individual. You're no longer welcome to your own culture. You have to be monolithic. You all have to meld in some great melting pot, only you don't get a say in it. You know who gets a say? Those that are powerful enough to win the global government games. They'll tell you how you must live your life. They'll tell you that your ancestry and the way that you've lived your life going back centuries, your particular religion, your particular customs, all of those are no longer acceptable in a global government because 51% of the people in the world say that that's the case. If you think that there is tyranny right now in national governments that we see across the globe, which I do, globalism is a nightmare. As George Orwell put it, if you want to think of what the future holds, and I'll add this in the future of globalism, think of a boot stamping on a human face forever. That's my opening statement.
All right. Thank you for that, Rob. And now we'll get into the 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttals. Just a reminder to everyone in the chat, the Q&A is there. If you guys want to get your questions in, put your questions in. We have a 30-minute Q&A section at the end, and the super chats will get priority for that. But I'm going to hand it over to you, Vigilante, for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. And whenever you start talking, I'll start the timer with you. And again, thank you both for being here.
Yeah, so I'm going to start with individual constitutions. Much like the way that we have the United States set up, we would be able to have individual constitutions that where the federal government would have its constitution, and then each individual state would have its own constitution, and that would solve some of the cultural cohesion issues that you were talking about. As far as corporate power, realistically speaking, we would actually be able to curb corporate power more on a global government than we do currently, because the majority of the world has a lot stronger rules when it comes to corporations. You were also talking about how certain areas would have more of a say. Actually, realistically, the areas that would have the most say are the United States and China, because we have the vast majority of the world's population. And as I was talking about, I would want the representation to be population-based. Yeah, those are the main rebuttals that I have for you for now.
Okay. So with that, then we'll hand it back to Rob for his 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. First off, Rob, whenever you're ready, I'll start it up.
First off, I hit a message on my screen. It was in no way, if you go back and watch my stream, intended for you, Vigilante. I bumped a message. It said, "You're not the guy, pal." That was not my intent.
No,
I'll start with your rebuttal. Real quick, you said that there would be individual constitutions like state constitutions of the United States. Name me one state constitution you're familiar with. The truth is, these state constitutions are oftentimes very neutered. In fact, we can see right now that there's a big splash in the United States where the federal government is saying, no, the state constitution by no way, shape, or form means that you can control things like federal migration. So you don't know any of the state constitutions, and neither do I. And I follow this state stuff, particularly in Pennsylvania, quite fluently. The key is the federal laws would be the things that would shape these, and you know it, and so do I. You said that we would be able to curb corporate power. That's not true. Just like in the United States, when we have national election, these corporations have undue influence because they have more power and money to be able to win these races. That certainly would be even more true, and the stakes would be even higher in a world government. And we can see that places like Brussels right now in the EU are incredibly corrupt. And we can even see things like FIFA and other places that are international organizations, the corruption that flows there through money. So these corporations would find a way at the helm of all of these governments, and we would all be in a worse place. You say the United States has more population. It pales in comparison to a place like China. The United States maybe has 350 million people. What's the global population? 6 billion? The United States' influence would go from being the most important and powerful country in the world right now, which I think has the best culture, to be, 300 million out of 6 billion and change? Our power would wane overnight, and it would be a disaster. Some of the things that you said would be beneficial in your original opening statement that I would like to talk about. You said multiple currencies are bad. No, we can see that multiple currencies are okay because the United States has been the reserve currency and it's made the world incredibly rich. In addition, you're not going to be able to solve this because things like Bitcoin would be inevitable. And if you have one currency, inevitably, power pours a vacuum, you're going to have something that shows up that's going to be the counterbalance to that. So you're still going to have multiple currencies, except they're going to be unregulated like Bitcoin anyways. You say that taxes go offshore. However, the problem with taxes would be I would be spending a lot of taxes and I would never see a return on that investment because we would now be forced to take taxes from the United States and put them into poor areas like those in sub-Saharan Africa, which means that I would get more and more upset and that I'm being more and more productive and I'm not seeing a return on my investment. You cannot argue that the wealth of the United States would decline precipitously because our taxes that we would pay in would overwhelmingly go to other areas of the world and we would not get the benefit out that we see put in. You talk about things like climate change. I think that climate change is a joke and it's a scam largely. It is true that the climate's changing. However, there is no consensus. And this would certainly be used to scam even more. Plus, the places where there's huge population centers like China and India that rely on cheap fuel would by no means accept robust climate change plans. This would probably mean, from your perspective, there would be less climate change laws. Then you say that we'd be able to fight disease, but actually that would be worse. That unfettered migration would mean that there would be more diseases would spread, and there'd certainly be a lot of countries, probably more than 51% of the people in the world, that would not accept the vaccines, etc., that the United States offer. We already see that they refuse to accept the United States meat, many of these countries, because they think it's genetically modified. This could mean that the net cause would be that diseases would go up, and as you move populations around, you would see people that have different sort of immunities, etc., naturally, with now would be bringing diseases all across the world. So I actually think diseases would get worse. You talk how it would help world hunger. I don't think that's the case. I think it would make things worse because it would make the most productive country much poorer. You say that it would industrialize the third world. How would we do that? We tried to in places like Afghanistan and it ended up in an unmitigated disaster. And guess what happened? We ended up leaving it 20 years later after spending trillions of dollars. And the people are just as bad, if not worse off, because the people that fought for democracy and modernization were all put to the sword. We can see the same thing in places like Syria and Libya. You say there'd be a world defense force. I say that would be it would be untenable anyways. It would be no different than the UN. If you have a national military, you would just have people that would pop up that would be ineffectual as sort of national militaries. There are world militaries that we would see today, such as the UN's fighting force. You would still see all of these countries not have cohesion. And instead of calling it this country goes to war with this country, it would be this sectarian violence goes to war with this sectarian violence. You say that international warrants would be good and that we would have a universal declaration of human rights, says you. I don't think the UN Declaration of Human Rights would survive a place like China that would now have billions of votes that would say we don't agree with those human rights. The same would be true of many other countries. So it's a crapshoot. And even if you could enforce a universal declaration of human rights, you have no evidence whatsoever that strong lords in places like China or Africa would accept this without a fight. You haven't answered the fact that this would lead a transition to World War III. There's not really been an answer to it. You say that you would be for free movement. This is further proof that people would not like this system. The truth is, as much as I don't want someone from Somalia living next to me, someone from Somalia doesn't like me, someone like me moving next to them. This would root people away from their ancestral homes. It would mingle culture in ways that wouldn't be tenable. It would ruin social cohesion, and it would lead to a more violent and disgusting place all around the world.
All righty. Thank you for that, Rob. And again, thank you for everyone for joining. Again, reminder, get your questions in. We have a 30-minute Q&A at the end. Super chat questions get priority. We're going to move now into the 1 hour of open floor where they can, where the debaters can cross-examine each other. So I'm going to bring up the timer here. Again, thank you to both debaters for showing up. Great openings from both of you. So whenever whoever wants to take it first, whenever that starts, I'll start the timer up for you guys.
Vigilante, can I ask you, like, this will seem not related, but I think we can see how this will get us to where we are. Forget about switching to a global system. How would you identify yourself politically as like a citizen of the United States? Like, are you a socialist? Are you like just sort of a central Democrat? Are you Republican? Like, what's sort of your political philosophy?
I am what you would refer to as a market socialist.
A market. So do you think that ideology would win out in a global government?
To a degree, I think we would end up, for the most part, some form of social democracy. considering the vast majority of the developed world are social democracies.
Are there more people in the developed world or the undeveloped world? In other words, the first world, we would say, right? Are there more people in the first world than there are outside? I actually don't know. I'm asking you.
So when we talk about the developed world, we're talking mostly about Europe, Asia, or parts of Asia, parts of South America,
Well,
and then obviously America. So I would say, yeah, there's more population in the developed world than there is the undeveloped world.
I don't think that's, first off, I think you have a category error there. I don't think, if you're going to say that most of the world is sort of social democracies or the developed world socialist, I don't think you could add India and China there. Right? You can't add those Asian countries. They're not what we would consider social democracies. You would acknowledge that, right?
China definitely not. China is it's in the state capitalism phase of communism. But India has social democratic elements. Fuck, even Israel has social democratic elements to it. The majority of even remotely developed nations have certain social democratic elements to it, like universal health care, free college, etc.
So according to what I'm looking at, like through UN definitions, roughly the global population is about 8.2 billion, right? Now they define sort of first world countries, or the way they type it is like developed countries. They define that as follows: high income, highly developed economies. Examples of these would include the United States, Japan, Germany, UK, Canada, Australia. Now, this wouldn't include places like India, and it wouldn't include places like China, right? Do you want to take a guess on what the population of the first world or developed countries are? It's 1.3 billion. That means the rest of the world is 6.9 billion. That leaves us with a total of 16% of the developed world.
Well,
that's the population, 16%.
Me and them are using a slightly different definition.
Okay, that's fair.
When I'm talking about developed countries, I'm mostly talking about industrialized countries. So India and China would count in my definition.
But even if I don't think that you could make the claim that China is like a market socialist country. It's just not. You would agree with that?
No, I mean even China has social democratic elements to it, but it is by nature a communist country that is in the state capitalism phase.
Okay,
which state capitalism, to be clear, is effectively a authoritarian version of social democracy.
Okay, well, let's try different tech. Then I guess the parts that would matter would be like social policy and social democracies. Let's start there, because presumably the economic policy would be sort of changed dramatically anyways, because it's a one world government. So let's forget about economic policy for a second in the one world government. Let's talk about the social policy. Gay rights. They exist in your government?
I would say anti-discrimination laws in general would pretty much exist.
How would that be? What if 51% of the people said no?
I mean, that would be something that we would have to bake into the Constitution.
Okay, then who gets to decide the Constitution?
Just like we do here in the United States. It would have to be something that each country votes on in order for us to establish the government. Or the way that I realistically think that a one world government would have to happen is it would have to start with the United States, Canada, like basically North America, and then Europe, and then branch out to certain areas of Asia, and then bring in and also certain areas of South America, and then bring in the non-industrialized world after that. That's the only way that it's going to work, especially because there is the cohesion issue that you mentioned, where we would have to combat the issues of like the Middle East. Like the Middle East is like the biggest problem with developing a global government is literally going to be the Middle East, because not necessarily the people there, because a lot of the people there actually do want like women's rights and things like that. We see that with the protests in Iran, where they had that massive fucking protest over the one chick being killed. I don't remember her name, unfortunately. But the governments in particular and the radical Muslim groups would be the issue.
I promise we'll get to women's rights in a second. And I see what you're saying, and I promise I'll address it. But I want to get one more ground fact before we get there. Let's just take gay rights for a second. Presumably something you're for, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that more than 51% of the population of the world supports gay rights?
I would say it's probably close to 50%.
No, I don't think it's that close. I think a lot of other countries around the world play. I don't think, even if you could make the argument that, like, well, I think the average person in China is not too happy with their system. Culturally, they're far afield of a sort of what we would accept in what you would probably like as progressivism when it comes to LGBT issues.
No, China is actually a bad example there, because China actually very recently, and so did Cuba, established gay rights and trans rights as part of their laws. Actually, Cuba in particular actually established it as part of their constitution.
Now, I think my gut feeling tells me it's going to be very difficult to find sort of studies on this. I think it's going to be very difficult because I don't know exactly how you would be able to do this. But my guess is that most of the world would be far more hardline on gay rights, LGBT rights, particularly as they might be like, sure, we're not stoning gay people. And maybe they would even be for some form of like gay marriage. But when it comes to a lot of the rights that we see for sort of LGBT rights that gets more into closer what you probably would accept as wanting, maybe more trans issues and things like that, they're not going to accept that. You at least agree with that, right?
I'm just going to be blunt on this one, and a lot of leftists will not like me for this. The biggest issue is going to be the Muslim countries.
Okay.
Whenever it comes to that.
But nonetheless, I think even aside from I guess we'll just make it undeniable so that a place that everyone will accept that I think that where there's some sense of agreement. Are you for trans rights, like as we see them in the United States as they're pushed? Like,
yes, for the most part.
Would you say it would be a human rights abuse to say something like trans women, so a male transitioning to female, should not be allowed to use a restroom designed for biological females?
That issue is actually, for the most part, uniquely an American issue. The most European countries don't have gendered bathrooms.
Well, but they would have spaces specifically, whether it be bathrooms or not, specifically for biological males and females. You would agree with that?
Well, they use unisex bathrooms.
Okay, but even if not bathrooms, they would have certain spaces, certain organizations, areas that would traditionally
like locker rooms, stuff like that. Yeah, right. There would be that issue.
I know this seems like a fringe issue, but I'll get to why it's important in a second. Do you feel that would be against the rights of trans people to tell a biological male that transitioned to female that they couldn't go in those female spaces?
I do, as long as they're actually transitioned.
Sure, it's not someone faking; it's someone that's actually trying through the process of, taking the proper medical procedures. Okay, fine. You do realize there's 0% chance that shit flies in a global world. There's just no way that more than 50% of the people buy that. I mean, there's probably it's probably an 80-20 issue against that in the United States, let alone if you get to places like China. Right?
I don't think it's an 80-20 issue in the United States. But you're right that in at least in the bathrooms aspect of it, and maybe the locker rooms aspect of it, there's, at least right now, there's more of a favor towards.
Okay, so you're fine with that, with the global government saying, yep, that trans stuff's bullshit. You'd be fine with that?
I would be okay with just doing anti-discrimination laws like what we see in the United States, where it is, you can't discriminate people in housing, job opportunities, things like that.
Okay. Well, first off, you are aware, oftentimes it's Democrats that are actually trying to revoke that. For example, there's a proposition that was passed years ago in California that said that you're not allowed to have preferential or discriminatory treatment when it comes to hiring practices based on race, gender, etc. And Democrats want that overturned because they realize that screws up affirmative action. So just to be clear, it's not about the globalism debate, but you're against that, right? You'd say affirmative action shit.
I'm actually not necessarily for affirmative action. I am the more economic focused type of socialist. I think social issues, for the most part, are a secondary issue that would mostly be solved by focusing on economic issues.
I don't think so, and let me tell you why. So I think I'm making the point that I'm trying to make with the trans issues, with the LGBT issues, even with women's rights and other things. I don't think it's as clear cut as you think that the rest of the world will just say yes, even though currently the countries we live in are far afield from what progressives like in the United States and the Western world will happily accept it, even though they're only about 19% of the global population. I think that there's two possibilities. If you make this as democratic as possible, then this globalist system's actually going to come much closer to my social wants than yours. And then I don't know how you accept that. And it seems that you try to get out of that by saying, well, it's because we'll enshrine it into some sort of global constitution. But that would be anti-democratic. And then the question is, how will you coerce people to accept it? Through point of a gun? It'll be illegal for them not to accept something that the vast majority of them don't want?
So, like I said, the main issue that I see when it comes to the cohesion part of things is the Islamic countries. And I'm going to be blunt, whenever it comes to the Islamic countries, especially the Islamic governments, yeah, for the most part, I think we would have to take care of the current system of Islamic governments at the point of a gun, especially when it comes to Iran, when it comes to Afghanistan, when it comes to Saudi Arabia. I actually somewhat off topic, but like the fact that Saudi Arabia keeps buying into things in America, like they just bought EA, they've bought into fucking the WWE and a bunch of shit, pisses me the fuck off because of what Saudi Arabia is.
Okay, but first off, I think you misstate that it would just be like the entire world accepts Western values except the Middle East. I don't think that's true at all. I think that the more populous countries like India and China would say, no, we do not accept the culture. We find a lot of the cultural values of the United States and the Western world to be degenerate. We think that we're not going to accept that. So I think that you mistake that. But even if we accept, and I don't, but if for the sake of argument, if we would say, fine, everyone will be on board, 80% of the world's on board, now it's just the Islamic countries, like, you do realize that if you force this upon them, like, for example, if you go into these countries, if you go into Iran and you say, like, nope, the hijabs, you can't enforce that anymore, you're going to see an uptick of terror attacks. You would agree with that?
We would have to deal with the radical Islamic element in order for it to work. Yes.
And what do you do when you have caliphates like in Iran that potentially have nuclear weapons? Then what? Or that are close to getting nuclear weapons? Or certainly, let me rephrase that. They don't have nuclear weapons. They have weapons of mass destruction. They have chemical, biological agents. This could literally, in my estimation, this would lead to horrific amounts of death to force this upon them in an immediacy, like you're suggesting via globalism.
Like I said, I would want to integrate the Islamic countries in last for that specific reason.
Give me a time frame.
In order to set it up, so I would integrate the United States and Europe first, because we are the most socially compatible whenever it comes to politics. Then I would probably go with like certain developed countries in South America and like South Africa, and then move into like India and China.
Okay,
Russia's probably going to be a problem, but like
there's going to be a lot of problems. I don't know how you accomplish this without war.
Well, I mean, like theoretically speaking, like we're already on the verge of World War III. This would be more something that happens after that, anyways.
Oh my goodness! No. So in order for your plan to work, we must first have World War III?
I mean, we're going to end up having World War III in the next decade, regardless.
I think that's quite the pessimistic view. I think in everything, what we'd see is probably more proxy wars. Like you'd see a situation like Israel-Iran fighting, or I'm not saying it's not possible, it certainly is, but we can see the way that the great powers have been going to war since the end of the Cold War is through proxy. The United States, or you see Russia, Ukraine a proxy for sort of the NATO countries. You see United States, Syria, or the UN in Libya. I don't know that we're going to see a great war in the next 10 years. And I would say that it's very pessimistic if you're giving a worldview that, in order for your worldview to happen, entails World War III happening, which best case scenario would be millions dead, if not the end of the world. Because a scenario now where there's actually countries going to war and the equivalent if they have in past world wars, when there were so many countries armed with nuclear weapons, it's a very bleak future. So I fail to see the optimism in sort of your push for globalism that starts under the premise of, but we need World War III in the next 10 years to accomplish this.
Well, the only reason I say it's likely that we would have to wait until after World War III is because that we could theoretically make the UN into what I'm talking about, but there is one major obstacle in doing that, and that's we would have to get rid of the United States and Russia's majority voting power, and
that's going to be war.
Russia's not going to give that up. And even if I don't think the United States would want to give that up anyways.
That's exactly my point. That's why point 2 is that I made my opening statement was, or maybe it was point 3, I forget the order I did them in, that this transition would require World War III. You concede that.
Yeah, which I think is an inevitability anyways.
I mean, you're going to have a real tough road to hoe winning this debate when you've conceded that your position is World War III. I'm going to go against World War III. So I'm going to go against an attempt at globalism to get to World War III. I mean,
my position is more so institute globalism after World War III to prevent things like that in the future. Because, like I said, the way that I'm seeing world events occurring right now is it's going to happen in general. There's nothing that we can do to stop it. It's already going to happen. And just like the UN was established to prevent it, in a very feeble attempt to prevent it, obviously, because the UN is fucking toothless. We would need to actually establish a global government in order to prevent another world war in the future.
I don't think that I'm not saying that it's impossible that we don't end up in World War III in the next decade, but I fail to see that you're 100% right with certainty, right? So let me ask you this. Hypothetically, if there isn't going to be World War III in the next 10 years, so you could see into the future and there is no World War III in the next 10 years, you still pushing for globalism?
I would still push for certain globalistic policies, like the ones that we have where we do the treaties. I think we need to do better enforcement on those, because for the most part right now, because the global government is useless, at minimum I would say we would need to actually establish Interpol as a global police force, like it should be and is in a lot of the world, just not here in America. And we would also need to actually establish the ICC as actually having power, because it's currently fucking useless.
Okay, so then would it be fair to say that you would not advocate for globalism, right? Because that's not globalism. It's at least not near what you would define it as, sort of a one world government. That's just status quo with 2 small exceptions. One, the ICC would have power to enforce shit in the United States because we currently don't accept it. And second, Interpol would have power to enforce shit in the United States because we currently don't accept it. But that's not globalism.
Well, it wouldn't have it just in the United States. It would.
Well, right. But the big impediment at this point is the United States to those 2 organizations.
The Russia's a big impediment to it as well.
Fair enough. United States and Russia. To me, that's, I guess then that the prompt should be that you can see globalism is not a good idea unless there's World War III predating it. And you would concede that without World War III predating it, an attempt to move to the globalism you're suggesting would in fact trigger World War III.
It kind of depends, but it could end up triggering World War III.
I mean,
like I said, it would have to be done. It would have to be done very carefully and very democratically, which the United States is not good at. So we would have
Right,
to
and neither would
do
be
that.
Russia, and neither would be China, and neither would be pretty much any country
No,
other than the Europeans.
damn, I hate defending China, but you keep making me kind of. China's actually fairly good at democratic relations.
No, I don't think so. Think of how this would work. For example, you would want climate change agenda, right? And the Europeans would want it, and arguably a lot of the United States would want it, correct?
Yeah, do you know what the
China's-
country that has
China's
done
not
the
gonna
most
accept that.
No,
Neither's
China
India.
literally would. In China is literally the country in the world that has actually done the most to reduce their CO2 emissions in the past few years.
Well, that's because their emissions are so grotesquely worse than every other country's. Right? They're building. Did you know that something like now, don't quote me on this, but a huge percentage, like over 90% of all coal plants being created in the world are being created right now in China?
It's not a statistic I'm aware of.
I'll check.
I-
Don't quote me, but I know that they create a ton of coal plants. Unless something dramatically has changed since the last time I looked at this.
I know China has also had a massive push towards using renewable energies like solar power, wind power, and water and all that. Like, and the United States, at least recently under Trump, is starting to move away from that push that we were having here in the United States.
So right now, China, 83%, and again, this is a quick search, a brave search, 83% of all coal plants in creation right now are from China. 16% are India. All other countries, are you ready for this? All other countries combined, 1%. I mean, they're not going to give up. Like, if you go India, it's actually really crazy. Like, life expectancy in India in the past 20 years has shot through the roof. And the reason is because they have a rudimentary energy grid. And if you look at pictures of India, it's crazy. Like, they just basically have like diesel generators running. If you look at them and say, look, this is real quick, let me finish. If you look at them and you're like, listen, this is gross. You're putting all these emissions into the air, blah, blah, blah. You're going to literally kill off like millions of people in India, unless you have a forced transition. The problem is, if we accept globalism as what you're suggesting, that transition would take decades. And so they're not going to accept it. They're just not going to. And I'm even being generous in giving you this much to even go this. They're not going to accept it. They're not going to give up a loss of sovereignty. It's going to require either economic coercion that's going to lead to sanctions where hundreds of thousands of millions die of starvation, or it's going to require war. And you've already admitted as much earlier. You're like, yeah, I can't think of a situation where these places give up sovereignty without basically forcing them through a barrel of a gun. It's going to be World War III. And you've admitted it once. I don't know why you can't just say, yeah, that's probably the case. I mean, I know why you can't admit it, because you've lost the debate, but...
So when it comes to like them, like as you mentioned, their power grid is for both Russia and China is kind of shit.
India.
If
China.
Oh yeah,
I was talking India. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but India was what I was talking about.
Fair. Russia's is probably shit as well, but
It may be. They probably have nuclear stuff there. My guess is right. Like they have a robust nuclear program. So
yeah, but like in order for them to actually like continue their industrialization for both China and India, they kind of have to build more coal plants. Like as much as we don't want them to, like there's no way for them to modernize their power grid without building coal plants and fossil fuel, using more fossil fuels, at least in the short term. Ideally speaking, we would want them to also build like hydroelectric plants and wind farms and solar farms and things like that, so they can modernize their electric grid and then also start to shift towards renewable energy. But that's something that would have to be done one at a time. Like they would have to modernize their electric. It would.
And I just don't think that they'd be willing to accept it, because what you'd be talking about, if we enforce some climate agenda, their standard of living would go down in the meantime, so much so that you'd be unwilling to accept it. And I can't blame them for being unwilling to accept it. I just think that I just think that you're way off base, and they wouldn't accept this change of sovereignty. I think I've said my piece on what. why the transition
I
would
would
be bad and lead to
actually,
war. But go ahead. I'll give you the final thought on it, and then we'll move on to
I would
something else.
actually, I would actually say that there would be some certain exceptions to like the uh, climate policies, like where in the case of like India or China or like what we would inevitably have to do with most of Africa and most of South America and Central America to modernize their power grids, those would be exceptions because in order to modernize their power grids, we would have to build the plants in order to get their power grids up to modern standards, and then after that happens, then we would want to transition them towards renewable energy sources. So we would have to do the modernizing their power grid first and then move them towards.
I just think
So
that it's a pipe dream, and I just think that both in this climate change, that's just one issue. There is a litany of issues that these countries won't accept a loss of sovereignty. But I want to ask you something. That's sort of the transition debate. I think that we could see that it's likely to lead to World War III. Even you admit that there's a good possibility of it. So I think that I'm correct on that transition issue. I do have a question, though, another general question to lay a groundwork. Do you think that the government in the United States, where you're a U.S. citizen, I assume, right? I don't want to
yes,
rush at you. Do you think the government here is corrupt?
yes, I do.
Do you think, presumably, you don't mean just Donald Trump? You've probably thought that for some years, even before Trump.
I think anybody in the government that gets into the government with any way other than a grassroots running like Thomas Massey, I will name a Republican first,
How about that?
or AOC, or anybody that's gotten into the federal government via grassroots means is corrupt because they're more what's the word I'm looking for? The corporations own them. I'll just say it that way. The corporations that
And would
got them into power.
Fair.
Own them.
And listen, dude, you're preaching to the choir largely, so we're not in disagreement there. Which is one of the reasons I like talking to people on the left, because I think corruption is one of the issues I focus on most. So, hey, man, be happy to have you on the stream someday talking about like what we both see as corruption. Would you agree with me that the majority of the people in our political system, at least at the national level, we're not talking like your school board and shit, but at the national level, would fall into that category of being controlled by other people, corporations, lobbyists, etc.?
The vast majority, including some of the members of the Supreme Court, yes.
Okay. Do you think that that's less of a problem as you get more localized? So, in other words, your town or your city where you live, there's probably less of a chance that those people are corrupt, at least in the way you're.
In certain cities, there are cities like New York or Chicago, or
Because the money and the high profile, it's a little different.
yeah, where you'll get corrupt people like Andrew Cuomo, who's currently going up against Mamdani, and Mamdani keeps throwing that in his face every fucking time, every debate, because he's corrupt as fuck.
Why would it be any different in a globalist system? Why wouldn't that just make things so much worse?
Because one of the ways that a lot of governments around the world prevent that is they don't have what we have, which is Citizens United, where corporations are considered people. The big issue when it comes to American corruption, whenever it comes to money in politics, is Citizens United and the fact that we consider corporations to be people.
But the problem is going to be twofold, right? There's only two possibilities, and I think both of this is going to subvert your message of globalism. There's only two ways that eventually we would get to a global system where we have this sort of global parliamentarian system. The first is, and the best case scenario by far for you, is that the United States leads the way, gets a coalition of people like from Canada, Europe, then gradually brings in other places like South America. Somehow we don't end up in war as we apply pressure and coercion to countries like Russia, China, India, etc., and then ultimately build a coalition that the rest of the world has to go on. I've already articulated why I think that transition would be horrific anyways, But in that scenario, you need the United States to lead. And presumably, as the United States leading, and the same with a lot of these Western countries that also have corruption. I mean, if we start to look into the Brussels and things like that, you would be shocked to find that, drum roll please, the people that have the biggest amounts of money and power behind them are the ones that often win. That's what that system would look like. The corrupt people that are running the United States government, the lobbyists, the corporations, etc., they're not all of a sudden going to cede power when the United States is shaping the world government. And of course, the other scenario is the United States forces people at the point of a gun. Same problem. Then the people running the United States are inherently corrupt as you speak. What would happen would be those lobbyists that you've conceded at the more local level have less power because there's less strength in those sort of local governments, but have more power in the national government. Oh boy, now they have the most powerful government, the world government. It would be ran by Microsoft. It would be ran by NVIDIA. It would be ran by corporations. They would install their people. You can't by fiat say, no, this system would not allow a Citizens United type thing, because the very people creating the system would be the rich and powerful. And they're going to set up a system. And by the way, this is what they want. That's why so many of their policies are pushing for globalism. They see the benefit. This system benefits them. So you can be damn well certain that they're going to be installing their people at the positions at the top, which means it's not going to be the utopia you seek. It's actually going to be tyranny by these corporations and powerful people, and that the voices that you want to actually have a voice, those like Mamdani or people like Thomas Massey or low-level grassroots politicians. By the way, I don't agree with you on Mamdani and whatever, but nonetheless, you see my point. Those people aren't going to have a seat at the table.
So, actually, I don't really see the United States being the one to lead the way with this. I actually see the United States as one of the countries being an obstacle, because we already see this already starting to form with the formation of the EU, where the EU is a smaller example of what I want to see, which is why I use it as an example in my opening. The United States not wanting to give up its power and Russia not wanting to give up their power is actually why I see the United States and Russia being two of the biggest obstacles when it comes to creating the global government. Yeah, there are certain countries or companies, like you mentioned, that are pushing for certain globalistic policy or light globalism policies because they do see it as beneficial, where you get the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which I actually praise, which even as a socialist, I actually praise Donald Trump for shutting down, because that was a fucking terrible trade deal. Or you get NAFTA. When you are doing light globalism policies like that, that does benefit corporations. But when you have the less corrupt countries, which, don't get me wrong, there is corruption in Europe. You've brought up Brussels. There's also Frida Italy, or whatever it's called, in Italy. The fucking grandchild of Mussolini's MSI.
You're just pointing to right-wingers, right? That's all.
Well,
I think there's a lot of left-wing corruption. Let's just take a country that's sort of what countries would you say are most like the United States? The two I always think of is Canada and the UK. Would you say that's fair?
I actually think that the United States at this point is closer to Russia, because we're very rapidly moving towards an oligarchy.
Okay. Let's nip this in the bud. If it's true that the United States would be an impediment to this, then you definitely have to concede that it's World War III. Why would the United States, the most powerful military and wealthiest country in the world, with still the most cultural influence, acquiesce to giving up their power, especially when you're admitting that they're an oligarchy ran by corrupt people?
It would take a lot of reform in the United States in order to even get to this point.
Okay. So, okay. Well, whatever. I just don't think that it's possible. I think that our system would be better suited to having good reforms in the United States that don't lead to globalism rather than saying that the necessity for globalism. But let's take the UK, just for an example. It's a country I know just a little about. Now, I'm a redneck from rural Pennsylvania, so I don't know that much about countries around the world. But do you think the UK is corrupt?
Not in the same way that the U.S. is. There's
Well-
probably some corruption in the UK, but they don't allow for money in politics the same way that we do. So I wouldn't say
The lefties would disagree with you massively. They think that they've seen massive corruption against labor, that labor's sold out, that, you know, and the righties feel the same way. They feel that they were lied to about Brexit. They think the Tories lied to them. Yeah, the population may not think it's as corrupt, but certainly big money and influence and who you know and all of these things certainly affect politics in the United Kingdom. And even more to the point, the accusations of corruption in Brussels, where the EU's headed, is immense. I don't understand how you magically think, like, we're talking about, would you acknowledge this? Like, I don't know the exact number, but would you acknowledge that a single company like Microsoft, if we just took the wealth of Microsoft in a year, would put it in like the top 20 if it counted as a country as far as GDP? It'd be some ridiculous number like that, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Microsoft is like one of the most profitable companies in the world.
So how are you keeping them from getting a seat at the table?
You would have to do what we need to do here in the United States, which is ban corporations from.
But who's going to do that
donating
without
money into
international law? The problem that you have is it's the sort of the same problem that you have with communism, right? It's like, well, we need like moral, strong, great people to seize control, take power, and then lay this groundwork for this system. Here is the world constitution. And then all we have to do is follow that constitution. That'll solve this problem. The problem is whoever it is that's going to seize power or write this constitution, those people aren't beholden to an international constitution right now. That's why the need to create it. And that means that the people with the most power are the most likely to get a seat at the table. Why would they willfully write themselves out of power? You think that like they're going to pay for people to sit at the seat and actually start writing this constitution, intentionally screwing themselves over? There's not a chance. There's a reason that they're pushing for this global system, because they know that it will benefit them. Just like they know that the more big government we get in the United States, the more ability they have to influence and have favorites played for them. It would be magnified tenfold if you did it at the world government level. There's no getting around this. I don't know. I don't know possibly how you could just be like, no, we'll all say we've had enough. That's not true. For example, let me give you an example. You talked, for example, about Iran and them like having a riot, or I don't know if riot, maybe peaceful protest, whatever, over a woman and like women's issues, right?
It was not peaceful.
Okay,
it was not peaceful.
I'll bet you, there's an over 80% chance that was astroturfed by the United States. I'll bet that we help facilitate that through our intelligence agencies. We do it all over the place.
Considering the CIA's history, there is a very strong possibility that we instigated that.
Now, here's the thing with color revolutions, right? The reason Mike Benz talks about this a lot. You see, the CIA and our intel agencies were some of the first groups that pushed for a free and open internet. And that's because they realized something. When you go to these countries that are antithetical to the United States in the interest of the US intel agencies, having free and open internet allows U.S. intel agencies to have freer access to the people of those countries to disseminate information that's critical of the people in power in that particular country. So you could go into a place like Cuba and you created a fake Twitter called Zunzania, right? And with Zunzania, it was put as it's just an app about weather and about pop music. And then the intelligence agencies in the U.S. intentionally pushed to subvert in order to change the minds of the population of Cuba. And the truth is, we're all susceptible to this propaganda. And you know this, and I know this. Even us, ourselves, we're not better than other people, right? That's why we're limited to who we watch based on an algorithm on a place like YouTube. In other words, whoever could get their message out there ends up being messages that are more likely to be accepted. Well, the people that could get their messages out there are those with power, money, connections. There's no way that this wouldn't be the case with sort of a global government. It would run into the same problems. The difference is right now, there's a check and balance on that. There's hundreds of countries with hundreds of laws. And if some company like Microsoft buys off enough politicians in the United States, countries in Europe could say, no, we're not going to buy that. But if it's just one government that you need to buy off, the inevitable result would be that we would see the powerful rise to the top of that. And inevitably, we'd see more of a consolidation of money into the hands of the wealthy, siphoned off the middle of the class. And what we would see is the world would become haves and have-nots. The middle class would all but be eroded. The best way to stop that is smaller government, both at the national level and certainly not by embracing the impulses of globalism.
Depends on what you mean by smaller government. For the most part, I kind of agree, but also kind of disagree. I think we need to get rid of the way that we allow the military-industrial complex to influence America. That is because the way that the military, when it comes to America, the biggest problem that we have in general is the money and politics aspect. And now, when you talk about globalism, this is something that would have to be done over decades in order to actually do it properly. It's like, it's not something that could happen overnight. It's not something that could happen within the next decade unless there is World War III, as we kind of already established. In the process of doing that, we would have to do a lot of reforms here in America in order to get America to a better place. I'm not just talking about things like universal healthcare. I'm more so talking about things like issues to curb the corruption, like getting rid of Citizens United, like banning super PACs, things like that.
But let me ask you this: given that I hate to do this, but given that the wording, the prompt was, let me get the exact wording, lest we, have some confusion. The prompt was, do you know what it is specifically? Speakeasy. I'm looking here in the Discord.
Yeah, we should expand towards a global government.
It sounds like what you're suggesting is perhaps at some time in the future, but your answer would be the prompt implies like beginning now, and it sounds to me that you're conceding. First, we've already conceded the World War III being, but it sounds like you're conceding that no, we shouldn't expand towards the global government now. We should make reforms and then start to expand. So that would seem to suggest the answer to the prompt is no, we shouldn't do it until certain other metrics are made, even in your estimation.
I think we're already expanding towards a global government in certain ways. I think it would be possible for Europe to then also ally with Canada for a global government, to ally with like New Zealand and Australia. Like there are countries that we could move towards a global government, but I don't necessarily think that the United States is in a position to participate in that.
So
my view on a global government, while I did bring the United States, like the way that the United States is set up into it, I don't necessarily think that the United States would be a leader in pushing for this, nor should it be.
Okay, so I think that the two of the three main points I wanted to argue, I've made the point I want. I think that it's currently ran by corrupt people, our government and world governments like we see in Brussels and the governments we see around the world. And I think those people would entrench their power even more that would screw us over. And I think that the transition would be horrific and lead to millions dead in a situation like World War III. I guess the other part to talk about is the cohesion aspect of it. Now, we already sort of tangentially talked about this where it's like, gay rights, LGBT, women's rights. Let's take something far more benign, seemingly, but I think equally, in fact, I think more important. Now, you would say that the United States, inevitably what you'd like to see, even if they're not a leader, is the start of this would be the United States combining with countries like Canada, European countries, etc. Correct?
Yes, that would be a massive step towards it.
How would we resolve the Second Amendment?
That is a good question. Well, like I kind of mentioned earlier, I would say that we would still need to have individual constitutions, which you said we probably don't know. Neither of us probably know a whole lot about individual constitutions, but I actually know a lot about my state's constitution, which is Ohio, right next to you. We're not that
Okay,
far
a
away.
fellow. I have a lot of friends in Ohio, so that's great to hear. So
Yeah. So like we have like the uh, abortion protections in our constitution. We have the very poorly done anti-gerrymandering protections in our constitution. These are both very relevant issues here right now in America, because we.
But
obviously
if
don't
I
need to go
may,
into
but
that,
the problem with
but-
that, so let's just take that one by one. The abortion protection. So you'd say, well, see, the abortion laws are different in Ohio than they are across the rest of the world. But here's the problem with that. That's only because the federal government hasn't weighed in. Roe v. Wade actually took the rights away from the state and actually was anti-democratic by having a non-elected justices decide it. Once that was overturned in the Dobbs decision, it went back to the states. So the federal government says nothing about abortion. Okay, it goes to the states. But that's not the way a one world government would go on an issue like the Second Amendment. There's a 0% chance that there wouldn't be some sort of federal or global law restricting your gun rights. I mean, that would be an issue that they would weigh in on. So us saying, much like Ohio has their own constitution, the United States globally would have its own constitution when it came to a global government, and it would allow the Second Amendment. Not so. Not if the world government says, nah, dog, you don't get to own a gun. Now what?
I mean, like I said, I think that the Constitution is like the final say when it comes to law. And unless they baked gun right or like gun control into the global constitution, like it wouldn't necessarily be a problem. So, like even whenever it comes to like the United States, where like marijuana, for example, where this is an example of like where state laws supersede federal law. Like technically the DEA can still come in to like Ohio or Pennsylvania or whatever and raid dispensaries for money. And like when there have been bad dispensaries doing shady practices, they have actually done that. But it's not for the reason of like marijuana is federally illegal, therefore you can't have marijuana in the States. It's because those dispensaries were doing the shit that they shouldn't, therefore they were punished by the federal government. But
that's not going to be analogous to what we're talking about. There's a reason that there's so much gun restriction in governments around the world, and that's because they don't want their population to have access to these. Now, you've already said that this global system would have free movements of people, correct?
Yes.
So there's 0% chance that given the free movements of people, with most of the world already saying that their population isn't allowed to arm themselves, that they're going to be okay with the U.S. citizen owning an AR-15 and being able to freely travel across the border to Canada. I mean, you could say, well, Canada could take your gun there, but the problem would be too profound. They would just say no. We say that there's not. We're not going to leave it up country to country what weapons they're allowed to have. In fact, this would be anathema to the whole project. This would mean that theoretically then Israel would say, okay, fine, we'll disarm. And Iran would say, not us. Our people are allowed to have guns. You can quickly see the problem. And so, I just don't I don't think that the analogy to marijuana laws would apply when we could already, no analogy needed. We already see what European countries and what Canada thinks of gun ownership. We see what Australia thinks of gun ownership. So why would it be if these people have far more of a voice? Because remember, the United States is only 350 million people out of like 8.3 billion in the world. If the majority of the world says no gun ownership, they're going to enforce that on the United States. And I can't think of a scenario where the people of the United States willfully give up their guns to international police. It's going to cause bloodshed of epic proportions in the United States.
The way that I would say that we should probably handle that are with reforms that I think we should actually institute here in the United States anyways, would be like a federal gun registry. Light. Look, I am for the Second Amendment. I am far left. It's the whole thing of you go far enough left, you get your guns back.
Sure.
But that doesn't mean that I don't think that we need certain protections. Like I think that we need licensing to own a gun. I would say like dual licensing system similar to like getting your driver's license. And then you just have to show your license to buy a gun, because you would have to get the background check in order to get the license. I also think we need to do a gun registry, a federal gun registry. And then I would say mental health checks.
But again,
I would say probably have every 6 months. And I would say like to the extent of like, that's like the extent of what the federal government really should do.
But you understand that may be what you think they should do, but you have no proof that's what they will do. And by giving the world government the right to tell people in individual countries like the United States, no, you no longer have a Second Amendment, you can see the problem. And that's just one issue in one country. Let's go even further. How about the First Amendment? Do you think Europe respects the right to free speech?
To an extent.
That'd be news to the people being locked up in the UK for memes right now.
Europe's approach to free speech is actually a lot closer to my opinion whenever it comes to free speech, which is free speech is okay, but hate speech is not.
Well, I disagree. I think our founding fathers made the First Amendment for a reason. And I think the fact that we're having a conversation right here is a very good thing. And I think once you start to get into this game of hate speech, it's quick to see how this runs afoul. For example, in a different world, maybe envision this. Close your eyes and envision this for a second. Imagine a world where there's a pandemic and all of a sudden we're told that we can't say certain things about it online. Oh shit, that happened 5 years ago. Right? So the idea, or maybe we can't question certain election results. And you could quickly see how perhaps if we had a world of government, we wouldn't be allowed to question certain military interventions. Imagine if this power existed in the United States under George W. Bush and said, you know what, you can't criticize our intervention into Iraq. We'll censor you. We'll arrest you. This is tyranny by another name. So no, I don't think that I'm willing to accept that it's something that I think is very valuable. And one of the most valuable things written in our Constitution, that we have free speech. And the idea of that is to protect even speech that is hateful. In fact, that's the entire point of it. I don't think we should cede that, particularly when I think that I'm winning, that the likely people that are going to be in charge of this globalist government are going to be corrupt, wealthy people that want to maintain their hegemony over power. All of a sudden, they'll quickly say, you don't have free speech to criticize us. It's enshrined in our Constitution. We can see right now, for example, that the European Union's trying to fine places like X billions of dollars for not removing things on that social media platform that they dislike. Who's to say that who's elected someone that says, and we find socialists to be abhorrent and they must be silenced online? What would you do? It's written into the global constitution. You now no longer have a voice. At least here, under this constitution, you have the right to speak. But you have no guarantee that would be the case if we remove free speech rights.
I mean, there's the example of like Germany, where you brought up X. Like there was a big issue between Germany and X a while back because X doesn't filter out Nazi content anymore. So there was that big ass lawsuit about that between the two. I am of the opinion that Germany was in the right there.
Well, I think we should censor communists. Now what? I think communists led to more deaths than the Austrian painter guy did. So now what?
I mean, there are certain valid arguments for censoring certain far left views as well.
You agree with that? You think we should censor communists?
I'm actually not for communism. I strictly stay at socialism for.
But that wasn't
reason.
the question. Should we censor communists?
People like Hassan and shit. Yeah, there are certain.
Well, you know what?
Donald
Trump and his administration thinks Mamdani's a communist, so he should be censored as well, right?
I would say that we should use the actual definitions of things.
Doesn't well,
Calling
trust me.
Mondani is not calling Mondani a communist is actually kind of retarded.
The people in power and enforcing the hate speech law disagree with you. Now what are you going to do? Protest? You're not allowed. That's hate speech. And by the way, you don't have any weapons anyways because the government took them away from you. Now what are you going to do?
One of the bigger problems that we come into with laws, at least here in America, is like the vague phrasing of things, which is why the Supreme Court is always so fucking busy, is because we phrase things so vaguely. I would say, like, when we establish the global constitution, one of the things that we need to do is be like, when it comes to free speech, when it comes to gun rights or anything like that, we would need to be very specific to prevent people from skirting around those things. It's the same way that the fact that we weren't very specific with the Fourth Amendment allowed for things like the Patriot Act to curb the Fourth Amendment.
Okay, I'll just say this. I think I make my point with social cohesion. Certainly, this is just the most narrow definition of countries that seemingly agree, like the United States and Europe. You can imagine how far it runs afield when you're talking about such as an African country disagreeing with policies that would be set forth in a place like Brussels. The social cohesion would be unbelievable. There would be violence. There would be people just refusing to accept stuff. But there is one more area that I'd like to get to, if you don't mind. Like, what do we do about this idea in the United States? We're both incredibly lucky to live here. You would agree with that, right?
Yeah, for the most part.
I mean, what are we going to do, seeing as how we're so wealthy? We're certainly going to be a net payer into taxation, and we're not going to get near as much out of our taxes as we do currently, because almost all of it's going to be sent to poor countries like Africa, correct?
Well, I mean, we really don't get jack shit out of our taxes right now in the first place, because most of it goes to the military and foreign intervention. So
let's reframe the question, if you don't mind. Then the United States makes up 350 million people. If we took the median income of those people, it's going to be amongst the top of the people in the entire world, correct?
Yeah, probably.
Would you not say that the rest of the people in the world would vote in the Constitution and be like, give me some of that shit? It's not fair that they're making so much money and we're not.
It's more than likely that we would have some forms of social democracy, which, yes, just like here in America, where poorer states tend to be the ones that pull from the social safety net more. Like if we look at food stamps and stuff, the South tends to be the ones that pull from it the most, like Alabama, Mississippi, etc. It's more likely that countries like Africa would, or the countries in like Africa or South America would end up being the ones that need the most help.
And it's nowhere near this difference of like in the United States, people in Alabama compared to people in New York. We're talking worlds different. People in the United States compared to people in Zimbabwe, correct?
Yeah.
Forget about the comments. We'll get to that later. Don't read them. It's all distraction, man. Trust me. Yeah, I mean, so I think that what you're trying to sell, at least here from a US-centric perspective, is a sharp decline in our way of life. And in fact, not only that, if everyone has free movement, then, and there's no such thing as US citizenship at that point, much like the states is what you're saying, I could move to Ohio and be an Ohio citizen. There's nothing necessary, no test, no swearing of allegiance, anything of that nature, right? Like, then people just sort of become interchangeable, right?
To an extent, yeah. I mean, it would, the world would effectively become a melting pot just like the United States has.
And don't you think that there's like some danger in that? When we're taking people out of places that they have ancestral connections to, not just from the perspective of like Europeans, but Africans, like Japan. No more Japan for the Japanese, Africa for the African, no more of that. Everybody's just an interchangeable cog. The company you work for says, hey, you're going to go work in Brussels this month, and then next month you're heading to Japan. Then after that, you're going to be in South Africa. And we all just accept that we move around like interchangeable cogs to help out these wealthy corporations. You don't see that as like a dystopian nightmare?
While I think we should, like, in the process of doing this, I do think that we should give some effort towards preserving cultures. Just like the United States, I don't necessarily think that meshing cultures is a bad thing. There there probably some bad things that have come out of it in the United States? Yes, but overall, the experiment of the United States, the whole melting pot shit in the
Yeah,
first
but
place, has been mostly successful.
last point here, like, come on now, right? You don't think that immediately once we have free movements of people that you're not going to have millions of people in poor countries say, I'm going to move to the United States, they have better infrastructure. And if that's the case, how the hell do we preserve culture?
Do you wanna answer that before we get into closing?
I do think to an extent that you would see people in poorer countries wanting to move here, especially people that want to have uh, more opportunity. But that's why we would need to expand towards industrializing those poorer countries rapidly in the first place.
Alrighty. Well, thank you. First off, both of you. That was absolutely amazing. I always say the best debates is when the moderator doesn't have to step in. You know, those are always the best. Both people being completely good faith. So shout out to you for that, both of you. So we're gonna get into the 5-minute closing statements here. So the way we do it, Vigilante, you had the first word, so we're going to give Rob the last word. So you're going to start with the closings here. I'm going to get the timer up for you, and whenever you're ready, I'll start up here 5 minutes whenever you start talking. And quick reminder, both debaters' channels are in the description, so if you guys want to find them, go to the description of the live and you'll find them there.
Right. So yeah, I can understand the concerns whenever it comes to social cohesion. Whenever I was writing my opening statement initially, one of the things that came into my mind was like the issue of the Islamic countries, because whenever it comes to social cohesion, like I've mentioned many times, I do see the Islamic countries as being the biggest problem. Especially, mostly, not necessarily the people, mostly the governments and the extremist elements, just like we have issues with certain extremist Christian elements here in America, like the Westboro Baptist Church, for example. Extremist elements are always going to be a problem, no matter what government we have, whether it's a national government or a global government. I want to make it clear that whenever I talk about this, this is more of a long-term goal. It is not a short-term goal. Without fucking World War III happening tomorrow and then ending 5 days from now, it's not happening in the next year. It's probably not happening in the next decade. It's something that we're going to have to gradually move towards over time. It is absolutely an incrementalist goal to have.
Oh, I think he froze up, man.
Oh,
Can you pause just so he has his time?
Vigilante.
Or he's thinking real hard. Like,
He might have lost connection.
if you don't mind, I'll head to the restroom real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. He might have lost some connection here. Maybe they have to reboot into here. It happens. But while we're waiting, just a reminder to you all, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A after the closings here, and super chat. Yep, there he goes. He's probably going to load back in. That's all. So yeah, we're going to do a 30-minute Q&A, but super chats are going to get priority. So if we don't get to your question in the Q&A part, I apologize ahead of time, but the super chats do get priority for the questioning. And then after that, optional for both debaters to stay for this part. We're going to have an open panel where you guys can come up, ask both debaters about their stances, give your own, all of that. Just an open panel. But it's not going to be if you're coming up to Spurg or talk about drama or any of that shit,
All right.
you're just going to get kicked. So none of that. Yeah, he got completely disconnected. I'm guessing he had to boot something back up.
Yeah. This is
Okay,
extra
yeah.
time for me. I just get to make my. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, he just messaged me, said internet dropped.
Yeah. I figured something.
What timing? You know, right? Right in the closing statement.
Well, I mean, to make it fair, I suppose if he can't come back, I'll just give a 1 minute and 20-second closing statement. And we'll call her
there he
Even
is. There he
Stevens.
is.
Okay.
There he is.
Sorry about that. Disadvantages of living in the middle of nowhere. Your internet drops sometimes.
No worries. I stopped the timer for you.
I'm sure Rob knows all about those
It's
issues.
true.
I
Same
put
here.
5 seconds there for you.
All right. Fuck, where was I? What was the last thing that you guys heard?
Jeez. Let me think what you were saying. You were talking about like World War III. This wouldn't happen without that happening. It wouldn't happen for like the next 10 years or something like that. It would. We're a long time away from this occurring without World War III setting in.
Yeah, incrementalism is where I was.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So as I said, this would be an incrementalist goal. It's not something that would happen overnight. You can't do world-changing policy overnight. It's more of a long-term wish list than it is we could do this right fucking now. Obviously, we can't do this right fucking now. It would be impossible to implement right now without World War III happening, kind of as Rob pointed out. Now, as I kind of mentioned, I do think that we should allow for the states in the global government to have some degree of independence. Similar to the level of independence that we have currently between states in the United States, where we have the state constitutions, and those state constitutions are enforceable whenever it comes to the federal courts. I think it was with the abortion rights in Minnesota, or I can't remember which state it was. There was a massive lawsuit where the state tried to pass very strict abortion laws, and the Supreme Court ended up shutting it down after Roe v. Wade was overturned because abortion rights were already codified in that state's constitution. I would say the way that we need to do things would be similar to that, where the state constitution, even if it conflicts with the federal law, is the absolute authority whenever it comes to local governments and state governments. Yeah, I probably had more, but trying to fix my internet kind of
sucks. Yeah.
Jogged my train of thought.
I know, worst timing. But thank you for that closing statement. And now we are going to hand it over to Rob for his closing statement. And Rob, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with you.
Thank you. I basically made 4 areas at the onset of my opening statement, and I think that I do a pretty good job of making my case in all 4 of those. The first was, in the United States, our taxation would go to places that don't benefit us here in the United States. And in addition to that, it would precipitously lower the wealth of everyone in the United States. Quickly, you could see that people around the world would vote to raid the coffers of the people of the United States, if not just outright moving here and taking wealth that they never earned or created for themselves. This means that it would be immoral, not just for me, because me and my family immediately would lose money. But what about the fact that my children and my children's children would wake up in a country where their culture is dissipated, where people would move to wherever they saw fit, that where he would be a cog in a machine, and that the wealth that his forefathers fought for this great country, the greatest country in the history of the world, was given away. All of our authority and hegemony given away at the stroke of a pen. So that's the first argument. The second argument is there wouldn't be social cohesion. I think we see this pretty clearly. We focused a lot at the beginning on issues like trans issues, gay rights, women rights. I think think that it's easy to see that people have different ideas around that around the world. In fact, I think that a lot of people, more than 50%, would have ideas that were much antithetical to what many of the progressives, and maybe someone like Vigilante, who might not identify as a progressive, would want these policies to be. And the way out of it would be very nebulous. Do you force these people through coercion to accept policies they wouldn't like? If so, then is this even a real form of democracy? If each country gets a vote based on the population of people there, it's easy to see how places like China, India, places in the Middle East, other countries of significance, Russia perhaps, would say, no, we're not going to accept what we see as sort of secular degenerate values that have inundated places like the West. We refuse to accept that. And then what would happen? Same could be true of green energy policies. But I even focus on countries that we think are more similar. Take an issue that's profoundly important to most Americans, such as First Amendment and free speech. This would be curtailed, as would be easy to see. What would happen? Of course, it's easy to say, no, we want to be like Europe, and we just say that hate speech is curbed. But who controls what is hate speech? Who controls what is truth? And if we don't have the right to defend ourselves outlined in the Second Amendment, what would we do if tyranny reared its head? Now the tyrannical would be the most god-awful force that you can imagine. A world government backed by world corporations. The tyranny would be immense. So the idea of social cohesion and countries being forced to come together under one government that have massively different cultural values, even countries that we think are markedly similar, like the United States, Canada, and the UK, you could quickly see how that cohesion would disrupt. And there would certainly be many people in the United States if you tried to take their guns away, in Islamic countries if you tried to force things that are secular upon them, that would lead to bloodshed, terrorism, etc., and again eroding cultural values. My opponent says, well, we try to maintain cultures. How? People are interchangeable cogs. Anyone could move wherever they want. The third reason is that the current group of people that no doubt would get into positions of power in what would be required to have this globalist system are corrupt. My opponent admits that. He says, yes, in the United States, we can see it corrupt. And maybe he's more hesitant to admit it, but I assure you, there's corruption in countries such as European countries. There's corruptions in the European Union, corruption in places like NATO, etc. No doubt, if you had a world government, as we've seen with local governments, you're less likely to have the powerful get involved in the corruption. That would increase as you become more to a national government, and it would be insane, the amount of lobbying, control, etc., that these massive corporations that are larger than most countries would have in this global government. That means that the global government wouldn't be run by hippies that would have everyone's best interest at heart. No, it would be ran by the very tyrants that we would seek to avoid in the first place. And there'd be no check or balance on them because we just have one government, and if they control that one government and we only have one police force and one military, that's that. They now own the show. As I said in my opening statement, take the words of Orwell. Imagine that future. A boot stamping on a human face forever. In fact, 1984 shows what happens as we attempt towards globalism. In that case, you had Oceania and a couple other, I think there were 3 blocks, and you saw what happened. But easily, the most important way in which I win this debate, in my opinion, is the second point that I made, which is that the transition would lead to war. My opponent all but concedes this. Nigh impossible to win a position when your argument is that World War III is either a necessary precursor or a very likely scenario in playing out if you attempt this actions. It's quick to see how countries such as Islamic countries wouldn't accept this. I believe there's Islamic nuclear power countries like Pakistan, I believe. How you might have countries like Israel and China that wouldn't accept, and in my opponent's estimation, even the United States wouldn't accept. He concedes that this would likely lead to World War III. Whatever you think about the potential for globalism, it's key that now is not the time, and that if it's going to lead to World War III, it should be avoided. The prompt was, should we move to it, which implies, should we move now? My opponent outlines a bunch of precursors that would be necessary to make this project potential, and even then it could lead to World War III. This means that even he would have to concede that right now, no, we should not move to globalism. So I think for the reasons I outlined above that you should prefer my side in this debate. Also, real quick, I'm sure we'll have time to talk about this, but thank you both. I had an immensely fun time, and it was very enjoyable to both of you. I'd be happy to have you moderate again and Speakeasy and Vigilante. I thoroughly enjoyed this conversation. Regardless of what people think, the fact that we were able to get through a conversation with very little moderation, I think speaks highly of both of us. So I do appreciate that.
Yes,
Yeah,
I agree.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah,
go
for
ahead,
sure. And
Vigilante.
I don't do, I try to avoid theoretical debates like this, but for the most part, but I mean, it's easy asked and it's fun.
I had a good time. I did.
Yeah, I agree exactly with what you said. Is I always say that about debates. My chat's heard it a million times. The best debates I watch is when the moderator doesn't have to step in too much, or if at all. Those are the best. But this is going to wrap up the debate part of the show. And again, huge respect to both the debaters for coming up here and clashing their ideas. And make sure everybody in the chat shows both debaters love. Go to their channels, give them a sub if you're not subbed up, send them money, all of this. Okay. We're going to move into the audience Q&A portion here. So I'm going to read the questions from the chat. The super chats are going to be read first. If we don't get to the Q&A questions, again, I apologize ahead of time, but that's just how it works. Super chats get a priority. And then after that, we'll have a open panel. And this is optional to both debaters, and the audience can hop up, give their take of what they heard tonight, the prompt in general. So anyone who wants to join that, stick around for that, and we'll be doing that right after this 30-minute here. So let me get the timer up. Oh, wait, and I also sorry, I usually ask a question for each side too before we do the Q&A. So the first question here is for Vigilante's side. If the global government makes mistakes when it comes to the economic policy crashing and multiple nations, who would be actually accountable for all of that?
I would say just like here in the United States, it would be the government that would be accountable for it. It's usually the government's fault whenever we have an economic crash here in the United States. It would be a big government's fault in a global government if and when we have an economic crash. That is unfortunately an inevitability whenever it comes to a free market system without proper protections in place.
Okay. Did you want to respond to anything to that, Rob?
Well, yeah, I think that the reason Speakeasy makes this point is, at least right now, if a country runs afoul, let's say that some strongman dictator comes to the United States and just is abusing people through use of power, there's at least a check-in that the rest of the world could theoretically not accept it and band together. There's none of that possibility if we only have one military, one government. If I could steelman your position, I think the answer to that would be, well, then you would have people uprise within this very government and country, perhaps other alternative military leaders, etc. But certainly it's a question that requires some serious thought. If we have a particular country now that gets corrupt, that gets incompetent, the check is there are other countries that theoretically this country doesn't have control over that could possibly be a check and balance. I don't know exactly how that would work in a one world government.
Well, we would want the military to swear its allegiance to the Constitution, similar to the way that we do here in the United States, where the military is that check, which is something that we see going on right now, where the military in certain places is basically telling Trump to go fuck himself.
Well, there's a question of who's right or wrong about that. Obviously, I'm probably going to have an alternative opinion to you.
Well, the point I knew you were going to disagree with me on.
Yeah, that's fine. I see your point though in general.
But there's a reason I brought that up, because it's a relevant point to what we're dealing with now.
I would just say this: is it not true that there's a second safety net rather than generals rising up that would be other countries not accepting it, that wouldn't exist in the globalist system that you're suggesting?
There's the whole checks and balances. In general, I would want the same checks and balances that we have here in the United States. Which the reason it falls to the military right now is because if, God forbid, Trump did want to become a dictator, the Republicans own the state and the Senate and the House of Representatives. The Republicans own the fucking courts. The only check at that point right now is the military. So theoretically, yeah, you would want the state house and the courts to be able to check that as well. But theoretically, in the scenario of they're all the same fucking party like we have right here in the United States, the military is the final check.
But what I'm saying is that's not the final check. It's a final check within this country, but there's a secondary check, which is the rest of the world could see this and not go along. That second level of check would no longer be possible in this global system, correct? That's all I'm saying. By the way, I don't think this is the best argument against your position, but it is an argument, right? There's a second safety net. What if the general, like, I don't agree with your characterization, but for the sake of argument, everything's controlled by Republicans, the courts, the culture, the only possible check's the military. But what if the military also goes along with Trump? And you're like, I still think he's corrupt. Well, one possible check after that would be, well, the rest of the world could say, no, you've gone too far. We refuse to accept this. But in a one world government, if the government goes too far and all of the branches go in the same way corruptly, what's the check?
I mean, so I would say the military is the check before the other governments.
Sure, agreed.
Actually.
But
I mean, that's why I would want, I mean, for what you're saying, that's why I would want people to still be able to.
It's the equivalent of saying this. If I said, well, if I get in a wreck, my seatbelt's my primary safety device. But there's a secondary device of the airbag. And you could be like, yeah, but it's important to have a robust seatbelt. Agreed. Yet there's a second level. That would be the other countries are the equivalent of the airbag here. It's like, right. And it's fine if you say, I just trust the seatbelt to be strong and we would never need the airbag. I'm just saying that it's a potential argument. Yeah, hypothetically, if Trump becomes a tyrant, the military will stop him. But if your argument is, well, he subverted the courts, by the way, which I disagree with, and they're all on his side, why couldn't he do the same with the military, hypothetically? And if so, at least there's another check out there, hypothetically. Now, of course, your argument could be, well, he could be more powerful than all of that. The U.S. military could be more, maybe, but I'm just saying it's another potential check. That's all I'm saying. And I think you have to concede that, yeah, that level of check would be lost. I think the best argument for me would be like, yeah, but it doesn't really matter. And in fact, Rob, didn't you say that there could be individual violence that would pop up from sects of people around the world? So why couldn't that still be an equal check? If you're talking about how they could potentially cause violence, then wouldn't that violence theoretically be directed against a tyrannical government? Isn't that some form of check? Great argument, Vigilante. I agree. That would be a good argument for that. But I think I see what Speakeasy's getting to. If there's only one government and that government fucks up, there's not another government to say, hey, you fucked up, right? Like, I think that's the point he's getting to.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Tyranny in general is possible in any system, unfortunately. It's human nature is the want for greed and power, which is literally why I'm no longer a communist and I'm just a socialist.
Good, you would have been outlawed in my one world government.
But to your point about like other governments being a check, I think historically speaking, like world history speaking, the other governments really are never a check unless you pull what Russia's doing now and start invading other countries.
Well, World War I and II disagree with you. Like, right?
Well, World War II started because of Hitler invading Poland.
Correct.
So
what'd the rest of the world say?
No.
Okay,
obviously.
now imagine
But
that it was that
as
same Austrian painter, but he's in charge of the world government.
I mean, that was his goal in the first place.
Well, you're
that
an
was
easy
kind
path.
of the point of the question.
Right.
Yeah, to kind of paint that. Yeah. So, I have a question for your side as well, Rob. So, like, say the system, like this global system, would prevent certain things that Vigilante mentioned, and it prevented, like exploited resources and countries fight each other currently. If it did prevent this thing, do you still see a justification to not engage in this?
Well, yes, because I think that the preponderance of evidence shows that the cons far outweigh the pros. Now, it'd be silly to argue that any sort of change in government wouldn't have pros and cons. For example, possibly the best form of government would be an authoritarian dictatorship ran by a benevolent, competent person. It would take away all the government regress and the bureaucracy. And if this person truly cared about everyone and was the smartest person for the job, it could actually be mightily effective. Problem would be, how do you find that person? And what happens once that person's no longer in power? And what happens if it's not a competent person? What happens if it's an evil person? So you can quickly see why we need to hedge our bets and say, well, now wait a minute. Maybe we shouldn't put all the power in the hands of one person. Even if hypothetically, if someone like you said, but what if you could see that that person would cure all world disease? Well, yeah, I guess if you could see in a vacuum that utopia would come about because of an action, as unlikely as it may be, that maybe at that point it'd be worth going for that action. But we can't see into the future. And so what we have to look at is the preponderance of evidence. So certainly there are things that you could say would be better, hypothetically, that you could rationalize out. For example, we probably wouldn't see two countries going to war because there's not two countries. However, I think that the downside would be you'd see just as much death by violence. And even if there were small upticks in having cooperation in solving disease, I think that the fact that we would have unfettered migration, etc., would cause those things to spread even more. And then we would see all the negative effects that I'm talking about. So in general, to answer your question, if I try to steelman it as best as possible, two things to say about it. One, if I could see in a crystal ball and the exact system Vigilante was advocating for led to some sort of awesome world utopia, would I still be against it? Well, probably not. I just don't think it would lead to that. And secondly, even if it's bad in all the ways I'm saying, could there be marginally things that would be better? Sure, there could be, but I think that the bad would far outweigh the good.
All right. And did you want to respond to that, Vigilante?
Nah.
Okay. All right. So we'll get into the questions from the chat. I'll start up this timer. So first question we have here is, just saying support for the debate tonight. Rob's at 19.9K subs. Let's go.
Thank you.
Let's get him to 20K tonight. That's right. If you're not subbed up to robnoerr, go sub up, okay? And also go sub up to Vigilante as well. Vigilante supports globalism. It sounds like Babylon Biscuit. Did you want to say anything?
No.
I'll be honest, Vigilante. I thought of making that argument. For real, it's like, well, Vigilante implies someone that's operating outside the scope of official mechanisms because of probably corruption, that they have to solve things on their own. It would seem that a world government would be antithetical to what a Vigilante would normally think.
Well, funny thing is, my two favorite heroes are Green Arrow and Red Hood.
I bet they'll both be against world government. Just saying. At least Red Hood would, for sure, I think, right?
Maybe. Red Hood's more of an anarchist. So.
Yes, right. That's sort of the opposite of world government.
I think he's just against government in general.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
But
yes.
So in the comics, there was like a world government revolution. In I can't remember what line of comics it was, but it was some other character, and you want to know who they immediately blamed? Who was for the person trying to violently establish a world government?
The Red Hood.
They immediately blamed Red Hood.
It's crazy.
So I never know.
I'll be honest. I haven't followed comics much in the past. Like I was really into comics because my roommate in college was, but he was more of a Marvel guy, if I'm honest. But I am aware of who Red Hood is. So
we got we got $5 from Stamy. Says robnoerr about to make this dude like a calculator.
I don't know about that.
I think it was a great debate. Did you want to respond to it, any of you?
No, if I could say, in my opinion, I think that I did very good in the debate, but I think that what I saw from you, Vigilante, was that you're actually answering things in good faith and thinking through them as I'm providing, and I respect the hell out of that. I really do. So I have nothing negative to say to you on that ground. Now, I'm biased. I think I did very well in the debate, but yeah, I would talk to someone like you 100 out of 100 times than someone that's maybe had debate experience like me in college, but decides that they're just going to be stubborn and bullheaded and refuse to answer anything or something like that. So That's my opinion on it. I think that you have the foundation to be a better debater than many of the debate bro type people you see, because they rely more on like, I'm just going to obfuscate and I'm just going to shout over people and shit like that. And, for me, that's not impressive. So I have nothing negative to say about you on that front. So,
Yeah, I match energy. So like, if somebody comes at me with that energy that you're talking about, I definitely will match it.
me
But
too. That's
if
how I
somebody's
try
being
to. So I'm glad it worked out.
if somebody is being respectful and being good faith, I will remain respectful and in good faith.
I appreciate
That's
it.
what's up. We got Sanford Basley says, Vigilante, how can an international body reconcile universal human rights standards with states whose domestic laws extremely criminalize homosexuality?
So the way that we would need to do it is similar. Like, I have kind of gone back to the United States on topics like this multiple times. So the U.S. the state constitutions cannot contradict the U.S. Constitution. So the way that we would need to do it is to put the protections in the Constitution. That way, states cannot circumvent certain issues like discrimination, or gay rights or women's rights, etc., by putting it in their constitution, because the constitutions can't contradict each other. The federal constitution is the final authority. So like there's the example of like slavery is still technically legal in certain state constitutions in the South, but they can't have slavery because it's illegal in the federal constitution.
Hey, you want to respond to that?
Well, I
Rob?
mean, I think we sort of hashed this out in the debate, so I don't know quite when this question came. But yeah, I mean, obviously the problem is there would have to be some sort of coercive measures. And this has to do with, the lack of cohesion that I'm talking about. For better or worse, like, again, I'm not a cultural relativist. I think that there are cultures that are inferior to the culture that I live in the United States, even if I don't think that our culture is perfect and there's things I want to see it move towards. But the question is, how do you enforce things on them? And this is a serious question. I knew a lot of friends that served in Afghanistan, and some of the things they told me there were unbelievable. And I think the lesson there is, after decade there, trillions of dollars, is you can't force democracy on people. You can't. You can't force our values on other people. And it doesn't matter how hard you try or how articulate you are, you're seen as an outsider imposing your way of life on someone else. And so inevitably things will come to blows. They're not going to be willing to accept it. And so I don't know what happens in the world of globalism where you just say, shut your mouth. We're going to force it upon you. And now what you see is, ironically, from the perspective of like a progressive, or maybe someone like you, Vigilante, I don't know, the same people that you would say are the most disenfranchised in the world would be the very people whose cultural proclivities would be antithetical to yours the most. So all of a sudden, you would now be basically beating at the butt of a gun a bunch of poor people in Africa. Shut up and allow the transsexual person into this space. And I don't know, like, think of how those people would feel. Oh, now that there's a world government that you basically had no say in, trust us, you're going to industrialize. But that's not our way of life. Shut up, you're going to accept it. And furthermore, you're going to accept a bunch of these other values that you don't believe in. But we don't like that. Shut up. We've ruled that you have to accept it. I don't know. It sounds coercive, and it sounds like you're going to breed animosity, and that those people won't be willing to accept that. Whereas if we have a system where we have nation states and we have things like soft power, where we're able to export our way of life gradually without intervening in these countries, either through globalism or interventionism, which I see that's already what the status quo is in the United States, I think there's a better chance of allowing great people in these countries to rise up and build their own countries that will inevitably lead to better outcomes that even people like Vigilante would accept more.
Yes.
Alrighty. Oh, did you have some?
I lost my train of thought. I'm responding to a chatter.
Alrighty. We got 10 from Darth Maul, says, here's to the base patriarchal moderator fund. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Long may you reign, brother. W Rob, W Easy, and L malnourished commie boy. Do you want to respond to him?
He only looks malnourished because I'm fat. He's probably a healthy weight. Like,
I'm not malnourished like at all. I don't have my abs anymore because of fucking weight.
It's the 3 stages, okay? We got you know, when you're not married long enough, then it comes a little bit longer, and then Rob's the longest. That's
Nailed
what
it.
happens.
Nailed it.
Marriage does that.
My girlfriend said in chat she makes sure I eat. So
There you go.
Yeah, see, that's what it is. I see, girlfriend, married short term, married long term. See, he's been longer, so he's got. I'm gonna be there too soon, Rob. Don't worry.
See, we're already bridging the gap. We all have ladies that keep us well fed, so we're
That's
bridging the gap here.
We got $2 in from John Barrett. Said, just give us the subs and go get that Swiss. Thank you very much, John. Thank you very much. We got Sean Brewers for $10. Says, Vigilante, you need to put more thought into this outside of, well, I'd prefer it be rolled out without those concerns. You've been less Batman and more Joker tonight. Do you want to respond?
hey, if you've read the comics or watched the Harley Quinn show, because they did actually bring this into the Harley Quinn show, Joker is actually a social democrat. So, yeah.
Let me ask you this. Obviously, give whatever answer you want. Have you rethought your position post this debate?
Like I said, I think it's more of a long-term goal than it is a short-term thing. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen in the next 10 years, short of me being right and that we end up in fucking World War III anyways, and then it gets established to curb World War III or World War IV in the future.
Holy shit, we're getting dark tonight. We're talking about World War IV. Ah!
Yeah, it's a long-term thing that we would have to strive for decades, maybe even a century out.
Fair enough.
All righty. We got another 5 comes in from Sanford. Thank you. Vigilante, under this world government, would FBE Chinese be allowed to keep their unpaid labor? Why would they listen to anybody else on this issue?
No. Like I said, we would want to strive for the elimination of slavery. And that would be something that we would want to put in the world constitution, is that people would have to be paid for their labor.
There's going to be a litiny of questions like this where
paid fairly for their labor.
It's very similar to the LGBT question, right? Where it's like you're going to have domestic populations like, no, we refuse to accept this. This question I think is actually easier for you to answer because you would just be like, well, if we make it democratic, then the millions of people in China would probably vote against forced labor. So just because the tyrannical Chinese government right now would be like, nope. Right now, it's a reason that the government in power in China right now would never accept it. That's certainly true. But hypothetically, the people could rise up and say, oh, there's an alternative way. But yes, all of these questions are going to have similar answers. My guess would be from you, Vigilante, which is they fall into the category of one country's people refuse to accept cultural or economic values that are placed onto them by the world government. How do you resolve that? And ultimately, it's some form of coercion, right? Like it's got to be either physical violence or, sanctions or something to that effect, right?
I mean, government in general is always coercion plus power. So, I mean, there's always going to be one of those two whenever it comes to solving issues in a world government or a fucking state government. Government is coercion plus power.
Right. But that's why, coercing people that have massive cultural differences, right? Like, just say you flip a coin and either the Islamicists win or the progressives in the United States win. Coercing one of those other groups into those positions are insane. That's different than coercing, like, hey, you got to pay property tax to some dude living in Cincinnati. That's a different level of coercion, right?
Hey, I'm going to be honest. I actually think we need to get rid of property taxes. I don't support property taxes.
I mean, and you call yourself a market socialist? You sound like you're getting based to me, man. We'll get you out of all those taxes. We'll get you out of all of them, man. Yeah.
I don't support property taxes. I don't support
getting closer to the dark side.
Do it. Come on over.
I think Most of our all of our taxes should be paid through income taxes and things of that nature. I don't think that we should have property taxes or sales tax, mostly because sales tax and property taxes disproportionately affect the poor and the middle class.
I mean, I think that instead we should have a flat tax, like one sales tax or something like that would be better. Right, because that seems to be more equitable, and poor people tend to buy less stuff, which means they would pay less in taxes than wealthy people that are buying more and spending more money, so they would pay more taxes, and it would uncomplicate the tax code. The way the tax code's set up now with the income tax, the net effect would be that people are able to use loopholes, which benefits the extremely rich because we have this convoluted income tax system. Whereas if we just had some sort of flat, hey, you go buy that yacht, guess what? 10% tax. I'm not. I think that tax is probably too high, but you get my point.
All taxes are avoidable. When Trump fucking started doing the tariffs in the first place, the job I was working at the time subverted the tariffs via fucking shipping stuff, taking it apart, and then putting it back together in the United States.
Trump, I'm getting him on the phone right now. This son of a bitch, Trump. Did you hear that? Yeah, okay, but a sales tax hard to subvert. Right, just a flat tax. I mean, how do you subvert that? I mean, I'm sure there's possibilities, but it's way harder to subvert than the status quo, where we're carried over. I don't even have to go into the details, but nonetheless, not really the topic of the debate. But let's just lower all taxes massively and have a flat tax.
A big 100 comes from Eclipse, not one step back. Thank you very much. More debates like this reminds me of a time we used minds to debate and not pussies. I agree.
I agree with that too.
Yeah. We got a 5 from Verna Desar. Thank you very much. If you go to jail for posting on X, it is not free speech since the cost is going to the jail or fear of having your bank account over trucker strikes.
Well, yes.
I think you mean bank account frozen over trucker
correct.
strikes.
Obviously, if I don't know if this is leaning towards obviously the position of vigilante here that would be against free speech, but there's an argument to be made. Even countries that claim to have free speech, like the United States, even here, what was the name of the gentleman that was arrested? Douglas Mackey, was that his name? That was arrested for a meme about the election. He spent time in prison over that. So it's arguable that when the government is putting their thumb on the scale, both through actual legal enforcement of some of these things, like Douglas Mackey, or putting their thumb on the scale that we see in things like the Twitter files and pressuring social media companies to censor positions that they don't like, that's not free speech. Now, free speech doesn't mean that you can say what you want and a corporation or a private entity can't say, no, you can't say that. For example, if I'm over at Vigilante's house and I start talking shit on the Cleveland Browns or something, he can say, no, dog, you're out, right? But the government should not be allowed to restrict that free speech. So I think that it's a dangerous game once we start playing with the term of hate speech. Clearly, there are ways that I would curb speech. And if I was a platform, I would not be a free speech absolutist. I think that that's absurd to think. For example, a free speech absolutist, and I'll see what you think about this, Vigilante, would imply to me that you should be allowed to say whatever the hell you want, right? And yet, if I owned X, I wouldn't want people allowed to libel people, and I wouldn't allow them to use horrible slurs and calls for deaths of people or things like that. That would mean that no advertiser would ever advertise to me. So there are limits that private entities certainly could place on speech. But I think Vernez, I always screw up your name too, man. Vernadezer, I think that you're talking specifically about government. And I would just ask you to always imagine this when you're talking about government authority doing something. Imagine the person you least like gets that authority. And so if you're against hate speech and think it should be censored, imagine what happens if Donald Trump says, you know what, Vigilante, I think that you're spreading hate speech. And if you already think he's corrupt, that's not so far out of line. He may do that. So I think we should push against that mutually, that we should all be allowed to have basically free speech.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a free speech absolutist, but I would agree with your definition of free speech absolutism. I am for free speech for the most part. I think you should be able to criticize the government and things like that. where I draw the line on free speech, as I mentioned, is hate speech. I don't necessarily think you people should be able to get away with saying blatantly racist shit on social media, for example, or the certain calls for violence against minority communities, which is due to the way that the United States has their free speech laws is kind of illegal, kind of isn't. Um, I I just think there need to be better protections whenever it comes to not even minorities. I would say just hate speech in general, because unlike a lot of leftists, I do kind of agree that to an extent, certain levels of DEI policies, when they go to the extremes, actually start to become kind of racist towards white people. Where, like the example that Elon used with Disney, and was suing Disney for. So,
All right, we got $2 here from John Bear. Says Swiss cheese versus government cheese with Vegemite toast. Yucks.
No, no. I've had Vegemite once in my life when I was like in 4th grade. One of the kids in our class went to Australia and came back. Now I don't know. You know how it is when you're a kid. You taste something, your tastes change. But my gosh, I just remember it was the most god awful thing I ever tasted, and I've never had the gumption to try it again. So
It's like a spoonful of salt.
Yeah. it's like beer. Isn't it like beer foam that's made into a paste? Basically, isn't that sort of what it is?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what it is. I just know that it's super salty and gross. Like I can't stand shit.
Now
like
listen,
that.
Vigilante, if this isn't an argument against your position, these heathen convict Australians trying to put their nasty ass food into the global landscape, keep that
Right?
shit out of here. We don't want it. Keep it there, you know.
hey, we
Gio
Americanize
says-
everything.
oh.
Yeah, we would all of a sudden have it like, put it on a bratwurst. We'll be all right, you know.
Gio says here for $2. I sent my question on Rob's channel by mistake.
Oh, let me see
I
if
think it comes in after though, because Verna Desar came over here to put it here.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. So we got 20 from Chris. Says nice to have good, clear arguments, good faith. I agree again. Yep. Definitely been a great debate. And then Gio says, paying for my mistake. I sent the question to Rob. Well, thank you for that, Gio. This on the day of my daughter's wedding. We got here it comes, the 20 from Verna Desar. Gio versus question from Rob's channel. What would a reason be within your logic that someone may face the enforcement authority for hate speech against an ideological conflict, secular versus theist force doctrine?
I don't know much about that last part, but the ways that I'm talking about like enforcing hate speech, like whenever it comes to like enforcing hate speech in general, like what I'm talking about, I'm talking about like hate speech towards minorities, whether it's black people, whether it's the gay community, whatever. I don't even necessarily think that we should jail people for it. I think the best solution for hate speech is not even necessarily jailing people for it. It's more of have those people do community service in the communities that they're prejudiced towards. That way they get more exposed to those communities, and it would hopefully curb their prejudice towards said communities. So like whenever I'm talking about doing enforcement towards hate speech, I'm not saying throw people into jail. I'm saying make people do a little bit of community service in those communities so they can actually start to see those people as people. It's similar to why I argue, a lot of leftists on these platforms argue with like Stardust, for example, for like her doing that fucking conversation forever ago with Richard Spencer, I think it was. And she got a lot of shit for that because he's a fucking Nazi.
Not anymore. I don't think he ever was, to be clear. He would call himself possibly
Not anymore.
he would call himself at one point. He would call himself a white nationalist, but I debated him, and he no longer uses that. He says he is not a white nationalist. No, just saying. I don't think he ever identified as a member of the National Socialist Party. Just saying. But I get your general point.
Yeah, but like, I think in her reasoning for that was wanting to change people like that's mind through exposure and like being able to see people of color as human. I think the best approach to curbing hate speech is actually that approach.
But I think the problem is history's bore this out. When you tell people that they can't say things, obviously we would say that there's calls to violence, direct death threats, things like that, of course, beyond the pale. But when you tell people they can't say certain things, what happens is that all of a sudden it goes underground and becomes more and more popular. You know, to get to the question here that Geoverse is asking, like, I'm not sure this gets to the heart of it, but maybe. What if I said that I was Jewish? I'm not, but let's say that I was, and I thought it was hate speech to say globalize the intifada or from the river to the sea. What if I say that's hate speech? Do you agree? That I implicitly think that means that my people should be taken out of what I think's my ancestral homeland?
That's more of a niche issue. That kind of goes into like whether or not you think the recent changes on the definition of anti-Semitism are correct, like where it's now considered anti-Semitic to criticize the Israeli government, which I don't really agree with. So, I mean, like, one of the issues with this is obviously something that you've brought up, and it's how do we define what hate speech is?
Right. That's the problem. That's why I think that obviously we could say, look, the problem with any law is a threshold, right? Me and you could agree. Neither of us are total, complete government authoritarians, and we're not total ANCAPs. So we would both agree that, like, there's a role for government to restrict our rights temporarily for the good of us all. For example, you're probably for speed limits, right? You don't think you should be able to drive 200 mile an hour past a school. We both agree with that, right?
I am for speed limits in the city. I am not for speed limits on the highway.
Fair enough. Let's just limit it to you psychopath. Let's limit it to the city, right?
The Autobahn has less crashes than American highways.
Yeah, but
so
the shitbox cars that we're driving, we're giving every person that can't speak English a CDL now. Now you want the maniacs to be driving 130 mile an hour? Like, but let's just say theoretically we say, sure, outside of school, you shouldn't be allowed to drive 100 mile an hour. What if someone says this? Okay, how about 99? No. How about 98? No. How about 97? No. And eventually they're going to be like, how about 34? And you'll be like, nah, I think you can drive 34. And they'll go, why 34 and not 35? It's a threshold argument. Oftentimes it's very difficult to come to the exact pinpoint of what the threshold is. We would both agree with that. So that's why I think we should err on the side of avoiding hate speech laws, because once we say, yeah, okay, we could restrict certain speech that's hate speech, the problem is that now we have this threshold argument that inevitably is going to mean that someone's going to have to decide what's hate speech and what's not. And it's probably, given what I've seen, as our governments tend to be infiltrated with people that I think are corrupt, they're probably going to abuse that power. I don't think it's too difficult to envision a world that if we didn't have a First Amendment, that George Bush would have locked people up for criticizing the Iraq War. I think that's horrible. You know, but that's the risk you run once you say we no longer have free speech. We say free speech is only for polite speech, but when we define something as hate speech, then no more. That's why it's best to just not even allow that to be a possibility.
Yeah, so the way that I would at least set hard limits on things like Holocaust denial.
Really? Why not? Let them say what they want.
Directly supporting or like blatantly like supporting the Nazis.
Now wait a second. Let's start with Holocaust denial. I think that's the most interesting. What if I deny the amount of deaths of the Khmer Rouge? Or if I deny the amount of deaths of the Holodomor? Is that allowed? Now listen, I say this as someone, I challenge anyone to find anything I've ever said about Holocaust denial on my channel, right? But I'm just making the point. Why only that?
I would say the Holodomor at least is a little bit different because that's more of a famine-based one.
Great leap forward, Mao. Khmer Rouge, You know, what if I want to talk about? What if I deny the fact that what's the dude everyone likes, Che Guevara? What if I deny the deaths that he caused? Is that allowed? How far are we willing to take this?
I would say for the most part, when we're talking about direct deaths due to ethnic cleansing or genocide, I would say that in general, you really shouldn't be able to deny that
Oh,
at minimum happened.
I disagree. Would you agree that winners write history?
Unfortunately, yeah.
And would you say that sometimes alternative histories end up being closer to the truth than the version we've been told?
Sometimes.
So imagine giving the winners the power through force of law to silence people and criticizing the history. Sure, you look at something like the Holocaust and you say, but that would be monstrous to deny the Holocaust. Maybe so, but maybe next time it will be denying. What if the government of Israel says you're not allowed to deny how many deaths there were on October 7th? That'd
I mean,
be out of control, right?
we already see like the opposite happening to an extent here in America, where we have people that still praise the fucking Confederate generals.
So what? Let them. I don't have a problem with that. We don't
I
have to
mean,
like it. What's the alternative? If you
I
silence them, people aren't going to magically not believe it. And all you've done is give the government the power to say, you've already acknowledged the government could lie and they write history. So why would you give them the power to lock people up that disagree with their version of history? That's crazy.
well, because the reason I brought up the Confederate part is for a specific reason. It's because when we see that we allow people to deny the atrocities and stuff that the Confederates did, you have things like what the education in the South, where the education in the South, for the most part, just ignores everything that bad that the South did. And they're even trying to go even further with that now, where they're just trying to straight up ban any book that fucking
I don't think that's
states
true.
what actually happened.
I don't think that's true. But let's say this. How about this then? Then I'm tired of the Native Americans with the noble savage myth, pretending that they were all peace lovey when we got here. Instead, not only should our curriculums teach about the savagery of the Native Americans before the white man came here, but we should arrest everyone that denies it. Fair enough?
I'm not familiar with that myth. So.
You're unfamiliar that before Europeans came to the United States, that Native American tribes were butchering each other?
I mean, the tribal warfare happened, so I mean,
Absolutely. So
yeah.
anyone that pretends that's not the case, straight to jail. Re-education for you, sir. And by the way, we should make it in the curriculum. Let's start in the South, talking about the savages that the Native Americans were and how many people they killed. Let's start in Alabama.
I mean,
Isn't that part of our country's history?
No,
The geographical landmass and the abuse that occurred here as we were settling? Seems relevant to me. The point I'm trying to make is, my goodness, right? Like the hyper focus on the evils that the American government's done. I don't disagree that there should be mention of it, but oftentimes what I see is people weaponize this to suggest that we demonize white people or demonize the South or this is these unique evils. But we're selective in how we apply this, at least the people that want to control it. Like they'll be very quick to condemn places of European ancestry, but my goodness, perish the thought if you suggest that other cultures were just as, if not more, barbaric. And to suggest that we should have hate speech laws that would be applied to the point, granted, you said not lock up, but sort of re-educate, but that would be applied to people that just deny atrocities, that don't even make racial slurs or things like that, just denying atrocities. Holy cow. I could easily see how an authoritarian government would abuse that to crazy amounts to silence anyone that's critical of them. I just think that that's a horrible idea, and you should think about it because you currently believe that the U.S. government's corrupt. Imagine if they had that power.
Yeah, and I mean we can continue down the whole slippery slope rabbit hole, but
That's not even that slippery. That's like the next step, right? Like you want to give Trump the power to say, imagine that Trump comes out tomorrow and says, Antifa's killed people, and anyone that denies it goes to jail. That's hate speech. That's denial of atrocity.
Well, he's already trying to do that.
Where did he do that? Show me.
The fucking national security mandate that came out not too long ago, where he basically made it to where being anti-capitalist, being anti-Christian, etc., and is considered will get you thrown on the fucking terrorism watch list.
I don't believe.
Did you not see that?
I don't believe that's the case. I do not believe
I
that's
will.
the case.
I will find it and DM it to you.
I will happily read it, but I do not believe that's the case. I am aware of there's been things that would be seen as an infringement on free speech. Not all of it, I agree, from the Trump administration, but it has more to do with guests of the United States. So, for example, you're here on a student visa. Now, that's different. I have free speech rights that my government shouldn't enforce upon me. However, if I'm a guest somewhere, I understand as a guest being asked to leave because I'm not abiding by the rules of the host. If I come into your house and you say, please no cursing, and I continue to curse, I would expect you to ask me to leave. If you're a guest of this country and we ask you things like, please don't burn the American flag and shout death to America, even though as a U.S. citizen I should have that right, I'm under no obligation to say that our country should keep you here as a guest if you're saying those things. So the level of sort of protection that you have from the government intervention here is different depending on your citizenship status. But the idea that Trump, I will think that it's absolutely absurd to think that you're going to show me something that says that you could go to jail if you're anti-capitalist. I just don't believe that's the case. I guess I'd be shocked if it's true. I'll happily look at it.
All right. Well, while he's looking for that, our next one, Geoverse says, for the goat that pulled my question for me, W. Thank you again, Geoverse, for the $5. And then comes in with another 2. Says, W, vigilante, good faith, your party can learn. Yeah, I'd say, again, definitely good faith.
I agree.
And I knew that's how vigilante would be because I've had vigilante on before. So he's exactly how he said. He comes completely respectful, and then when people turn up, he'll turn up too. So I like it. We got a 10 coming in from Wagira. Says, the fellas seem to have a good faith debate tonight. When you need a break, put this $10 on the tomato song banger. Yeah, it is a banger song. Like I said, I just thought of, like, what does every annoying, catchy woman song sound like? And then that's what I prompted it to sound like. Shazzy coming in with 20. Thank you very much. It says, great debate. Sorry, I am MIA. LOL, Mama Bear, we tad sick, but listening. Well, I hope you get better, Shazzy. And thank you so much. I agree. It was a great debate. Sorry, did you?
Rob, I sent you that link on private chat on here because I don't have you on Discord.
Oh, okay. Yes, on our StreamYard. Sure.
Yep.
Private chat. Let me find that.
And we got Darth Maul became a new member. Thank you very much. I appreciate that big time. We got Hellbat 12 for $10. Says, after all this, we can all agree that the Federal Reserve need to be a voted position like president instead of what it is today. What do you guys think?
I wouldn't necessarily say voted position, but I would say that it needs to actually be attached to the executive branch of the government. That way the executive branch can fire the head of the Federal Reserve and put in a new one. Whereas it is now, it's effectively a separate entity. I don't necessarily think it should be a separate entity from the government.
I don't see anywhere in this, by looking through it, where it suggests that if you're anti-capitalist, you go to jail. I mean, what I see is it's outlining. It's outlining what they see. This is from September. It's outlining what they see as sort of political violence, and it's specifically talking about domestic. And some of the things it says of the people they've seen of political violence coalesced around messages such as ones that were, anti-Semitic or anti-capitalist, etc. That doesn't mean that it's saying everyone who's anti-capitalist is a terrorist. It's defining the actual acts of political violence that they've seen and describing what they've coalesced around.
Well, it's saying those are indicators now considered indicators for the terrorism watch list. So
It says there are
yes.
common recurrent motivations and indicia uniting this pattern of violence and terrorist activities under the umbrella of self-described anti-fascism. These movements portray foundational American principles, support for law enforcement and border control as fascist, to justify and encourage acts of violent retribution. This anti-fascist lie has become an organizing rallying cry by domestic terrorists to wage a violent assault against democratic institutions. They are fundamental American liberties. Common threads in animating this violent conduct include anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, and anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, race, and gender, and hostility to those who hold traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. It's not saying that everyone that holds any of those views is a terrorist. It's talking specifically about basically Antifa and what their coalescing principles are, what we can expect to see from them. But what it's talking about is infiltrating and taking down domestic terrorist organizations like Antifa. And here are some of the common themes that they have. That's not saying everyone who's anti. I think you're completely, if you're not Antifa, I think you're completely fine saying, I don't like capitalism, and no government agency is going to break down your door.
The problem with that is Antifa is not a organized group with a hierarchy.
We disagree.
It is an ideology.
Disagree.
But
I can show you the websites. You want to see John Brown Gun Club, Rose City Antifa, right?
I mean, there are small sects that are organized, but like the movement as a whole is not an organization.
Is the mafia an organization?
Yes.
Show me.
Hierarchy.
What's their hierarchy? Who's the head of the mafia?
I mean, it depends on the mafia you're talking about. And
what do you mean? If there is a mafia, what do you mean? Which one am I talking about? There is a mafia. That's what you said. The truth is, I'll answer it for you. Yes, clearly the mafia exists. However, the mafia's argument was, we don't exist. There's no organization called the mafia. There's La Costa Nostra. There is the Gambino family, right? There's this family and that family, but we don't call ourselves the mafia. We don't have a hierarchy. We have individual groups underneath that have a hierarchy, but the idea that there is a hierarchy ahead of the mafia, no, that doesn't exist. They don't call themselves. Similar to Antifa, right? Exact same analogy, right? Sure, Antifa is a broad umbrella for a bunch of groups that identify as Antifa that are engaging in acts of political terrorism. But the hierarchy is the individual groups they have, like Rose City Antifa, John Brown Gun Club, etc., that are Antifa organizations. Much like the Gambino crime family is a mafioso organization. That doesn't mean that they don't exist or that we shouldn't use RICO statutes to go after them, because technically there's no organization called the mafia. It's just a label applied to all of these Italian crime families.
Sure, but like applying that same logic, would you want to categorize gangs and the mafia and shit as terrorist organizations?
Sure, if they're engaged in political terrorism. So, for example, if the mafia had been bombing, Kennedy and Democrats and constantly attacking Democrat institutions and attacking the FBI and shit, sure, those are would you not? If the mafia attacked, put a bomb outside the DNC, would you call that an act of political terrorism?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have a problem with calling them terrorists?
Well, the problem that it comes down to is like when we're talking about domestic terrorism is like, what do we define as domestic terrorism? Because like we don't, even though a lot of school shooters and a lot of mass shooters have political agendas and do shit on political agendas, we don't hit those people with terrorism charges. Like the guy who went around and murdered the multiple political officials in Minnesota. That dude didn't get hit with terrorism charges, but that was an act of terrorism.
But again, you could qualify that. You could say that it's selectively applied and we don't always apply it. That guy's getting his just desserts, regardless of whether or not it's called a terrorism charge or not. What we would call domestic terrorism would be non-state actors using violence or intimidation to achieve political or cultural needs, right? I think that when we look at an individual, so if you, let's say you've never even talked politics online and you're just some dude and you're like, I get it in my head that some dog told me to take out, Joe Schmo, my senator. Like, I don't think we would call that domestic terrorism, even though the goal was to take out a political person. However, what we're looking at with these organizations, like Antifa organizations, they're actually using violence and intimidation to try to affect political change because there are certain laws or certain politicians that they don't like. If that doesn't fall under the umbrella of political terrorism, I don't know whatever would. And what's the point of even having the term? Now, if your argument is much like hate speech, there should never be any enforcement of, if there's a crime, there's a crime, but we should never use the umbrella of political terrorism. But
I mean, my point is kind of like terrorism is subjective. Like we could talk about certain things that like the fucking Proud Boys have done that could be considered terrorism. Like
many groups did try to call them terrorists. There was an attempt to classify them as a terrorist group. The point is, I think that you make a solid point that sometimes when we allow words like this to be applied, they could be overused. And it's certainly something worth questioning. But the problem is, whatever you want to call it, there needs to be some mechanism to go after these organized, violent left-wing groups that have been acting in many of these cities like Portland with immunity for a decade. They sequestered 6 city blocks in Seattle and called it the Chaz Zone. They murdered a 15-year-old African-American boy. There were multiple accusations in the Chaz Zone of women being SA'd. And the local police stood down. They took them food. Warlords running a section of this country, that's unthinkable. And yet, we're told that we're monsters for saying this shit can't stand. Our FBI stood back and were like, while they went after blue-haired grandmas on January 6th, like they were ISIS. So the idea that we have to sit back and watch these organized, violent, militant left-wing groups that are getting funding from somewhere operate with impunity and say, no, there's no cohesion there, there's no organization, is absolute bullshit. And even though the civil libertarian in me wants to say, well, we have to be careful before we allow a president to send the National Guard or to designate domestic organizations as terrorists, what's the alternative at this point? It's clear that the left is more than happy to have these brown shirts on the ground intimidating and using violence against their opponents. So something must be done. It would never fly the other way. Name me one time where you can imagine a red city, right, that didn't like federal law enforcement, that was allowing their people over and over and over and over, right-wingers, to attack federal law enforcement. You can't do it. The best you'd be able to come is talking about racial groups like the Klan way back in the day. Those were Democrats anyways, but even to the extent we would say that, is that really how far back we're going? I think it's abhorrent.
No,
I wish that we didn't have left-wingers that were doing these attacks. I wish that the Democrats would step up and say, this shit's unacceptable. What are the Democrats doing instead? There's no violence, just like they did in Black Lives Matter. Mostly peaceful. What are you talking about? Violence is the language of the unheard. And by the way, we need to get these masks off ICE people. Today, I saw Democrats in California announcing that they're creating a program that's going to be a tracker app so that you can track where ICE is. This is while ICE agents are being attacked on a daily basis. 1 month ago, a radical lefty took shots at ICE agents in an ICE facility and killed 2 detainees. And yet the Democrats still go, we don't see a problem. What are you talking about? So, no, I'm sorry. The time has come and gone. We have to aggressively go after these left-wing groups. I think they're terrorist groups. The word doesn't matter. And if designating them as terrorists means that we can make this country a safer place to get out of this political violence and intimidation, more power to it. I only hope when they find the funding and the connections that it leads to high-powered people that face the consequences of their actions, much like we would go after people that fund groups such as ISIS or the Mafia. That's my hope.
I mean, if we want to look at organized right-wing groups going after, or not necessarily going after, but attacking cops, we don't need to go back all the way that far. We just have to look back to 2020 with January 6th.
What about it? Did they go after those people?
No, but they did attack cops on January 6th.
Sure. And? It was the largest FBI task force in history. Right? The people were placed in solitary confinement. They were treated like dog shit, even people that were nonviolent. Meanwhile, precipitating that was month after month after month of violent left-wingers getting slaps on the wrist. All the while, people like me were shouting from the heavens, like, once you allow political violence to be done with basically no consequences whatsoever, inevitably the other side will play the game. If I asked you to name right-wing riots, right-wing political riots, how many could you name?
The only one that I can think of off the top of my head is January 6th.
Let me give you another, Charlottesville.
Oh, I mean, that didn't really... Well, no, that did turn violent, you're right.
It did, and there were 2 sides to it, but I'll even give you that one. Okay, that's 2. You want me to name left-wing ones? You want me to start? How long do you have? Portland, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7, day 8, and on and on. Stanford did a review that was used by the left to say that Black Lives Matter rallies were mostly peaceful. It said that there were only 7% of the locations of the rally that were violent. That came down to 212 locations of violence. Now, here's the problem with that. Seattle only counts as one location, even though there were probably 30 or 40 riots that occurred there. Same with Portland. Same with Atlanta. That's how ubiquitous violence is on the left. It happens constantly, and we just accept it. That's the problem.
The thing is, when we talk about left-wing violence versus right-wing violence, yes, left-wing violence does tend to happen in bigger groups through riots and stuff like that. I'm not going to deny that.
Good.
But when we talk about right-wing violence, typically speaking, there are more deaths involved, because when we talk about right-wing violence, we're talking about mass shooters. We're talking about, well, mostly mass shooters, like the guy who shot up the fucking gay bar in fucking Dayton, Ohio.
Was that what? Now be careful. Be careful. Is that right wing?
I'm pretty sure that
most people
right-wing.
would categorize that as Islamic.
I would categorize far right Islam as right wing. So,
okay. Well, if that's the case, even though Democrats by far more support Islam, you would still characterize it as right wing?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Most of these studies also include white supremacist violence as right wing. You agree?
Yes.
What about black supremacist? Left wing?
I would consider that left
Why?
wing, yes.
Isn't it racial violence? Isn't that a right wing thing?
Not necessarily.
That's the same reason that I would say that we separate Islamic terrorism from right-wing terrorism. Although you may define religious extremism as right-wing, and it would depend on how we define right or left. But even if we accept that, we could see that these people identify more as the party of the Democrats than the party of the Republicans. So the moniker of left-right would really then not be as important as saying, well, okay, violence inspired by people that tend to vote Republican versus tend to vote Democrat.
I mean, the Dayton, Ohio one could have been a bad example. But, I mean, we still got the guy I already brought up in Minnesota. We've got fucking tens of mass shooters that have been white supremacists. We've got...
But there's a lot of shooters, like, again, if we accept black supremacy, think of this, right? Already when we talked about hate speech, we illustrated this problem. Now let's look at hate crimes. Same problem. Who gets to define it? Blacks, according to the most recent data that I looked at from the FBI, are anywhere from 23 times to 27 times more likely to commit homicide against a white person than vice versa. And yet we almost never say that that's an example of black violence or black political violence. We just say, ho-hum, they do it. Go ahead.
There's a distinct difference in those versus when we're talking about mass shooters committing violence. Specifically white supremacist mass shooters, because white supremacist mass shooters usually have manifestos saying there are quite a few examples.
Is it usually? I don't know if that's true. But look, I can tell you, I just talked to a woman named BX yesterday that talks a lot about this. For example, there was a alleged white supremacist shooter in Texas at a grocery store some years ago. He said in his manifesto that he was inspired by the Christchurch shooter. Now, the Christchurch shooter was clearly not a right-winger. He was clearly an accelerationist, because what he included in his manifesto was, yes, I'm shooting up brown people because I dislike them. Okay, you might say white supremacist. Checkmate, right? However, he also said he was shooting people because of climate change. Now, is that a left or a right-wing cause? Then he said he was shooting people because of the game Spyro the Dragon. Now, is that a left or a right-wing cause? Now, it's clear that this person was much like the Joker. He just wants to see the world burn. So I'll just throw shit against the wall. And guess what? When I'm gone, the left's going to say he was a righty and the right's going to say he was a lefty. Now we have this dude in Texas that says, yes, I'm doing the same thing. Yet we consider that right-wing violence. Who controls the data? Who gets to determine what's left-wing and right-wing? Like, the problem is that we just had this horrible, horrible murder of this young woman from Ukraine on a train. Her name was Irina. Did you see that?
I heard about that, yeah.
Is that left-wing violence?
I heard about it. I didn't really look into it.
He said, I got a white girl after he killed her. Now, I'll guarantee that the studies that you look at and say, oh, right-wing violence is worse, ain't going to include that under left-wing violence. It's going to say, well, no, he was sick in the head. And, he had other things going on. How many times have we seen examples where we see obvious racial motivations from people of color against white people, and yet we jump through hoops to say there's other explanations. And yet, if a white person, kills a black person, the default assumption is racism? Even though the data is inverted of that blacks are far more likely to kill a white than vice versa.
So racial violence isn't always political. It can be political, but it's not always political. So like, if the fucking what are they? The Muslim Brotherhood fucking killed people because of politics, which I don't think they ever actually did, at least here in America. That would be both racial violence and political violence, because that has a political motive.
Well, wait, you don't know that. What if they killed people because it was a drug deal gone bad? Is that still political violence?
No, if it's a drug deal gone bad,
Okay, but that matters because
violence.
a lot of these studies that you look at, it'll include things like this. A white racist gang shot up people in a meth deal. That's political violence. That's right-wing violence. But is it really? It's a drug deal gone bad. Sure, they're shitheads, but they would never do the same. They would never, if the Crips shoot up someone over a drug deal, they ain't call that left-wing violence.
If the Aryan Brotherhood shot up some dudes in a fucking meth deal, no, I wouldn't consider that political violence.
But they do. Obviously. Those studies do. It's crazy. They consider a lot of the political violence that they talk about is literally in prison. It's white supremacist gangs in prison, but they don't consider the Hispanic gangs or the black gangs. They don't consider that left-wing violence. That doesn't factor in. The studies are outlandish that say this, and I think that you're just mistaken anyways.
I'd have to find it. I'd have to find it again. But the one that I'm specifically mentally referring to is one that was specifically looking at mass shootings.
I just don't define mass shooting.
So when I'm talking about mass shootings, I'm talking about people like the Vegas shooter, which obviously that one wasn't political.
No.
But about school shootings.
You're saying what they're like, but a mass shooting normally is defined as what, 3 or more shots, something like that?
Not necessarily, because not all shootings have all school shootings. Not all of them are considered mass shootings, but not all of them have 3 or more people killed.
I don't know if that's true. Nonetheless, however you would define it, then I guess a single shot, even if it's at a school, doesn't qualify as a mass shooting, right?
If there is a single person killed and then multiple injured, it does.
Okay,
it is considered a mass shooting.
Okay, so it would have to be more than 2, I think, in order for it to be considered a mass shooting. Whatever, it's 2 or 3. It can't just be one. We agree with that. What race of people do you think commit the majority of mass shootings?
White people.
Not even close. It's black people. Not even close. Not even close. Most of them are gangland shootings. If the definition is just more than 2 people hit, I mean, my goodness. It's not even close. You just never hear about it. That's it.
Inner gang violence isn't necessarily a mass shooting. That's
No, I disagree. That you might say it's not political motivation. That's a fair argument. But why would we disqualify that as a mass shooting?
Because a lot of the time when we're talking about inner gang conflicts, both sides are shooting at each other.
Still a mass shooting. No, by definition. And I don't think that's how it goes.
When we're talking about mass shootings, there's usually it usually is qualified under the serial killer method of 1 to 2, maybe a group of people, but groups of people are extremely rare. It's usually 1 to 2 people that commit mass shootings.
I don't understand. I don't think that the majority, just to be quite clear, I don't think the majority of what you're speaking here, at least it would be enough to lower the blacks would no longer be number 1, is that gangs are shooting at each other. Most of the time, this way this works is drive-bys and shit. In fact, the sort of westernized, romanticized, gunslingers in the Wild West, and the gangs are like that too. And it's, they're hiding behind cars and shooting at each other is probably very rare. Most of the time, it's someone shoots unsuspecting people in a gang, and then their ops get them back later, and they shoot them when they're unsuspecting. There's not a lot of examples of 2 gangs lining up side by side and duking it out. I don't think that's true. And nonetheless, we're running afoul of the original point, and I do have to go to the restroom soon. But I think that the point I'm trying to make is the data that you're looking at is horribly skewed. Horribly. The truth is, when it comes to examples of political violence, the left overwhelmingly commits more. And we all know it. There was a reason that businesses boarded up their business in 2020 during the election. And it wasn't because they were afraid that Donald Trump was going to lose. They were afraid that he was going to win, and once more the left would riot, like they always do. And they're doing it again. We know this occurs, right? The idea that some lunatic extremist goes out and shoots a bunch of people and identifies as right wing, yeah, fuck that guy. But the problem with the Democratic Party is not that it's some fringe extremist, it's that we see these people engaging in the open in violence over and over again, and then so many people in the Democratic Party seemingly are okay with it. That's why we saw tens of thousands of people proudly take to social media to say Charlie Kirk deserved to die. Why is it that someone that said heinous shit, like Destiny, far more heinous shit than Charlie Kirk ever said, could go to college campus as much as Charlie Kirk did, and instead of having buff dudes as his security and worried about getting shot in the neck, he has not so erudite as his security? We all know the truth. We know. We know. I have a friend. When I ran for Congress, my campaign manager, who I'm actually meeting for lunch tomorrow, great dude, he's a Democrat, right? I asked him this one time. I said, are you ever worried that someone will enact violence because of your politics? He said, not a chance. I said, how about me? He's like, yeah. He knows. You know it too. You absolutely know it. All of us right here know it, and everyone watching, if they're honest, knows it too. That it's acceptable to use violence and intimidation against right-wingers because we're fascist, because we're evil, we're racist, we're thisism, we're thatism. That's the truth. We know that the left engages in more of this. That doesn't mean that you can't slice the data in some weird way and say, but if we limit it to mass shootings that occur at churches, then perhaps the right's worse. Maybe, maybe not. But there's going to be fringe assholes that carry out mass shootings all over the place. And fuck them. And yes, if you could draw a direct connection to a political ideology, it's worth critiquing that, absolutely. But it's not as commonplace as we see with violence not only occurring on the left, out in the open, but also being celebrated or ignored by prominent people in the left. And yet, our law enforcement treats them with the exact inversion of that. Right-wing violence is treated as the worst thing that ever happened, and the director of the FBI, Chris Wray, says Antifa's just an idea. It's absolutely incredible. And so, no, I do not accept your framing that Donald Trump's trying to make it illegal to criticize capitalism. I think there are valid reasons for Donald Trump to be aggressive in going after left-wing terrorists. And I think the American people are tired of this shit. They saw the Summer of Love. They saw the gaslighting. They saw the fires as places like CNN proudly took to the cameras and said, it's mostly peaceful as fires rage behind. They watched that shit happen and they saw almost no consequences. In fact, many of those rioters were later rewarded as they filed lawsuits against the city. They saw the left lose their fucking mind over January 6th and still to this day talk about it as a seminal day, as if it was Pearl Harbor, and then right back to the riots as soon as their side loses. And we're fucking tired of it. That's the truth. And that's why Democrats can't get any momentum when it comes to these sorts of issues. If Democrats instead decided to stop being psychopaths and arguing that Donald Trump was doing things that economically might not be good or might not be good for foreign policy, they'd probably be much more popular than they are now. But they can't help themselves. They appeal to the most radical because those radical people benefited them in the past. The question is, will the American people have enough? And I hope so.
All right, we got just a couple more here left. Random person for $5 says, Vigilante, how would you coerce the cum warriors of Papua New Guinea to stop their traditions? Oh Lord, you have an answer here for this, Vigilante?
Is that the fucking pedophile tribe thing? I think.
Yeah, that's a good way to wrap up the summary of what they do. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, just fuck it. Throw them in jail. It's pedophilia. I'm not gonna lie. It's pedophilia. Throw them in jail.
I hear this meme a lot, and I don't know specifically what they do, nor do I want to hear about it on stream. But I think I have some ideas. So.
Yeah, it's wild. I promise you, it's no bueno. Okay, that's it. We got Geo coming in with another 5. This is for Rob, bringing clarity to my question earlier. Well done, sir.
No problem. Good man. Gio's a
Definitely.
good man. He really is.
Yeah, he's been on Verbal Combat before too.
Yeah, I just ran into him on another panel.
Actually, yeah, he said you told him about it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I said send him over. Yeah, so I'm glad he came over. That's great.
That is, yeah, that's awesome. We got Wagira had a gifted membership. Thank you, Wagira. Shane was a new member. Maybe that's who got the membership. Welcome, Shane. And then Shazzy, the last one coming in here from this side. £2 saying new goal. Oh, I put the new chat goal. Okay. Thank you, Shazzy, very much. So this right here, everybody, wraps up the audience Q&A portion of the debate. Again, huge thanks to everyone who sent in questions. And the support helps keep the show running, right, to make the debates possible. Big respect to both the debaters for stepping into the arena, because it's whether you agree with each of their takes or not, like it actually, it takes more courage, I think, than people realize to actually like get up in front of an audience and do this. So big respect to both of the debaters. And so what we're going to do is we're going to roll a debate outro, because we're going to go into the open panel portion where you guys can come up and challenge the debaters, give your takes, all of this, right? And during the outro, I'll be dropping the link to join the panel. So anyone who wants to come up, hit the link. And like, just a heads up though about joining the panel, okay? It's not for like drama, trolling, Spurg fests, all of this goofiness. If that's what you're going to come up and do, you're going to get muted and then probably booted real quick. So just, curve that shit before you even try it. So if you're enjoying what you've seen too, make sure you subscribe to the Speakeasy channel. More debates just like this are going to be coming. So again, thank you to both debaters. The outro is about 3 minutes so that the debaters can go and, take a break from all this. Are you both sticking around?
I can stick around for a half an hour, but I am going to go to the restroom during the break.
Yeah, so that's perfect. Yeah, you guys have about 3 minutes to go have a break, do whatever you need to do. And everybody in the chat can hit the link. Again, thank you all for watching The Swords of Reason.
Break time.
Step into the light, let our voices rise. Truth in our hearts, no more disguise. Every word a spark, every thought a flame. Together we stand, we're calling your name. Raise your hands, let the world hear our reason. Stand as one, this is our season. Clash our swords of reason. Lift them high, feel the freedom. No fear, no chains, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Every voice counts, every dream will matter. Break through the noise, watch the walls shatter. Logic and hope, side by side. We light the path, we turn the tide. Oh, raise your hands, let the world hear our reason. Stand as one, this is our season. We clash our swords of reason. Lift them high, feel the freedom. Our swords of reason. Hey. Whoa, we clash our swords of reason. Hey. Sing it loud, let the echoes flow. Stand together, let the courage show. This is our time, this is our fight. We shine as one in the brightest light. We clash our swords of reason. Oh, lift them high, feel the freedom. Oh, no fear, no chains, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Oh, lift them high, feel the freedom. Oh, no fear, no chains, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Hey! Oh, sword of reason. Hey! Rising higher, sword of reason. Reason lift the fire.
Or is that the right one? Yeah, I think at least you just put the wrong one. So it should be /W5SF.
Thanks for letting us know.
Here we are.
Look at this handsome bastard down there. What are you doing?
He got lost in the Matrix.
Oh, look at that. There he is. Check, check, check.
There we go.
Ah,
Yeah,
it's the
hear me?
best he's ever sounded. Look at that.
Good to see you again, Rob.
What's happening? How you doing?
Easy. Good to see you guys. Good debate.
Welcome, welcome.
How do you guys feel like you did?
I thought I did very well, if I'm honest. But I'm also biased. So most of the time, people think they did well because they're making the arguments they like. So it makes sense.
Well, the chat seemed to agree.
Well, in fairness, Vigilante, let me say something, right? For real. Now, I do think I did very good in the debate, but never get too into what the chat says because oftentimes whoever has the most people watching them, the chat says won. It's sort of like bullshit. So don't worry about that. Like if my chat's going to say I won, and if I have 400 people watching, you have 40 people watching, then it's like, whoa, 10-1 said Rob won. It's like, yeah, it's not really the way it works. Yeah. So don't worry about that shit.
Yeah.
Man.
I didn't get to see too much as I was streaming, but I definitely heard when Vigilante Rob asked you about which race does the most mass shootings, and that is a great question because I think it highlights how we think of a mass thing as someone going to a school, and yeah, typically those people are white. But as we were saying, the actual definition is just more than 4 people, and that is happening all over the country every day, and typically not.
There's also a lot of school shootings in inner city schools that you just never hear about, and it tends to be people of color. It's actually, I think that it's offensive in the inverse way in what people say. A lot of people say, like, well, to focus on these criminals, these black shooters, that's racism when you talk about these statistics. But the overwhelming amount of victims of these people are black people. And so who are we to say that we can't focus on these crimes because it doesn't fit some preconceived racial narrative? I think that's offensive. I think if I was a black mother in the inner city who had to worry about sending her kid on the bus every day because there's rampant gang violence, the fact that the rest of the country is not allowed to talk about that because it somehow makes them racist, so we just ignore it's despicable. I think that the problem will never be solved unless we could accurately say what it is. So.
Completely agree. You're muted, CT.
CT, you're muted. You had some background noise, so I had to. Here, I can unmute you there. There you go. You're good.
CT, you look remarkably similar to one of my best friends in real life. You really do.
It's a guy.
Yeah. How tall are you? Are you very tall?
No, I'm 5.
Okay, he's 6'2". He's like 6'1" or 6'2", but I can't tell on the camera. So
it's a short brother.
I guarantee you, I'm the shortest person on this panel.
I'm 5'8".
5'4", baby. Let's go.
I'm the same as Rob, 5'8".
Now wait a minute. No wonder you're an atheist. You're pissed off, right? Yeah.
Hey, I do all right.
Hard to believe I'm taller than both of you.
Yeah.
That's what they keep me around for.
Can somebody remind me what 5'8" is in meters?
Oh, here we go.
We're Americans. We don't know.
Globalism bad. Here's your number one example. Meters. Get out of here. What are you talking about? 5'8" in meters would be, let's see, a yard's
Well-
3 feet and a meter's what, 3 inches long. So,
Although I
5'8" is a meter 63,
Hold on.
65.
there you go.
Anyhow,
Okay.
I'm a meter 64.
on dating apps that ask my height, there's a pro tip is if you put it in centimeters, girls don't know how to convert to the metric system. So
Smart. Nice.
Brilliant.
They'll
Brilliant.
think you're Canadian and therefore hot.
they don't know.
Foreign.
At least Americans
Global.
not know what centimeters are. So when you put 100 something centimeters, they're like, sounds tall. Yep.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Now I can only stick around till midnight, and then I got to go yell at my audience. So if I know Ditzo wants to grill me, that I know for sure. That's our favorite pastime, Ditzo
Rob,
yelling at me. So
No, Rob, you got me completely wrong. From our last conversation, I have not been online. Hell, we're preparing for war against the United States because your president wants to violate international law as much as he can. But hey, what the hell?
hey,
But
I got Trump
I
on
really
speed
wanna-
dial, so be careful. Just saying,
you know, at the end, it's just gonna be another Vietnam if your president goes to Venezuela, and it's gonna fuck up the whole reality over there. Anyhow, the actual person I wanted to grind in very simple terms, Rob, I agree with you in the senses of what you were saying about speech in itself. Speech to define or to control hate speech should not be the work of a government. It should be the work of civilians. Because to me, there's nothing more satisfying to call, and I'm going to say it out loud, imbeciles, the flat earthers, imbeciles, the anti-vaccines, imbeciles, the deniers of Holocaust. I am not government. I'm just a civilian.
flat earthers catching strays out here. Damn.
Hey, I'm happy to say like that because I'm not government. But
What was
before just so I can make the idea across, because English is not my first language. I'm sorry. I try to be as concise as possible. But
You have a
that
better
point,
vocabulary than me. You always say English is your first language, then I'm looking up words you're saying. I'm like, oh yeah,
I would not
you
guess
sound
that.
great. Don't worry about that.
So Vigilante, what you spoke with all sincerity isn't even close to what the implementation of what you would call globalism is, particularly in matters like the implementation of human rights or the implementation of the failed war on drugs in the last 60 years, international treaties, etc. But I'm just going to make you a simple question that should be simple if you've really dealt into this whole aspect. How does international law become a jurisdictional binding within a sovereign country through the constitutional means? How does it? How is that implemented in the constitutional republic?
Yeah, so I can understand what you mean by like a jurisdictional question. That's kind of why I wanted to focus on like how America is set up, because when I'm talking about like using a federalist system, the best way to demonstrate it is referring back to America. So the way that it works in America, where it's federal law versus state law, is everywhere is technically federal jurisdiction. And if you violate federal law, but you don't necessarily violate state law, you are able to be prosecuted by the federal government. Whereas if you violate both federal and state law, it is kind of deferred to the states.
I'm sorry to tell you, Vigilante, you have no idea what you are speaking on and in regards. The standardization of international law to become a enforceable and binding law within a sovereign nation in constitutional republics is via the ratification of that international law in the legislative sense. That is standardized from Canada down to Argentina, no question about it. In the U.S. Constitution, it's Article 2, Article 2, inciso, Article 2, point 2 of your Constitution that establishes. In fact, if you read the Federalist Papers, if I'm not incorrect, somebody will have to correct me on that. I'm bringing this out of memory. Should be around Federalist Paper 15 or 14, if I'm not incorrect, where the discussion was had of how international law is implemented through a constitutional
But
means.
did so?
And that
Can I?
has been standardized.
Can I?
Well,
interrupt?
I was
Okay.
answering the jurisdictional question part of that.
Yeah,
I wasn't
but you
necessarily.
didn't.
Well,
But unfortunately, the answer was not either adequate or correct in that sense. So, for example, when a treaty, a trade agreement is done, okay, between one or multi countries, let's just say one to two to more countries, they would say, okay, we want to make that trade happen and be enforceable in each of our countries. The only way that that happens if that agreement of the executive goes through the legislative, and the legislative through the process then ratifies it, and that becomes codified internally into the country. Then it has a principle that is called the supraconstitutionality, and that is implemented mainly in the human rights. So when you were saying all those ideas that you were having, without understanding how it is that international law is implemented today in the constitutional republics, in modern day constitutional republics, it just told me that, sure, you're speaking on ideas that are not well defined, nor are they well understood as to how they are done today.
yeah. So I think I know where the disconnect is. You're talking about how it does work versus how, and I'm talking about how I think it should work.
Right. If I could, not that you need me to defend you here, Vigilante, but I think you're acknowledging the system that you're invoking would shatter many individual countries' constitutions. For example, our Constitution says that without an amendment, you have a First Amendment right to free speech. However, you would say that that's superseded by the global government that would come along if it decided to go against what the precepts of our Constitution suggested. So that would also be intuitive when it comes to current national and international law, when it comes to the ratification of different things like, treaties, constitutional norms, etc. So you're making a claim that's like there are inherent barriers in your current law that would mean that you wouldn't be able to willfully sign over this sort of authority to an international body. But his claim is like, right, change that.
Okay, so I understand the should have, but I deal with what is, not what should in this sense, or what has continuously been in that. For
this
example,
debate is about what does exist, like what should exist. This is an ought-based debate. This isn't like a.
Yeah,
This isn't a fact-based debate. This is a what should happen, what should occur.
Okay, so let me just say in this sense that the ought argument was flawed from the beginning, in every sense of the word. Because at the end, if you do not recognize the necessity and the reality of sovereignty and the implementation of that sovereignty in the jurisdictional sense, then it becomes a pipe dream because you have no way of enforcement. Therefore, I would ascribe Rob at least the ought claim of it should not happen in that particular way. Because at the end, it creates a whole series of problems that end up in violence, like Rob established.
Yeah, I mean, if the country of Venezuela has their own individual constitution, and you and the people of Venezuela say, yes, we very much like this, and the international body comes in and says, no, that no longer applies because without your will, we have accepted you into the one global government, and now a bunch of the things that are outlined in your constitution no longer apply. Yeah, that would piss me off. And that's exactly the point I'm making with sort of what happens if you have this global government. There are going to be things outlined in there. I don't know what the Venezuelan Constitution says, but let's say hypothetically the Venezuelan Constitution says...
I do know.
Well, that's great. I'm glad. I'm glad. But let's say hypothetically, it doesn't have a right to free speech in there, right?
It does, but anyhow.
What's that? Does it?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So what if all of a sudden the global government says no, you no longer have that? I would be pissed off if I was a Venezuelan citizen. I would say, fuck that. That's ridiculous. You know? And so who are you to say that because you feel that you're more cultured or wiser than me, that I have to abide by international law from people who I'll never meet? This is the problem. We already see this with the EU. Like so many people, they are beholden to laws made in Brussels that they've never got a chance to vote on. It doesn't even matter if you think those laws are good. Imagine being a fisherman in the UK and all of a sudden you're told, nope, you can't fish for that particular type of fish anymore because Brussels has ruled it so. And you say, but no one in my government voted for that. Doesn't matter.
Rob, can I ask you something? In your criteria, you would consider then the Nuremberg trials to be a failed experiment, that it should not have happened?
No, not necessarily.
What?
That's a big leap.
No. It's not. It's
That's why I'm
I think
planting the question. I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm just asking you.
No.
So my problem with like the current way that the world courts work is that it requires either force by a opposing government to be used like effectively, or it requires willing participation, which makes it effectively useless.
Are you aware of the case of Artavia and others versus Costa Rica versus, for example, what has happened in the settlement of West Bank and the decision of the ICJ? Do you know how those two cases showcase how, and to answer a question that was asked, how do we enforce, for example, human rights and the human rights violations internally in our countries to those international courts?
Yeah, so I'll stick with the ICJ and like the settlements in Israel issue because I know that I'm more familiar with that one. Basically, what I think should be the case is Interpol should be able to go into Israel and fucking arrest Bibi Netanyahu and prosecute him for war crimes. And they can't currently do that because the Interpol and the International Criminal Court and the ICC are basically fucking useless with the way that it's currently set up.
That's because Israel did not ratify the ICJ. Therefore, they have no, let me tell you, how do you resolve the problem of conflict internally and both externally? One, the people are the ones who are the main line of enforcement. That means when your governments are violating your own human rights, then it's your own people that have to go through the courts to reach then an international court, like the case of Artavia and others versus Costa Rica in the case of in vitro fertilization. In the case of Israel, when you have two nations conflicting on each other, then you have no internal jurisdiction that can resolve those problems, and immediately would have to be taken into that arbitration concept. That's the same thing that happens in the trading world.
If I may say, because I do have to get going, so let me say this, maybe this will give you some red meat to yell at each other about. Like, at the end of the day, there's certainly a difference when it comes to international court agreements, etc., versus the idea of globalism, of a one world global government. And so I think that this is apples to oranges. But to the extent, fuck these international rules and orders. That's my opinion on it. The United States is the strongest nation in the world, and we shouldn't have to listen to a bunch of countries tell us things like, well, you have to accept all of these people under refugee statutes that are clear bullshit. I'm watching the UK as we speak basically commit seppuku because they're trying to bring in a bunch of people from the third world that's displacing the people that are native to that country. We do not have to accept that here in the United States, regardless if The Hague tells us we have to or not. Fuck it.
Sure, Rob. But why should we pay attention to you and the United States telling us how to conduct our business?
Don't.
We can tell the same way, fuck you, fuck your principles, and
wouldn't that be the
stay in your
opposite of
home.
globalism?
Don't, for example,
You have the right to
Don't
do
fuck us
that.
around with a war
Isn't that
on
how it
drugs.
is?
I mean,
So-
generally, people who are more pro MAGA or more pro Trump are not going to be super pro. Well, barring Israel, aren't gonna
So-
like because
That's-
a lot
that's
of pro
still
MAGA people really like
prerogative.
Israel aren't going to
It's still a
support
prerogative.
America involvement in all this shit.
Correct.
Like I've heard a very large number of modern Republicans will join libertarians in shitting all over the CIA and all the shit that they did in Latin America.
Yep.
Well, that's because
By the way,
left,
just
right-
lest Ditso confuse you here. Ditso actually supported NATO's intervention into Libya. Right? We had a discussion about this. So think of how heinous this action is. Barack Obama and his NATO cronies decide that they're going to support radical Islamic terrorists going against Gaddafi because, yeah, Gaddafi's a bad dude. So when Gaddafi's basically pleading to the world, look, these aren't my citizens that are uprising. These are Islamic terrorists from outside the country that are being funded by NATO to help take over this country. And that's exactly what happened. My position is...
That's a lie,
real
Rob.
quick,
That's a
I'll-
lie.
let me finish my point real quick, and then you could clarify or say that I'm lying if you need to. My point is, I'm not for disrupting Libya in the first place, and then the very left-wing people that were for that policy that now say, oh, look at that, we disrupted the people of Libya, now we owe them. No, you owe them. You're the people that voted for that shit. You're the people that wanted it. Same as Syria, same as Afghanistan, right? It's all of these places. Ditso, you go ahead, you explain.
so-
You defended that action
Yeah.
by NATO. I heard you do it.
No. Let's put it very simple. Your initial argument falls on its head because at the end it's reciprocal. You as a U.S. citizen or a country that, sure, you can self-perceived best country in the world, yada, 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 all that defaultism that you love to do is meaningless on the more broader conversation that we're having. Now,
Libya.
you said in
Libya.
regards to Libya, you know that very well. 14 years ago, what happened there was an uprising against the dictatorship of Gaddafi, of its own people. And that they were, you denied, but those are the facts.
It's not the facts. There was a color revolution and outside Islamic terrorists
Okay,
that were funded.
so you love to defend a dictator. Fine. All right. Great.
Please!
Look,
You're
if
the
we're
same.
going to-
Is this George W. Bush there? Oh, you're pro Saddam if you're against the Iraq war? You're defending a
No.
dictator? Come on, dude. This is the
Dude.
exact same narrative that justifies the CIA coming into countries like yours and fucking it up.
No.
Oh, so you're
The-
pro-dictator in
It is,
Venezuela?
again,
Please.
in this sense.
I,
the
for
problem
one,
is
I
you
think
either-
that it
you
was
either-
justified to do 200 failed assassination attempts on Castro. Every single one of those was justified. And if you disagree with me, you support communism. If you don't
So-
support the CIA trying to put dynamite in his cigars,
Yep.
you support communism.
Trudeau
Well,
disagrees.
let
but
me
don't hurt
ask
his
you
dad.
this.
Yep.
Under
Oh,
your worldview, what should be the role of the United States? Should you, as a country, be isolated and not mess with other people's issues?
I believe.
Yes.
Go ahead.
As much as we
Yes.
can. Yeah.
The United States
Or-
should be.
No.
The United States, there are moral arguments to make and practical arguments to make that the United States should operate as the world police. However, that would be contingent on the following two factors. One, that you have benevolent, and second, competent people that are running the show. We have neither. Every time the United States seems to get involved in direct military intervention in countries around the world, it seems that we make the situation worse. So I think that the role of the United States should be to be looking out for their own people first and foremost. When it comes to an international rule, what it should do is be seeking, like Donald Trump said in his speech in, where was he? The Rada, or whatever, I can't remember where he was. Riyadh, where he gave the speech. It was like, look, we're no longer going to try to judge you for moral things you do in your country. We're looking for good business deals. I'd like to see the United States trade with as many people as possible, to have favorable economic relationships with as many countries as possible, while at the same time being there to offer cultural, political, and economic support for achieving peaceful resolution of conflicts. However, the United States should no longer be arming spying people. It should no longer be encouraging color revolutions through its for its intel agencies, including in places like Libya, which it's unbelievable to me as someone who recognizes how bad the CIA was in Latin America and in South America with color revolutions and things, that you buy exactly the same thing, hook, line, and sinker, when it comes to a country in Africa. So in my opinion, the role of the United States should be far less interventionism at this point.
Okay, so let me explain you my worldview in this sense. One, the relation between sovereignty and the relation between each sovereignty has to be done in a cooperative sense. So you and I are very aligned in that sense. We should work towards cooperation, not interventionism. But that means that we also have to recognize that the interactions, and especially today in modern day era, and the impacts of those interactions economically, politically, socially, are intertwined with each other's necessities. So the idea of a best country in the world, or the idea of my moral, either Islamic, Christian, or whatever, is better to be imposed over everybody, is a flawed approach.
You may think so, but I think on this specific, I unfortunately have to leave. I'll say this again. You said that I was incorrect about the conflict in Libya, and yet, or your stance on it, and yet all you did was reframe it and continue to do what I said, which was you defended it.
Hold on.
My point is, I have to go after this. I'm so sorry. Right? My point is this. Right? Like, I understand from the perspective of not being a U.S. citizen, it is entirely reasonable for you to adopt the position. We don't give a shit. You think you're the best. We think we're the best. Great. That's life. Everybody should think that their own country's the best and advocate for it. I'm all for that. What I'm trying to do is less offensive than the people that you seem to want to cozy up to. I'm saying that the United States should stop interfering in these matters around the world, but also that means that we shouldn't be able to say that we're on the hook financially or through open borders to accept the problems of the world. What I find despicable is the people in this country that vote for these policies through our intel agencies that exacerbate problems around the world, and then turn around and say, oh, and look at that. Now we get exactly what we want, which is we have to have open borders and bring in all these people because we voted for policies that cause corruption there. You can see it in Ukraine. You can see it in Libya. You can see it in Syria, and the beat goes on. So, Speakeasy, thank you so much. Vigilante, I will DM you, man. I'd be happy to talk again, Vigilante. It was a lot of fun. Everyone else, I'm so sorry, but I have to get to bed tonight, and I have a bunch of super chats to read.
I hope you rest.
Good to see you.
No worries. Everyone go sub up to robnoerr. All right. Thank you so much for joining tonight, and I look forward to more to come.
My pleasure, man.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, everyone.
Rob,
We'll see you.
Buenas noches.
Thank
Que
you.
descanses. I hope you rest. You contradicted yourself. Another day we'll go on depth on that. But
Au
I
revoir.
appreciate you, my man.
All right. Whee! We did it. All right. Did we make 20,000? Whoa! Did we do that? Hell yeah. Oh, we almost got our goal tonight, too. Thank you, man. Wow. Thank you so much. 20,000 subs. We did it. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Really, from the bottom of my heart. Rob, watch Sarah's coat, please. Nope. Moving on. I do have super chats to read, and then we'll sit around. If you like the performance tonight, please send in super chats. I think we could shatter the goal tonight. Who's to say we can't get to 300% of the goal? Where's the spirit? Where's the guts? We give up when the Germans bomb Pearl Harbor? No. When the going gets tough? The tough get going. That was a particularly tasty drink of water. All right. I'm going to read super chats, and then we'll talk about the debate, which, by the way, I hope you enjoyed. I did. So I hope you guys did as well. All right. I think we were here, not quite dead, at 8:35. A solid 2.5 hours ago. Says, let's fucking go for $10. Thank you so much. Liberty by Logos, $10 says, for the grift. We love you, Rob. Thank you. Dean Jacobs, $8 says, hi, Rob. Hi, all. Thank you. Appreciate it as always, Dean. Zenkrios, it's nice to talk to you here this morning, I believe. $5 says, or maybe it was yesterday. Anyways, I'm not getting much sleep lately. All the shows are running together. It was a great talk, though. $5 says, globalists have one argument. Yes, we've tried it, but we've just done it wrong. Same argument as communist, i.e. the League of Nations, United Nations. I think the easiest argument that anyone that's just piecing this through could come up with was, well, it'll end war. And I'm surprised he didn't focus on that more, right? But the idea is, well, there ain't going to be no Russia versus the United States, right? So the counter to that's like, yeah, but even if it's not nation states going to war, it's sort of groups going to war, right? In effect, war. And, I was ready with like statistics like, we see things like when we tried to do these sorts of things in the past, it's led to like, the empire under Britain still led to like 1 to 2 million people dying in India. We've seen like the Armenian genocide came about as a result of sort of trying to collectivize under one empire, etc. So in the Soviet Union, Sankrios, $5 says robnoerr, team who has me gold. Crucible Crusader, 5 memberships gifted. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Sean Brewers, $10 says Vigilante confirms they put estrogen in the vapes. Hey man, you guys are fucking with him. I thoroughly enjoyed talking to him though. I'll tell you that. We'll get to it here. I promise. Catmere, $10 says, g'day. It's been a while. Sorry for not donating to the chair and the spider farm more often. Also, how are you, Rob? Not one step back. The number there confused me. F Sarah, thank you. Captain Planet, $10 says, get this kid some dino nuggies. He hungry. Senkrios, $5 says, it's amazing how people like Vigilante want to make China sound so amazing and incredible, yet we offered a paid for one-way ticket, they would refuse. Lower class, $10 for the grift. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. It's great to hear from you. Sean Brewers, $5 says, I need to tune in for more Rob debates. Absolutely carving. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Mike Turner, thanks for becoming a member. Appreciate it. Geoverse, $5 says, I think Santa is a fascist, lol. How could I prove this logically? Rob, forgive him, for he knows not what he did. Thank you. Zenkrios, $5. Look, the next 3 donations says, we need to topple the most powerful countries currently in the world, wait for World War III, and hope we don't turn out like the EU and UN by globalism. That pretty much sums up the debate. I mean, I've had some pretty good debate performances, like getting my opponent to concede that his position would either directly cause World War III or needs World War III as a precursor to advocate for. Ooh, that's a spicy meatball. I was like, ooh. Anybody on the fence might be like, I'm not so ready to sign up for World War III for this project. I don't know about that. Zen again, $5 says, I'm all for the Second Amendment. Also, federal gun registry. Now imagine giving these same people the ability to globalize the world. Yep, exactly the point. And Zen again, $5 says, Vigilante can debate against Rob's chair and he'd still lose. Geoverse, this was the question that caused all the hullabaloo that he sent to the wrong channel, but we got it over there for $10. Says, my question, what would reason be within your logic that someone may face the enforcement authority for hate speech against an ideological conflict, secular versus theist, force doctrine? What you going to do? And we talked about sort of the idea for, would it be hate speech to say from the river to the sea, Catmere, $10, thanks so much, says, I asked Radical Coder how he felt being one of the main reasons Sarah is now a doomed channel. He said it made him feel powerful. Seems Sarah's copying it from both sides. Couldn't be happier. Yeah, I mean, Fresco, $5 says, my guy, keep up the good. We need more like you and Andrew. I prepare daily to join in debate to face this mindset head on. Good for you, man. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Hey, Houston, $5. Thank you so much, man. Sniper Killer, 004. Thank you for becoming a member. Fresco, $5 says, for the grift. Thank you. Look at this. Hellbat, $20 says, hey, Rob, for such a splendid blowout, you get a joke. Why have you never seen a gay in a wheelchair? Because you can't be a fruit and a vegetable at the same time. Good game, Rob. Easy W. Thank you. Jeff Willard, member for a month, says, hey, who wants to play? Laughing my ass off. Mike V, $10 says, Sarah's live at the same time and throwing more shade. By the way, please ask Jake and Andrew to review cringe psychopath Kenneth Copeland's interview from a while back. Would love to see their reactions. I'll be on with Jake tomorrow. Jeff Willard, 10 memberships. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Premonition News, $5 says, sorry, the concept can never work. Too many differences that go back thousands of years. Of course. Social cohesion would not be possible. Jason Agar, great to hear from you again. $10. Says, here's a few more bucks towards the alternator. Don't wait too long. Good night. No, it's one step back. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Then our good friend, another new account, $10 says, is someone with Autobahn experience. Training is 4 to 6 months, costs $2,000 to get licensed, and penalties are harsh. Imagine getting your license suspended for 2 months for speeding. That's why they have less crashes. Well, there you go. Chop Chop, $5 says, can we get a rap party at 20,000? Keep up the great work, brother. Love the content. I make an ass of myself rapping here and there, but I'm not looking to make it a whole party. Mike V again, $5 says, why does the UK have such strict hate speech law compared to the US? Feels like we're on our way there as more and more snowflakes fall from the left. Well, I think it's because they never enshrined a First Amendment. Certainly, and for all the laughing and, the use of force being necessary for that document, our Bill of Rights to matter, the truth is it has been at least some impediment to what tyrannical people would want to do. And because that's not even enshrined in theory, the concept of First Amendment in the government of the United Kingdom, they've easily dispensed with it. The people in positions of power don't want criticism that negatively affects them. And so it is what it is. Roy the Boy, nice to hear from you. $5 says Glock has been bullied into completely revamping their product line over the switches. I heard about that. That's crazy. Wayne Hodgson, $20 says anyone who thinks that there's no violence on the left, put on a MAGA hat and walk around downtown. Yep. We all know. We know the truth. Joe Smith, $10 says class act, good faith, generous in helping him make his arguments. We need more debates like this, hopefully with stronger opposition in the future. Yeah, thank you so much for that. I enjoyed it. And say what you will about him. I didn't think he was the most accomplished debater. However, it was good faith, didn't require almost any moderation. And what more can you ask for? So I tip my cap to him. And if Elastics, $10 says, just sending some love, bro. Thank you. Wayne Hodgson again. $20 says the media likes to decide what mass event gets airtime. The media leans hard left. By the way, Rob, you did great. Thank you. Yeah, the definition of mass shooting all of a sudden conveniently leaves out a bunch of victims that ended up being black people. And the media doesn't cover them because they claim that it's racist to focus on the assailants if they're black. I claim they're racist for not focusing on the victims that are black. How about that? Zane G, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. Erica Neva, $10 says, I think we're moving towards globalism. We're not going to move backwards. It's inevitable. Well, I definitely think we're moving towards it. I don't know that it's inevitable, but it's certainly a distinct possibility that we end up with a one world government. And we're certainly trending in that direction. Zane, thanks for becoming a member, man. Zen Krios again, $5 says, this debate felt like a warm up for a real one, but still good to see you fight the good fight. No, one step back. Thank you. Zane again, $5 says, Michael Jackson proved only in America can a poor black boy grow up to be a rich white man. Leave Mike alone. Zenkrios, $10 says, happy 20K. Let's go. Thank you so much. From the bottom of my heart, thank you all. I really, really appreciate it. Bloody Clarence, $20 says, great job tonight, Rob. Congratulations on the 20K. Thank you. Naughty Germ, $10 says, congrats on the 20K. Thank you. Always great to hear from you, Naughty Germ. Kokomo gives 5 subs. Thank you. Appreciate it. Our good friend Manted, $10. Thanks so much. Says 20K. Well earned. Let's fucking go. Thanks, man. It means a lot for me, man. Always appreciate hearing from you. Goat Nipples. There's a name. $20 says 2020. Not one step back. Thank you so much. Bloody Clarence again for $10 says, now who's going to gift me a membership? We'll see. Someone might step up. Captain Planet, $10 says, congrats. Well deserved. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Crusader, $5 says, happy 20K, Rob. Thank you. 88, $10 says, you had me thinking yesterday after sharing. Your patience and support for young debaters is only exceeded by your face for radio. Beautiful, isn't it? Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Mr. B, $20 says, ever heard of Superman Prime 1 million? It's a comic where he sun dips for 15,000 years and literally becomes trillions of times stronger. That being said, who's more powerful, him or a mere mortal initiated by the panel first? It'd be tough. It'd be a toss-up. I have heard the term Superman Prime 1 million, but I didn't know that's what it meant. So now I know. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. Mike DeFam, $10 says ultra nationalism authoritarian bad, ultra globalism authoritarian good. Only difference is scale. Oh. I think I see your point there. Vengeful Truther, $5 says congrats on 20K, Rob. You deserve it. W mods, W chat. Thank you. Appreciate it. Bloody Clarence, $10 says, isn't the EU a Timu version of globalization? If not, I would assert it's the closest we've seen to it. And look how that's turning out. Yes. That's why I continued to talk about the problems in Brussels. It's terrible. Super corrupt. Zach Gelby, thanks so much, man. $10 says, congratulations. Well deserved. Thank you, man. And lastly, Arvo for $20 says, congrats on the 20K. 40K win. Oh, hopefully sooner rather than later. I would love it. I've really been picking up steam, and I appreciate it. Thank you. We're offended that you're offended for rating the Rumble stream. Sorry I didn't get to that when it occurred. I was debating. What is there to say about the debate? I think my opponent isn't an accomplished debater. And I think you could tell there was a little bit of nerves there. And maybe this wasn't a position that normally he would defend too vehemently. Maybe he has other things that he would rather talk about. But as far as someone to talk to, I would happily talk to him any day. I thought that, and it's not just because I thought that I won pretty handedly. It's because I appreciate when you can have a back and forth like that. I really do. So he wasn't mealy-mouthed, like, filibustering, shouting. He wasn't refusing to answer points or anything like that. Yeah, I felt bad. He was reading the chat a lot. And don't do that. Like, I almost don't read anything in the chat while I'm debating. Sometimes something will catch your eye. But to be quite honest, it's almost 99% of the time it's a mistake. Especially if you're coming in as the person that has less of an audience. Because the majority of the chat's going to be against you, even if you're crushing it. And then you get that in your head. So don't do that. But I have nothing negative to say about his character. I think that I'd be happy to talk to him again. Maybe next time he could just come on the show. It wouldn't even require moderation. Maybe he'd have a topic that he's more comfortable with. I'd be happy to chat with him. But it's the exact type of conversation that I like having. So as far as the debate itself, I'm sorry to admit, or to say for him, I thought it was, I know it's not good form to say that you think you won, but I thought it was pretty much a blowout, if I'm honest. I basically gave 3 to 4 points of my opening statement, and I think I win all of them clearly, including one in a way that I couldn't even believe, which was that sort of it would lead to wealth being siphoned out of the United States in the form of us paying taxes that would then be sent elsewhere. It would destroy social cohesion. It would be led by people that would entrench bad people in positions of government and be corrupt. And I think I win all 3 of those pretty handedly. I don't think there was much of a pushback. And I was trying to look at the clock, which I appreciate that Speakeasy had the clock up because it allowed me to say, okay, I'd like to move on to the next point, which I appreciated. Helped me out a lot. But the big one is that it would be untenable because the transition would lead to World War III. And I mean, he all but concedes it. I mean, that's as close as to a concession as, yes, my strategy leads to a war that would kill hundreds of millions of people. Ugh. Pretty tough. So, yeah, I don't know a part of the debate that I would even say that I came close. Here's the real problem. If you want to take a debate lesson out of this, he absolutely allowed me to control the direction of the debate the entire time. The entire time. Straight from his opening statement not being 10 minutes, I took full advantage of my 10 minutes. Then his rebuttal that was uninterrupted, he only used half of his time. I used the entirety of my time. And then that laid the groundwork. He literally allowed me to be like, if you pay attention, I literally went through my points in my opening statement. Now, I talk about this a lot in debate. That's my offense. My offense is that the groups that would run this would be corrupt, that there would be a destruction of social cohesion, that the transition would lead to World War III, and that it would siphon wealth out of the United States. Those are my offensive positions. His offensive positions were as follows from his opening statement. He had some. That it would eliminate the necessity for multiple currencies. That people wouldn't be able to have tax havens offshore. That it would help us fight disease better. That it would help us fight climate change. That it would solve world hunger and peace. That we could industrialize the third world. That we would have a world defense force. That there would be international warrants that would now be able to be successfully executed. And a universal declaration of human rights. That we would have immigration and freedom of movement. That's his offense. He didn't mention any of that the whole debate after the opening statement. He was on defense the entire time. And a lot of that has to do with just understanding debate strategy a little more. He needed to nip me in the bud and say, okay, now you talk now. What do you how do you evaluate what you just said about corrupt people? But I think clearly we'd solve this need for multiple currencies. Now I have defensive arguments against those positions. And some of the arguments I have offense against his offense. For example, free movement of people. I say that's bad. He says it's good. So that's offense for both of us, sort of. But a lot of that is just defense. Like, I don't really have that much offense against the idea of eliminating the need for multiple currencies. I'm just like, it's inevitable Bitcoin would come up. But that's a defensive argument on my point. So I just think that not just like on the details did he struggle in much of the debate, but I think that strategy-wise, he sort of left me take the debate exactly where I wanted the entire time. And he should have sort of, it's not being rude, it's just having a strategy. And if you're going to let me talk about my offensive points, then I'm going to talk about them. So, and it starts in the opening statement. Take advantage of your time. He sort of just read a laundry list, but he didn't go into details why this stuff would work. I take a different approach. I read 3 main portions and go into details, like 3 minutes apiece. Here's why I'm the first point and what I mean by it. Here's the second point of what I mean. Here's the third point and what I mean. But use all of your time. Explain. He could have spent a minute arguing each of those positions I just read to you. And I think he's in a far better position coming out of the opening statement. But I was taking him very seriously. I was trying, you'd see I kept notes on his opening statement. I tried to write down this lighting's horrible. There you go. I tried to write down each of the positions. And then what I do is if I could write fast enough, I write down his position and then my answer to it. So, but an immensely enjoyable debate for me. It was such a relief to not have people spurging out over me and stuff like that. So, do I have a strategy for note taking? Not really. When I debated in college, we did what was called a flow. And a flow would be like this. You have, everybody gives what's called a roadmap. You're going to need 4 sheets of paper, I might say. If I'm the affirmative team and I stand up and I'd say, observation 1, proliferation. You'd write proliferation at the top in shorthand. And then you would make columns down the paper. And the way it would work was you'd put all these arguments in columns. You'd write shorthand for what the argument was, who the author was, the date, put a line. The next argument, put a line, put next argument. Then the next person that speaks, you put a column right down there. When it's time to move on to the next overarching argument, you change the page. You get a new paper for each subcategory of argument. And then inevitably what you're doing in policy debate is it allows you to see, based on the way you're keeping your flow, where there's gaps. Oh, they didn't answer this. I'll carry that through. Now it's too late to answer it. So my shorthand, I basically just cheat and I don't use vowels. That's basically it. So when I'm writing, I don't use vowels, basically. Most of the time. Sometimes I do. Here I did, but You have to understand the debate. People are talking as fast as humanly possible, so you're trying to get as many arguments as possible, so you have to write as fast as you can because you don't want to miss any of the arguments. Miss the arguments means you want to be able to understand, so you need to find a way to shorthand and be able to do this. Now, when you're trying to make the arguments line up, you understand why people talk as fast as humanly possible, because if you miss one of the arguments, it means you'll be able to, that only goes further to the debate. You have to be able to answer these in the constructive. Usually it's too late once you get the rebuttals. So you have to have shorthand because it's like, holy shit, you're trying to keep up. Okay, argument. So you're writing shorthand as fast as possible, right? And then most of the time they're reading evidence in those first couple speeches. And so as they're reading a piece of evidence and then they sit it down. You grab that evidence and you're reading it as fast as you can while you're listening to the next argument they're saying. And then you're keeping notes. You're writing them down, right? So you have to have some form of shorthand. And I never took like a official shorthand course or anything. I just skipped vowels. That's how I did it. Mike the Fam, $5 says, okay, except one world globalism with Trump as the supreme ruler. How many leftists would still want this? Of course. And our friend Roy the Boy, $20 says, I usually think that Hanlon's razor is fake, and I cannot sympathize with these leftist psychos. Then I remember that echo chambers can make goobers and dorks, and that they just go with the flow. Then I feel bad. How should we respond? It's very difficult. I mean, it's the same problem that you have all over the place. How do I know if someone's a racist when they tell the joke, whether someone's just being humorous? How do I know if someone's joking around, like if they tell a joke about the Holocaust? How do I know if they're joking around or if they really mean it? It's difficult. You got to use all of your context. I don't think that guy was bad faith whatsoever. But it's a judgment call, It's hard to say there's any one thing you could look at. Topher Toke, thanks so much. Says congrats on 20K. Sarah's cope stream saying you turned on her as comical. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what her argument's gonna be. Nor do I care. Yeah, the intent definitely does matter. So, yeah, how funny the joke is. That's it. If it makes me laugh, then we're good to go. Yeah. If the joke falls flat, then fuck you, racist. That's a good standard. But no, I enjoyed that debate. Now, one of the things I realize is I'm going to start leaving the open panels. I'll do it like 20 minutes or so, but I think it's prudent to leave, obviously, because I've had a little bit of frustration with the open panels, as you may know, and gives me time to come back and spend some time with the audience and actually read super chats. Elsewise, if you stay in that open panel till 3 a.m., poor people that donated at the beginning of the debate, they don't get to hear their super chat until 7 hours later. And that seems to be ridiculous. Our good friend Spiro, $10 says, so I guess tomorrow our stream is a celebration stream. Also, I know how to win every debate now. I have atomic arsenals. They're directed right at you and you're defenseless. Now what? Insta win. What can I say? Smart debating. Amacan, $6.74, says, congrats on 20K. I give most of the credit to the polo. Pow! Yeah. Now, you want to hear a debate I'm going to lose? I've signed up for a debate I know I'm going to lose. I definitely know it. Next Tuesday, I believe it's next Tuesday, at 9 p.m., I will be debating with Grid Motorsports as my partner against two people whom I don't know. And I believe the topic, they've bounced around. It's either something to do with ICE enforcement, or it's to do with, I think it's going to be, are we better ahead of electing Trump than Kamala? I think that's going to be the topic. That debate I'll be fine in. However, that debate should be ending at 11 p.m. Immediately at 11 p.m., I start a second debate. And that debate is me defending Christian nationalists. So, I don't know, man. Seeing as how I'm not a Christian nationalist, now I've made it clear to the person setting up the debate that I don't argue religion and that I'm not a Christian nationalist. But they very much wanted me to come to a debate, and they talk about religion a lot on the channel and do a lot of religious debates. So I said, okay. So here we go. Andrew's a busy man. I'm not going to have him help practice. So yeah, there you go. We'll be doing a twofer next Tuesday. Starting at 9 o'clock. We'll be debating all night, baby. So it'll go 9 to 11 first debate, then 11 to who knows when second debate. So, it's going to be the call-in show that we're talking. It don't matter to me. However they set it up, unimportant. I thought we were debating actual people, but I can still become a Christian nationalist before the debate. Now, the one thing I'll say is I have to make it clear to everyone two things. And when I give my opening statement, I will. I am not a Christian nationalist, and I am very uncomfortable arguing theology. I'll probably limit my arguments more towards the practical applications of adopting a Christian morality and how that would be best for a system of governance. But I would not blaspheme and claim to know that one particular denomination of Christianity over another. To me, that's insensitive and borderline blasphemous to try to argue. So you won't hear me arguing for orthodoxy, for example, or Catholicism, because that's not right. I find that to be something that you should not do. Thanks everyone for the congrats. So there you have it. I'm excited though. I think it'll be fun. Of course, tomorrow night we have me and Spiro doing a show. It'll be somewhat of a celebration stream, sure. Dean Jacobs, $8, says congratulations on 20K, mate, and many more. Thank you. It means a lot. Thank you. Amicad gives $2.85, says Spiro's silly money's messing with my OCD. Oh, snap. Then he gives $2.82 and says, use real money, people. Jeez. Amicad's OCD is going to make me rich. Wayne Hodgson again, thanks so much. $10 says, if your position is based on facts and logic, you don't need to yell and interrupt. Mr. Rob, always a pleasure watching you work, sir. Thank you. I agree. Yep. So I'm not going to try to argue the denominations. And I know what will happen. There'll be a lot of quoting of verse, and I'm going to be like, maybe you're right. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable in my reading of the Bible to sort of push back on a lot of those. But what I will say is, even if I would accept that Christianity is false, is living your life based on the tenets outlined within better for society? Yes. And that's what I'll be arguing. So, see? Spiro 233 says DOC instead of OCD. Smart. Show will start tomorrow at 10 p.m. with Spiro, yes. Now, I will be doing... Listen to this. Spiro's in difficult company, right? Because me and him are going to start our first collab show tomorrow night. But here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. He's running up against another guest that I have on my previous show. I'll be doing the extravaganza with Vince the ShamWow guy. Can Spiro live up to the ShamWow guy? I don't know. Jason Eager, thanks so much for the $10. Says congrats on the wins and the 20K. Thank you for all you do. I share you and Andrew secretly with my students at this small college to hopefully let them see more than just the left's views. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate that, man. Tell them to get into debate. If they ever need some advice, even if it's not debate advice, but just advice on how to get into like policy debate or something. I still have a few connections. Hello's $5. Says for Space King. Thank you. Why do I have to? I feel like my old man bladder is worse today than most days. No, he's going to be there. I'm not making this up. He's supposed to be there. My idea, I suggested we just have him on for 20 minutes and talk to him. But I think he's going to do the whole damn show with us. Like the whole hour. So, yeah. Between me and you, I don't know what to talk to him about for an hour. So, We got some things planned though. Yeah, extravaganza, 5 p.m. Slap chop. You'll love my nuts. I remember. Here's what's going on. This is how it came up. It's sort of a weird thing. He we were doing a little cringe stuff, and I found this video and I shared it with Jake, and we put it on the show here last week. Here, I'll show you. He's got the whole thing. But he just started this. This was just like one day after this video came up, I found it and was like, oh.
Something creepy, looking at your TV. Who are you gonna call? Whoa, Busters! Transmission light comes on. Does check for a dawn. Who are you gonna call?
Well, there you have it. You get a little taste. So we brought it up because it's sort of a funny show, the extravaganza. And Mr. E's like, yeah, man, you go to his website. And as we're doing the show, Mr. E's like, dude, I just sent him an email and his producer already emailed me back. I was like, sure, I'd love to do it. So there we go. And we were like, what? For real? So we talked about it behind the scenes. It's like, yeah, looks like he's game. So we thought, surely though, as we get closer to the time next week, he'll be like, I got something going on. As of the end of the show today, he's coming on tomorrow. That's the plan. So there you got ShamWow guy. There you have it. Finally, I've made the big time. Peaches, thanks so much for the $2. Says Sarah's doing a live right now, coping about you. Lol. Yeah, that's okay. I would expect that she wants to get her case out there as well, and I don't have a problem with that whatsoever. So good luck to her. Zenkrios, $5 says, Rob, I can see defining terms is going to be imperative to your debate. Distinguishing between Christian and Christian nationalism might be a good start. Yes, very important. I totally agree. What is Christian nationalism? I'll have to ruminate on this and see how I want to define it. I know how Andrew defines it. I'll probably define it very similarly. Yeah, Billy Mays, the OxyClean guy, right? Don't worry. We might talk about Billy Mays tomorrow. Hellbat, $10 says, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think most Christian nationalism debate end up combining the two. I think the big point will be to separate religion and nationalism. Yes. Jared from Subway will not be coming on to the show. Jared from Subway probably has a nice cozy room that he's not allowed to leave. So he will probably not be on. Just a hunch. I guess I don't know where he's at still, but he was charged with some serious crimes, so I don't know that he's out yet. Oh no. Intel Wild got banned over at Sarah's channel. Sorry to hear that, Intel Wild. We welcome you over here. I don't know if Jared's out of jail. That I don't know. Yeah, exactly right, Sancreas. If Christian values are good, then Christian nationalism inherently would be good. Basically, the way Andrew defines Christian nationalism is that Christian values, ethics, and people should be at the forefront of our governance. That's sort of how I'll go with it. Yep, all the states originally had state religion, or almost all of them, yep. That's right, ShamWow guy. I can't stress this enough about the Sarah shit. I have no idea what she said about me tonight. I don't care. As long as she didn't call me fat. I'm just kidding. My guess is that it'll be something to this effect. Actually, Rob talks a lot. And sometimes he interrupts too. Yeah, it's not what we're talking about, though. We're talking about specifically with the Connor debate, and we saw what happened. And my impression was, oh, that's because he's the guest. Juxtaposed to what happened the next time when I was the guest and what Dusty did to interrupt me. And both times, both of them bragged about interrupting me. That was the frustration. And then her sending me a shitty text message. Let me give you some unsolicited advice. Fuck you. And then her joining the 3-hour troll panel after the other debate. That was it. I have no problem with her reading the DMs. Perfectly fine. After all, I read DMs. So I do not feel offended by that whatsoever. She accused Andrew of infidelity with her? Oh my goodness. Are you sure about that? That's out of control if that's true. That's out of control. I'd have to believe that to see it. That's way fucking out of control. Wow, multiple people were saying that? Get the fuck out of here. That's really shitty if that happened. That's different. But I can't until I hear it with my own ears. I'm not gonna make a judgment on that. That I don't know. Almost every DM that's ever sent to me, I could say I share with my wife. So, and as far as I've known, I've never even been in the same state as Sarah. I've never met in person. So, as far as the accusations it's Andrew, I don't believe that for a second. I think Andrew is a faithful husband. Again, I can't confirm that she said that. I don't know. But that's fucked up if that's where this is going. But I have Andrew's back 100. So I don't know. But maybe someone misheard her, whatever. I'm not judging her for saying that because I just don't know. Where were we? Roy the Boy, $5 says if you could shoehorn single payer healthcare into Christian nationalism, the Dem socks would fold. Yes. And Z, thanks so much for the $5. Says congrats on the 20K. Thank you. But let's assume she didn't say that, and I don't know that she did. So I'll just say this, I have no problem with her reading DMs of me or whatever. I don't think I said anything untoward. I think I was in the right. I think I accurately described the situation, and people were free to make the decision that they want based on it. I just don't give a shit. I'm telling you right now, from the bottom of my heart, I'm not wishing ill on her, nor Dusty, nor Coder, nor anyone else involved in this. Even after I was fucking pissed off because I saw she was on that stream, right? And the next day, I did my whole stream. I made it clear at the onset, after I joked around about being scared for like the first 45 minutes or something. I said, listen, here's the deal. All of this shit. Oh, it's her chat saying that, not her. Thank you for clearing that up. All of this shit is a petty online bullshit drama as far as I'm concerned. No one threatened my family. No one intentionally tried to sabotage my channel through a violation of TOS or anything like that. So that's it. As much of an argument as I got into about the idea of, should we forgive the people celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk? I have serious reservations about that topic. This is different. It has nothing to do with forgiveness. It's just, I move forward. That's it. I don't care. If this means that her channel thrives and the people on that channel thrive, tip of the cap. That's it. So, and I think that like the idea that it's like, oh, are you pissed off that she's doing a stream that's titled about you? No, I would 100% expect it. In fact, I would recommend she did it. She has the right to get her side out. Why not? So, that's it. Moving forward. Not interested in working with her anymore. So yeah, that's it. And I know a lot of people were interested in that. So, I understand dramas brings in clicks, brings in, interest. Totally got it. That's why I said earlier today, when we started the debate, it's like, no, I don't mind people in my chat talking about Sarah's stream that's going on right now. Perfectly reasonable. It's fine. This too shall pass. My thing is I wanted to be honest, talk about it, particularly on those call-in shows, because I would like to eventually get to a point where I don't talk about it anymore. And I hope that Sarah gets to that point as well, where she's happy with whatever it is she's doing. That doesn't mean I like Sarah. I don't hate her or anything. I said my piece. Fuck you. That's how I felt. That's it. Nothing's changed. No apology forthcoming on my part or anything. But that's it. It's not something that I'm really concerned with it. One thing I'll say from the bottom of my heart, that I hope she lives a long, healthy life. I hope her family lives a long, happy life. Same with Dusty, Coder, and all of them. Now, fuck them in their online presence, like as far as their bullshit trolling and all that stuff, but that's how I truly feel. So, anyways, I'm going to go to the restroom again. Now, I know that everyone was excited to hear me debate tonight, I hope. But you know what's even more exciting? You know what people are even more excited about than that? The Hassan cam. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Brace yourself. You're about to get what you all came here for tonight. Oh, look at the chair. Whoa. Whoa. There it is. Chair? Now listen, chair. Your ass is on the street curb this weekend if you don't raise $100 while I'm off in the restroom. You better get to work, buddy. We're tired of this bullshit. This chair's been freeloading. $100 by the time I get back. I'm serious. All right, chair. Moment of truth. Better have made $100. What? Uh-oh. Oh, no. No $100 for chair? Oh, man. That's it, man. We're kicking this chair to the curb. Did bring in one dono, though. Look at that. Kokomo. $8. Chair. Based. Well, listen. We like Kokomo a lot around here. So I guess he'd be upset if I got rid of chair, so maybe we'll give one reprieve. Maybe. Sarah said I beat the chair? No! Chair is grounded. Very good. Oh, man. Clint Eastwood's libertarian now? Oh, snap. What are we going to do the rest of the night here? Oh, I don't know. Checking the news real quick. Don't see anything. Another example of a fucking truck driver killing people. An illegal alien, it looks like. My goodness. My goodness. Terrible. All right. Let's see. I was supposed to check my DMs. Let me do that. I don't think so. I missed your EOD. Isn't that one of the dudes that trolled me? Yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck him. Bait some guys coming on my channel troll me. Fuck him. No, not debating him. Fuck off. I don't give a fuck. Hey, good night, Phil. Yeah, I'm not debating that sack of shit. Let him stew on the vine. He switched his mind a bit. Tough shit. Big mistake. Oh no, you know what? When I was in the bathroom, there's that wolf spider that's in my bathtub. No, it was Orthodox guy was his name. I don't know. Maybe I'll reconsider. I don't know. But for now, no. I got a lot of shit lined up anyways, EOD. So I'll reach out to him and I'll talk to him and be like, look, is this going to be fucking troll fest? Because if it's just going to be show up to troll me, fuck him. Why would I put myself in that position? But if I think to my satisfaction he wants to have a serious debate, I'll give her a go. Yeah, adversaries are fine. Right. Yeah, but we'll see. I'll judge. I'll reach out to him. We'll see what's up. Okay, if it's for a serious debate, that's fine. I guess sure. It would depend on I'd have to go back and look and see the nature of the specific trolling, and I don't know. We'll consider. Oh yeah, I got to click on that. There you go. Look, Austin Hall defeated. Look at that. Oh, it feels good. How about that, Austin Hall? We can at least get to 200% tonight, right? Watch out. A lot of people try to troll Orthodox creators by saying they're Orthodox and acting bad. I know. Yeah, maybe you're right, Jeff. I don't know. I'll have to think of it. EOD's not fired. You know? Well, I didn't really plan to talk about anything else tonight, if I'm honest. He is having Austin Hall's having a bad run of things, yeah. He subs to Sarah's channel. Oh no! Mm. So, all right. Well, anything else? I guess we could do. How about this? What if I plan to end the stream at 11:30? 11:30. Then I'm fucked. At 1:30. So I'll give us another half hour, 35 minutes. John Smith, $10 says, "Hey Rob, why do you call yourself a hypocrite about cancel culture when our current canceling is completely different from taking up a tweet from 10 years ago to cancel someone about? Not a hypocrite." Yeah, I was using Gavin McInnes's language, right? Where he was like, "Yeah, I'm being a hypocrite about cancel culture," but I agree it's different. You're absolutely right. So, in honor, an honorary of not having shit all to talk about, and it being 1 a.m., and I will do a little Ask Me Anything AMA. Wow, how about that? Within reason. Ask Rob anything. More fun if it's done in the form of super chats, but still. I will be monitoring the chat. Anything that you'd like to ask me, debate related, personal related. Is beard braiding manly or feminine? Feminine. How many spiders are in the room right now? Daddy Longleg. 2 daddy long legs. That's all I see. Does my mother know that I'm gay? I've hidden it. Jim Bob debated a feminist tonight. I'm going to have to check that out tomorrow. Yeah, I'm sure he did great. What's the toughest debate you've ever had? Online or in real life? I had a debate against, I lost this debate, but it was my favorite debate I ever had against this Mary Washington team that we debated all the time. I was friends with. And both teams were fucking excellent. My team was excellent and their team was excellent. It was so close. That was probably the toughest debate I ever had because I was on top of my game and I could tell it was close. And that was rough. But we lost. But that was good. That was a good debate. On the online space, I don't know. It's hard to say. Like some debates, right, where it's like people are spurging out over you and arguably is tough. Oh, someone's going to donate. We're at 666. No, no, no. I don't know. I would say that the debate I had with Andrew on reparations was a very tough debate. Of course, he switched it around on me and he just used reparations to shoehorn some like gay marriage topics. So Mark Mitsu, $50. Oh man, says you know what time it is. Give me a second. I promise I'll do a whip wheel. Real quick, let's get what's my favorite whip remix to date? 8-bit. It's so annoying. Do I play cornhole? Yes. Not very good. See me talking to Jess White and you've been on our panel. Yeah, Jess is cool. Do I believe California has a real chance to flip red finally? No, not now. Eventually, but not now. Are we starting the fitness schools with cleaning up the diet a bit? Yeah, I've been doing okay. But I definitely, after DebateCon, I think that I'm going to be very serious with exercising and eating better. Do I respect Andrew more with or without the beard? With the beard. Without the beard's wife and a kid. What's my vision for my channel over the next year? It's a great question. I ultimately, for me, what I would like to be doing is more big name things. So personal goals I've set with myself is I want to get on with bigger name people such as Piers Morgan, maybe Steven Crowder. I'd like to go do Alex Stein's show in person. I want to start transitioning to doing more shows that are bigger. The other thing I'd like to do is start doing more real life Republican stuff here in Pennsylvania. And I'd like to be able to sort of merge those two ideas. So for the next year, that's what I would like to do as far as like individual goals, as far as like measurable, I could either accomplish that. I'd like to get back on Tim Pool's show. Um, I would like personally, if a year from now, if next November 1st, I could have 100,000 subs, I think that would be a tremendous goal to set for myself. And I would like to continue to reach like financial goals to support my family. So, maybe that means instead of trying to get 357 per stream, maybe something like a little more like 500 per stream or something like that would be a better goal. So, and then, obviously I could get off my ass and get this merch working and start doing stuff like that. And lastly, I want to do real life meetup events with things primarily with the Crucible and the people that are fans there. So I know I'm getting to the whip wheel, trying to make sure I answered all the questions before I did it. Right. Quick. Someone donate $1,000. Smart. What is your essential prescription for the right in America over the next decade? That it understands that so much of the left is vindictive and hates them, and then it learns to wield power. And it understands how corrupt the system is, and it be willing to oust that corruption instead of trying to be friends with it. Where would I rank the debate you had with Jim Bob, the Christian nationalist one? One of my favorites. As far as challenging, I would say Jim Bob's a very difficult opponent to debate. I thought he did very well. So I'd put it top tier. I don't think it was the hardest debate I've ever had or anything like that, but it's one of those debates that I could see people watching and thinking that Jim Bob won. Personally, I think I won, but I'm biased. I'm always going to acknowledge that unless I get really blown out, I'm probably going to think I won because I'm making arguments that I'm biased towards because they're the arguments I'm making. But no, I thought that was a good debate with Jim Bob. AJC, $10. Thank you so much. Says congrats on the 20K. Thank you, man. It means a lot. And thank you for all your support. Do I have any tattoos, particularly on your back above your crack? I have 0 tattoos, including no stamps. Does Synth still debate? What happened to him? No clue. Do I play chess? Yes. Have I ever competed? I played in high school. I was on a high school team, but we only played like 3 high schools that were around, and I did win the tournament. Sarah implied that Andrew and I are attacking because we can't sleep with her. I don't know if that's true or not. That could be an implication that you're looking at. If that is true, it's ridiculous. Do I go out for whitetail? Haven't for a long time, but I used to go hunting. Yeah. I think in my life, I've shot 3 does and never a buck. I never got a buck. Thoughts on why Cali won't flip? Because it's too entrenched and corrupt with it being deep blue in the populous city. So I just don't think it'll work. Maradon, 20K. Congrats, Big Rob. Thank you so much for the $5. Joe Rogan, you'd be surprised. Until Bob, $5 says she coped hard tonight, Rob. Sadly, I listened to most of it. That's okay. I don't mind. If you got a mega popular on YouTube, like the size of Destiny or Hassan, would you run for office again? No, that would make me less likely to run for office. I would run for office maybe 10 years from now if I thought that I could be good for the job. I would much rather help support someone that I thought was good that was running for office. And having a big platform would help me do that. So, independent thinkers, thank you so much. Thanks so much. I will, Bob Pliskin. Fishing stream? Probably never. I suck at fishing. It'd be embarrassing. Am I still going to church? Yes. Catholic Church. You saw me donate money to Sarah? When? Tonight? Someone used my name then. I did not do that. OG2, $5 is congrats on the 20K. Now listen, I'm gonna miss and Ongen. Thanks for being a gifted memberships. Thank you, or being a member. Zach Gelpy, $10 says, I wonder why women always resort to you, mad because you can't sleep with me. Talk about an overplayed cope. Listen, I want to be clear. I did not hear her say that, so I'm not making that accusation. I understand someone claimed that was implied, but I did not hear that. I did not watch 1 second of that stream. So, I owe whip wheel. Let's do that. I think that's a mistake if that's an argument that was actually made. I don't think that's going to help the cause, but here we go. Oh, it's going to be a weird one. Maniacal Japanese. What a term. Maybe I have some maniacal Japanese fans. This one's so weird. It's like, I don't know. All right. I'm very excited for tomorrow, though. A good friend of mine. He was a debate partner of mine for a while and a roommate in college. Oops, wrong. Wrong. Coming in to town, and I can't wait to hang out with him. I got the coughs coming on. What's going on?
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the law that last says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. There's a way. Left, left, right, left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's war.
There you have it. Thank you so much. Mark Mitsu for the 50. Intel Wild, $5 says, what do you think about Bad Bunny being the NFL halftime show? Now, I have mixed thoughts about this, and here's why. Oh, JB, thank you for the raid, my friend. I don't know Bad Bunny for shit. Jim Bob! Heard you dominated a debate tonight. Nice. Me too. I don't know Bad Bunny. Here's what I do know. I think he's been accused of promoting some LGBT bullshit. And I know he gave this bullshit interview where he's like, it's time to learn Spanish, Americans. Oh, go fuck yourself. So, I don't know. Say something racist or we leave. Jeez. Man, every other thing I say is racist, but now that I'm on the spot. When I was doing the extravaganza yesterday, Jake Rattlesnake used a racism that I never heard of. He claimed that Chinese people have no spatial awareness. And I was like, damn, I didn't even know. Racist shit that I didn't even know. So, congratulations, Jake. Jake's goes out of his way to find offensive racial stereotypes. That's Jake Rattlesnake. No, I never heard that in my life. No. Nope. I was like, well, hot damn. So, yeah. Anyways, finish this thought about Bad Bunny. I don't know. He sounds like a real shithead, and it sounds like the NFL thumbing their nose at their, but to be quite honest, I don't even know the fucking guy. Part of that's because I barely pay attention to, like, modern music because I think it's garbage. Now, I did see this dude, like I said, in the Happy Gilmore 2 movie, which was mid. You know, maybe a 3 out of 10, a 4 out of 10. And after the movie, I asked my wife, I'm like, I don't understand like his caddy in this one. The character in the movie, he was like a waiter, and then he's like, oh, by the way, you'll be my caddy. And it seemed to come out of nowhere. And my wife was like, well, that's Bad Bunny. He's like a famous dude. And so they just shoehorned him into the movie. I was like, oh, okay. You know? But that's all I know about Bad Bunny. Looks like a lefty that sucks. Some bullshit open border DEI experiment or some bullshit. I don't know. Well, that's the NFL for you. You surprised? Vincent DeVici, $2 says Kirk stuff is interesting. Charlie Kirk stuff? Airborne Animal, $5 says it didn't take much digging to find out that Sarah has a long and sordid past. Glad the Crucible crew cut ties with her. She is seriously bad news. Maybe. I haven't looked into her past. Gorilla Biscuit, thanks so much for the membership gifted. And another. Look at this, Chad. Yeah, I thought Bad Bunny was a woman too. I didn't know who it was until I saw a picture and was like, oh, that's the guy from Happy Gilmore too. That's Bad Bunny? I also thought Bad Bunny was a woman. So when they said Bad Bunny's doing the Super Bowl, I was like, oh, it's some lady. Like Lady Gaga or some shit. Nope. Some like, I don't know, what is he? Puerto Rican? Some type of Hispanic. I don't know. Captain Kirk. Oh. And Bad Bunny, not the greatest of names. Yeah, I dig Gorilla throwing out donos too. Yeah. Of course, I get paid, so. White Chad says, you're white. I trust you for $2.79. Thanks. You know? And you know, if a Canadian trusts you, you're set for life. Not like these damn Australians. Vincent again, $2 says, stuff I sent. Tell the audience, please. I haven't looked through it yet. Let me check here. What is this? That is. What's your name on X? You must have sent it on X. I don't know why I can't find it right now. Yeah. Renadezer, what's happening, my man? I'll look for it some other time. Just tell me where to look for it. First Wizard, $5 says, you know much more of the Mormon lore, Rob. The cartoon Che and Jim Bob went over. Might be a funny watch if you haven't seen it yet. My Mormon underwear. You know, I helped Andrew prepare for a Mormon debate, but my entire role in that preparation was the political outcomes of Mormonism. So I didn't really broach the religious aspects of it. Ogen 2, OG2, $2 says it's pronounced Straya, robnoerr. Nice. Captain Planet. Thoughts on California Prop 50? Is that the redistricting? I mean, let them. It's just setting the precedent for around the country. The problem is with the Democrats' plan to gerrymander is they've already gerrymandered the shit out of every state that they can. So they find themselves in this awkward position where they're like, oh, if you do that, we'll say you're really bad people. So they got California. That's it. You know? Sort of humorous. I am aware. I'm aware that Sarah's doing a video about me. That's perfectly. If you've just joined me, it is absolutely perfectly reasonable for someone uh, who I think publicly started shit with me, and then I publicly told to kiss my ass to then respond by publicly telling me to kiss their ass. So I'm not surprised, nor am I upset about it. Mr. B, $20 says, I don't think you should react to Sarah's stream in the future. It's rage bait and her not taking accountability for anything. Her whole thesis is that you aren't good at panel debates and should stay away. AKA, it's your fault. She's entitled to that opinion, and I mean, okay. I agree about the not reacting. I'm just gonna move forward. I'm not gonna watch the stream unless I like. I mean, maybe if I like need something to watch, if I'm taking like a 3-hour drive to keep me awake, so I could be like, oh, just get you fired up while you're driving. But I mean, there's not much to say. She thinks I fucking suck and I'm a whiny baby that bitch about getting interrupted. I think she fucking sucks and lets people interrupt me. Okay. That's it. That's not the end of the world. She sent me shit that I thought was passive aggressive bullshit in DMs. Then I did a debate she didn't like the results of. A bunch of people trolled me for 3 hours. She sat in the panel chuckling about it and then told me that I fucked up because I did not realize the awesome power of the panelverse.
I think he doesn't know the power of the panelverse.
Oh shit! Panelverse! Panelverse! Oh no! The fucking panelverse! Who could know the Greek Sarah Tomato? The power of the panelverse. There you have it. Yeah, so I mean, whatever. Vincent, thanks so much. $2 says under cultural debates in Discord. Thank you, man. I'm not gonna play the videos. I will read what you have written here. Hey, I was the guy that kept going on about Brian Harple and his appearance on 2 different podcasts. Dan Flood was the one that hired Brian. Dan was the one that tackled Kirk. With Brian's skills, he 1000% set this shooting up. There's no question. Vehemently disagree. I don't think that happened. You have to see who Brian Harple was, dude. Below is the promotion of the missing episode. They got the link to the bottom that leads directly to Brian Harple. Brian is a super specialist in guns, drills, tactics, you name it. He's done it. I'm not really interested. I'm sorry. I'm not saying you're wrong. I have no interest in looking into conspiracies that Charlie Kirk's security were the ones that actually set him up to be killed. Could be the case. I guess it'll come up. Not really the type of stuff I cover, though. So, but no, I do appreciate it. I do. Thanks, Rob fans. Yeah, I appreciate it. Have a great night, Susan. Yeah. Of course, if you cover your ears, this one gets loud, but a fan of the show sent this in. This one gets loud, so warning. If you're wearing headphones, warning. You've all been warned. You ready? All right, here we go.
When people fuck with the panelverse that way. I think he doesn't know the power of the panelverse.
I guess you're right. There you go. Oh, there was an echo? Oh, shit. That's because this... Sorry about the echo there. It's because I had screen share up for the Whip Wheel song. Yes, yes, I'm a boomer. Ah! Here's the deal, right? If I bring up my media player to play some of these songs and shit like that, you have to do an entire desktop share, which then doubles the audio. So Susan Griffith, $2 says, "Have a great night, everyone." Thank you, Susan. Twice the pain. Ah! Yeah. There you go. Double audio is part of the Panelverse. There he is, Akira Toriyama. I know who that is. Biggest stick is clever name, huh? What's your favorite name that you've ever seen in like a gaming circle? Right? Like I used to play this game way back called SOCOM 2. And my buddy's brother played. He was phenomenal. He was a badass at this game, right? And he was so good that it's like it wasn't like Call of Duty where you lose and then you keep respawning. This was like there's a round and it's 8-on-8. And if you get taken out, you're done until the beginning of the next round. You only get one life, you know. He was so good that we would play people 2-on-8 and he would win. And my job would basically just be distraction. I would just like find a little cubby hole where people couldn't get me and they knew I was, so they'd be sitting there like trying to get me and then he would clean it up. He was very good. And I remember, I don't know why I laughed so hard, but you could have your name and then you could have a little title about your name. And this guy that was on our team for a while, it was just, he was the custodian and his thing was cleaning up the shit you noobs leave behind. I was like, oh, snap. This guy. We had a guy one time called the Bummer Master. I thought that was a good name. I don't know what was going on. Favorite Panelverse handle is a guy called Rivers of Hate. That's good. Yeah. Are we not men nails? Now, if you're just joining from Jim Bob's show, Jim Bob's a funny man. He's good. We like Jim Bob. But you know who's funnier? Vince the ShamWow guy. Maybe. Tomorrow on the Extravaganza, 5 p.m. Eastern, Crucible Channel, Rumble. I will be hosting the Extravaganza with the great Jake Rattlesnake. And we will be joined by our guest, Vince the ShamWow guy. Yes, that's right. That is correct. So join in tomorrow. ShamWow guy based. Yeah. Thanks, Gork. Appreciate it. Vince the ShamWow guy. That would be a great. I was always, my name on games was for the longest time Grambler, and I just came up with it one night. It meant nothing. But then that was my handle on the website Above Top Secret, where I would be debating people about this, that, and the other. So that was my name, Grambler, and I had a little Bill Hicks avatar because he was my favorite comedian at the time. No, we did not go globalist. I did not receive 10K. Hard R. It wasn't Grambler. It was Grambler. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Me and Jake. Supposedly, we're going to dress up like the Blues Brothers at DebateCon. That could be fun. I'm going to have to go get a suit. Oh, shoot the... I don't know, Spiro. I told people I'd stick around till 1:30, so... I was an Artie Lang fan, yeah. Yeah. I suppose I could be convinced to stick around for like, I don't know, $200. Then we'd bring Spiro on. But otherwise, probably be going to sleep here soon. Yes, I would totally understand that Sarah would never send me $10,000. I think everyone understood that was laughable. It wasn't going to happen. Perfectly fine as well. $200 to bring on Spiro. Oh shit! Talk about a grift. I'm setting Spiro up for failure here. I'm giving everyone 6 minutes to donate $200 to bring Spiro on. Pretty crazy. Yeah, here we go. Little preview what to expect tomorrow. This is what I read on that panel that got everyone so pissed off.
With ShamWow. You'll be saying wow every time you use this towel. It's like a chamois, it's like a towel, it's like a sponge. A regular towel doesn't work wet.
True.
This works wet or dry. This is for the house, the car, the boat, the RV. ShamWow holds 20 times its weight in liquid. Look at this. It just does the work. Why do you want to work twice as hard? Doesn't drip. Doesn't make a mess. Wring it out. You wash it in the washing machine. Made in Germany. You know the Germans always make good stuff. You can cut it in half. Use one as a bath mat. Drain your dishes with the other one. Use one as a towel. Olympic divers, they use it as a towel. Look at that. Completely dry. Put a wet sweater. Roll it up. It dries your sweaters. Here's some cola. Wine, coffee, cola, pet stains. Not only is the damage going to be on top, there's your mildew. That is going to smell. See that? The most observed. We're going to do this in real time. Look at this. Put on the spill, turn it over without even putting any pressure. 50% of the cola right there. You follow me, camera guy? The other 50%, the color starts to come up. No other towel is going to do that. It acts like a vacuum. And look at this, virtually dry on the bottom. See what I'm telling you? ShamWow, you'll be saying wow every time.
I can't live without it. I just love it.
Oh my gosh, I don't even buy paper towels anymore.
We would like to get this lady on the show too, but we couldn't find her, so.
If you're going to wash your cars or any kind of vehicle, you'd be out of your mind not to own one of these.
All I can say is sham.
Wow.
Ah.
You're going to spend $20 every month on paper towels anyway. You're throwing your money away. The mini ShamWows are for everything, for everyday use. This lasts 10 years. This lasts a week. I don't know, it sells itself. The ShamWow sells for $19.95, but you get one for the house, one for the car, two for the kitchen and bathroom. But if you call now, within the next 20 minutes, because we can't do this all day, we'll give you a second set absolutely free. So that's 8 ShamWows for $19.95. Comes with a 10-year warranty. Here's how to order.
No, don't give us a number. There you have it. Can't wait. Tomorrow, baby. ShamWow guy. Project VO Pod. What's up, my man? $2 for the epic Dragon Ball Super Clip. How about that? You'll be saying wow every time. Huh? You thought you'd only say wow once in a while. I'm telling you right now, my group of friends that I've had since high school, I was so pleased I was texting. I was like, guess what, boys? You make fun of me for my bullshit online job, and you motherfuckers interviewing the ShamWow guy tomorrow? They're not that impressed. But I'm impressed. Finally, I have something to brag about. I should wear my Snuggie. No, Jake will pick on me, the rotten fucker. And I'll be damned if I give Mr. E any ammo. Oh, Tony from LC. So we were thinking of other guys. Yeah, Tony's killing it. Yeah, ShamWow guy's slap chop guy. Yeah, same dude. Yep. You'll love my nuts. Yeah. Yeah, Andrew is missing it. Big mistake. First Wizard, $5. That's calling right now. We'll double the offer. That's right. A one-time only offer here. One time. Send in $200 and I'll double the energy that I put into the stream. John Smith, $5 says $357 is unreasonable. Oh, we got him today, John. We got the bastard. $357 today is highly unreasonable. Finally, he comes back only to taste defeat today. Look at that. Shamed. The bastard was shamed. Thank you and the congrats for the 20K. When am I going to ask the ShamWow guy? I don't know. It'll be harder than any debate that I've done. Yeah. All right. We were talking about other dudes that did sort of pitchmen type thing. Does anyone remember the knife guys that were on late at night? They're the fucking best, man. You know what I'm talking about? They're like Frost Cutlery. All right, here's what we're going to do. In this package, you get 273 knives. 273 high-quality knives. Now listen. I'm not allowed to do this. My boss is going to hate me. I can't believe I'm doing this. Can't believe it. 273 knives. Figure each knife, $50 value. You're looking at $15,000 in knives here. We're going to sell them right here. 273 knives. You ready for this? You ready? $50. That's right, $50. Call in now. My boss is furious. He's going to fire me. He's going to fire me. I used to fall asleep watching those guys and laugh my ass off. Those guys were great, man. They're always fucking, it was always like a bundle of knives. Like, they had to be the cheapest damn things in the world. Like, we got knives out the ass. What a deal. And you know who was convinced? My dad at one point purchased a bunch of those knives. And honestly, he opened one or two of them, like the bigger ones. It was like a whole set. So he had like these big ones. They were fine. But I'll bet somewhere in my parents' house is a fucking box of just like 100 pocket knives. I bet. I'll have to ask my mom if she knows whatever happened to them. Yeah, how's my dad? My dad was like, get the phone. We can't pass up this deal. You know? All right, it's 1:30. Yeah, 3 easy installments in 19. We got them on our flex plan. Get these things on the flex plan. I remember that. I remember the dude that cut his stomach because the sword that they were selling broke. Good shit. Let's see. We're going to raid Speakeasy here. What do you guys think? Anything else tonight? You guys have been the best. Thank you so much. It's a fun debate. Thank you, Vigilante. I appreciate it. Hey, Nathan Slippy, $5. Nice fish. See it, Sarah's doing a stream saying you backstabbed her. What the fuck's she even thinking? Well, I mean, come on, be reasonable. I mean, she's gonna respond. So listen. I know people are jumping in. I get it, right? So people haven't seen the whole stream. I did a debate. Take yourself outside of the perspective for a second and just say this. One guy talks shit on someone else, they're going to respond back, right? I'm not upset that she's responding back. It's expected. Who could begrudge that? That's all. No big deal. But Rob, she read your DMs. Yep, I read one of hers. No big deal. No problem. You know? It does not. Billy Mays passed away, yeah. Billy Blanks was the guy that did. He's like the Tybo guy, right? That was Billy Blanks. You know, I think. So I mean, I don't fucking know. Like I really don't care. Tybo, yeah. Till I interview the corpse of Billy Mays. You remember Sully? He had that show Pitchmen, and Sully was like his assistant guy. Maybe I can interview Sully. He was cool, right? I thought he was cool. Billy Blanks treats his son like shit. Well, I mean, I remember Ron Popeil, set it and forget it. Oh, who raided? Oh, Mirnichuk raided. Wow, everybody's raiding. Shit. Maybe I should stick around. Let's entertain people here. I was trying to go to bed early. Shit, I've been... And Jason well knows. I was on the phone with him for like an hour before my show this morning. Thanks for the raid, man. I really appreciate it. So, Jack LaLanne. Need a time machine for that one. All right. What do you want me to do to entertain you guys? Hey, you want to see a magic trick my son taught me? This is a true story. My son's like, Dad, you want to see a magic trick? I'm like, yeah. He goes like this. He goes, see? How about that? He's very impressed with that too. He's like, see? There you go. You could use that one. Magician's secret. Don't tell anyone. Cha! $10 says, hey Rob, I've been tangentially following you for a while since you joined the Crucible. Don't always catch you live, but just wanted you to know I love your work. Blessings to you and your family. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Never Lucky Rubber Ducky, $5 says, if you do go to sleep, at least give us a chair. Is that what you want? You want me to leave chair stream the rest of the night? Give us a Rob rap. I was rapping last night. $200. I'll do a rap song. Rob Hard R Nor will come out for 200. I only know one though, so you're gonna have to hear the same one. Richard Simmons. No, I wasn't a big fan. He was funny in that one time on what the hell's the name of that show? Whose line is it anyway? There's a funny Richard Simmons episode. Hot dog shirts, $2,000. George Hard R. Martin. Is he ever gonna write that book? No. I was that the secret magician guy on Fox that everybody hated. Yeah, that's right. Hot dog shot shirt. Nope. $200 and my shirt stays on. $0 and my shirt stays on. You will not see this fat guy removing clothing on stream. I have my dignity. That wolf spider, that damn thing was hiding like in the drain. I'm not eating the wolf spider. He's my friend. I would not eat a friend. Good. I'm glad you started verbal combat, man. Speakeasy's cool as shit. Full Monty Rob. Nope. Did I vote Willie? That's right. Absolutely. We don't eat friends in this house. You know, 150 bucks. Look, naughty germ. All right, fair enough. $150. I'll wrap it at normal speed. Yeah. I do officially challenge Jim Bob to a wrap off if he's going to be at DebateCon. In person, no excuses. Mono a mono. Am I a young Hagrid? Is the spider Aragog? No. I used to know this annoying lady that called me Hagrid all the time, and I'd be like, ha. Well, Jim Bob could rap. Maybe I could rap. You don't know. Maybe you donate $150 and find out. Maybe I'll butcher it. Who knows? It's a big secret. But he could sing and play guitar. Well, he got me there. Notorious ROB. No, I'm Rob Hard R. Nor. Look like the guy from The Big Lebowski. Market zero. High school guy in wood spider for $20 a wood shop. Not me, man. Oh, let's see, EOD really pushing people, trying to get us up to $1,357. Yeah, John Goodman. He's Walter in The Big Lebowski. Yep. All right. Listen. I've entertained enough, I feel. We're going to send you over to Speakeasy's channel. You did a great job modding tonight. And a lot of fun with the debate. Thank you to both the Speakeasy and Vigilante, my debate opponent. My Vigilante debate opponent who was a globalist. Weird, but oh well. What can you do? So, You guys are the best. I can't thank you enough. Really, 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 my pleasure. We're not going to do a 20,000 sub party. We are going to do a 25,000 sub party. So 5,000 away. So if you haven't subbed, consider subs are free. We're going to get there. We'll get to 25,000. Then we'll have a celebration stream. Yeah, thanks, old Joe. I appreciate it. So that's the idea. Though Jason Mirnichuk said he's going to do a 20,000 plus one celebration stream for me. So, all right. Enjoy the Rated Speakeasy. Thanks to all my mods. You guys are the best. Thanks to my editor, Black Elk. Thanks to Spiro. He's going to be joining me tomorrow. No call-in show tomorrow at noon, but 5 o'clock I will be doing the extravaganza over on the Crucibles Rumble channel. 10 p.m. Eastern time, I will be doing a show with the great Spiro, and who the hell knows what we'll talk about, but it'll be fun. So I'm looking forward to it. I hope you all have a good day tomorrow. Thanks, everyone, for the 20,000 subs, all the donations. You guys are amazing. You guys have a good one. And as always, remember, keep that memory of Charlie Kirk alive and the reaction that so many of those people on the left had. God bless Charlie and his family. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.